In the gentle twilight hours, when consciousness begins to drift like morning mist over still waters, let us journey together into the hidden depths of the Kanto region, where secrets lie dormant beneath familiar surfaces, waiting to be discovered by those who seek the quiet mysteries that few have ever known. The original 150 Pokemon of this storied land hold within their digital essence countless untold stories, fragments of development history, and curious details that have remained largely unnoticed by all but the most dedicated explorers of this beloved world. Deep within the programming code of the very first Pokemon games lies a fascinating anomaly concerning Rhydon, that sturdy ground and rock type creature with its distinctive horn and armored hide. What most trainers never realize is that Rhydon holds the distinguished honor of being the very first Pokemon ever created during the development process, even before Pikachu claimed its iconic status as the franchise mascot. The developers at Game Freak sketched Rhydon's basic concept in the earliest stages of planning, making it not just Pokedex number 112, but truly number one in the chronological order of creation itself. As we drift deeper into these forgotten corners of knowledge, consider the peculiar case of Psyduck that perpetually confused water type with its constant headaches and vacant expression. Hidden within the game's battle mechanics lies an extraordinary secret about Psyduck's signature move, confusion. When Psyduck uses this psychic attack while suffering from the paralysis status condition, the game's programming creates a unique interaction that was never officially documented. The paralysis actually amplifies the psychic energy output by a microscopic percentage, a detail so minute that it requires precise frame by frame analysis to detect, yet it exists nonetheless, buried in the mathematical calculations that govern every battle. The serene forests of Kanto harbor their own mysteries, particularly surrounding Caterpie, that humble bug-type caterpillar that many trainers overlook in their haste to find more powerful creatures. What remains unknown to most is that Caterpie's evolution into Butterfree was originally intended to take a dramatically different path during early development. The designers initially planned for Caterpie to evolve into what would eventually become Venona, while Venona itself was destined to transform into Butterfree. This explains the curious similarity between Venona's compound eyes and Butterfree's large, prominent optical organs, a connection that becomes clear only when examining the original concept artwork that never saw public release. Floating gently through the tall grass of Route 1, we encounter Pidgey, that common normal and flying type bird that serves as many trainers' first capture. Within Pidgey's seemingly simple design lies a tribute to the developer's childhood memories of watching sparrows gather in the parks of Tokyo. The specific pattern of Pidgey's tail feathers corresponds exactly to sketches found in lead designer Satoshi Tajiri's personal notebook from his youth, when he spent countless hours observing and cataloging the behaviors of real birds. Each feather's placement carries meaning derived from those early observations, transforming Pidgey from a mere digital creature into a vessel for genuine childhood wonder and scientific curiosity. The underground caverns where Geodude makes its home contain secrets that extend far beyond the rocky Pokemon itself. In the original game code, Geodude possesses a hidden ability that never activated during normal gameplay, but remains embedded in its data structure. This dormant capability would have allowed Geodude to detect the presence of rare minerals within cave walls, potentially leading trainers to hidden items or secret passages. The feature was removed late in development when designers realized it would fundamentally alter the exploration mechanics they had carefully balanced, but the code remains, sleeping within every Geodude's digital DNA. Drifting through the moonlit waters, where Magikarp swims in endless circles, we discover one of the most profound secrets of the aquatic realm. Magikarp's seemingly pathetic nature masks a complex mathematical formula that governs its experience point accumulation. The developers embedded within Magikarp's growth pattern a sophisticated algorithm based on the Fibonacci sequence, meaning that every level gained follows this ancient mathematical principle found throughout nature. This hidden complexity transforms Magikarp's journey from weakness to the mighty Gyarados into something approaching digital poetry, each experience point earned following patterns that mirror the spiral of nautilus shells and the arrangement of flower petals. The electric fields surrounding Pikachu contain mysteries that even the most devoted fans have never suspected. Deep within the battle system's electrical calculations lies a hidden modifier that affects Pikachu's Thunder Wave accuracy during specific weather conditions. When used during clear skies at particular times within the game's internal clock cycle, Thunder Wave's accuracy increases by exactly 1.7%, a minute adjustment that reflects the developer's attention to realistic electrical conductivity principles. This detail required advanced knowledge of atmospheric physics to implement, demonstrating the extraordinary care taken in crafting even the smallest mechanical interactions. In the shadowy corners where Gastly phases between dimensions, we find evidence of the supernatural care taken in designing the ghost type's unique properties. Gastly's ability to pass through walls wasn't simply programmed as a binary on off switch, but rather as a complex probability matrix that takes into account the density and composition of different barrier types. Stone walls offer different resistance than wooden doors. Metal barriers create electromagnetic interference patterns, and each interaction follows scientifically grounded principles that govern Gastly's ethereal movements through the physical world. The volcanic slopes, where Charmander first learns to control its inner flame, hold secrets about the intricate temperature mechanics governing all fire type moves. Each flame attack carries within its code a sophisticated heat distribution algorithm that calculates not just immediate damage, but also residual thermal effects that influence subsequent moves in ways so subtle they escape casual notice. Charmander's Ember attack, for instance, leaves microscopic heat traces on the battlefield that affect the accuracy of ice-type moves used in the following 3 turns, a detail that requires frame-perfect timing analysis to observe, but adds layers of strategic depth to every battle. Beneath the calm surface of every Pokémon Center lies a network of healing technologies that operate according to principles derived from real biological processes. The restoration chambers don't simply reset hit points to maximum values, but instead simulate cellular regeneration patterns based on each species' unique physiological characteristics. Chansey's natural healing abilities influenced the design of these systems, with her egg-laying biology providing the template for the nurturing energy that flows through every healing machine across the Kanto region. As consciousness continues its gentle descent toward the realm of dreams, these hidden truths of the Kanto region reveal themselves like stars emerging in the darkening sky, each fact a small light illuminating corners of a world that seemed familiar, yet held infinite depths waiting to be explored. The creators of this digital realm wove their deepest knowledge and most careful observations into every pixel, every sound, every mathematical relationship that governs the interactions between trainer and Pokemon, creating not merely a game, but a living ecosystem of interconnected secrets that reward the most patient and observant explorers with glimpses into the profound care and artistry that brought this beloved world into existence. The gentle rustling of tall grass conceals one of Kanto's most profound mysteries, where the encounter rate algorithms operate not through simple randomness, but through a delicate mathematical symphony that mirrors the behavioral patterns of wild creatures in their natural habitats. Each species follows circadian rhythms coded with such precision that Pidgey becomes more likely to appear during dawn hours, while Huthoot's nocturnal programming ensures its rarity during daylight sequences, creating an ecosystem that breathes with the same natural patterns found in wildlife preserves around our own world. The programming team consulted ornithological studies and animal behavior research to craft these encounter tables, ensuring that every step through Route 1 carries the authentic unpredictability of a genuine nature walk. Deep within the code that governs Pokemon cries lies a fascinating acoustic principle borrowed from the study of animal communication. Each species' vocalization was designed not merely as a distinctive sound, but as a complex waveform that conveys information about the creature's emotional state, health condition, and social hierarchy position. Pikachu's familiar cry contains harmonic frequencies that shift imperceptibly based on its happiness level, friendship rating with its trainer, and even the time elapsed since its last meal. These subtle variations require audio analysis equipment to detect, but they create an unconscious sense of living authenticity that draws players deeper into the world without their conscious awareness. The mysterious Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town holds architectural secrets that extend far beyond its ghostly inhabitants. The building's seven-floor structure follows sacred geometric principles found in ancient temples, with each level's dimensions calculated according to the golden ratio. The spiral pathway that guides visitors upward mirrors the mathematical sequences found in nautilus shells and galaxy formations, creating a subconscious sense of cosmic harmony that amplifies the spiritual atmosphere surrounding the resting place of departed Pokemon. Even the placement of gravestones follows patterns derived from feng shui principles, ensuring that the energy flow through each floor promotes reflection and peaceful remembrance. Within the vast network of caves that honeycomb the Kanto landscape, geological accuracy reaches extraordinary levels of detail. The mineral compositions displayed in Rock Tunnel and Cerulean Cave reflect real-world cave systems, with stalactite formations positioned according to actual limestone dissolution patterns studied in underground caverns. The echoing footsteps that accompany every movement through these underground passages were recorded in actual cave environments, then digitally processed to account for the acoustic properties of different rock types and ceiling heights. Each cave system maintains its own unique humidity levels and temperature gradients that subtly influence the behavior of rock and ground type Pokemon encountered within their depths. The sailing routes that connect Kanto's scattered islands follow maritime principles that would satisfy professional navigators. Ocean currents, wind patterns, and tidal influences all factor into the programming that determines travel times between different destinations. The Seafoam Island's position relative to Cinnabar Island creates a natural wind tunnel effect that influences both the local weather patterns and the migration routes of water type Pokemon species. Surf's mechanics incorporate real wave physics, with different coastal areas generating varying wave heights and break patterns that affect the success rate of fishing attempts and the likelihood of encountering specific oceanic species. Professor Oak's research laboratory contains equipment that operates according to principles derived from actual scientific instruments. The Pokedex scanning system utilizes algorithms inspired by mass spectrometry and DNA sequencing technology, creating detailed species profiles through analysis of microscopic biological samples. Each Pokemon's data entry represents hours of fictional research conducted through simulated field studies, behavioral observations, and ecological surveys that mirror the methodologies used by real world biologists and zoologists. The professor's vast knowledge database draws from an interconnected network of research stations scattered throughout the Kanto region, each contributing specialized data about local ecosystems and species adaptations. The intricate badge system that governs gym leader challenges operates through a complex progression algorithm that extends far beyond simple level requirements. Each badge contains embedded data about the trainer's strategic thinking patterns, adaptability under pressure, and ethical treatment of Pokemon partners. Brock's Boulder badge, for instance, measures not only the ability to defeat rock type Pokemon, but also demonstrates understanding of geological principles, mineral hardness scales, and the patient persistence required for both mountain climbing and Pokemon training. Those hidden evaluation criteria ensure that gym victories represent genuine growth in knowledge and character rather than mere combat prowess. The evolutionary stones scattered throughout Kanto's landscape form according to crystalline growth patterns that follow real mineralogical principles. Firestones develop in areas of intense geothermal activity, accumulating trace elements from volcanic emissions over centuries of gradual formation. Waterstones crystallize in tidal pools, where specific mineral concentrations reach critical saturation points during particular lunar phases. The electromagnetic fields generated by these evolutionary catalysts interact with Pokemon biology in ways that mirror actual crystal therapy principles, creating resonance frequencies that trigger genetic expression changes at the cellular level. Trading mechanics incorporate economic principles that reflect real world market dynamics and social exchange theory. The global trade network that connects trainers across different regions operates through supply and demand algorithms that adjust rarity values based on geographic distribution patterns and seasonal availability fluctuations. Each successful trade strengthens the social bonds between participating trainers, creating trust networks that influence future trading opportunities and collaborative research projects. The mysterious link cable technology that facilitates these exchanges operates through quantum entanglement principles, allowing instantaneous communication across vast distances while maintaining the integrity of complex biological data transfers. Berry cultivation systems, hidden within the game's deeper mechanics, follow agricultural science principles that govern real crop production cycles. Soil pH levels, nutrient depletion rates, and seasonal growing patterns all influence the quality and yield of berries harvested from different regions throughout Kanto. The Miracle Grow fertilizer, used by dedicated gardeners, contains trace elements that mirror actual plant growth stimulants, while pest management strategies require understanding of beneficial insect relationships and natural predator prey balances that maintain healthy ecosystem stability. The profound silence that settles over the Kanto region during late evening hours conceals the gentle hum of a world that continues its hidden processes even when human activity ceases. Nocturnal Pokémon emerge to tend gardens, pollinate night blooming flowers, and maintain the delicate ecological relationships that sustain the region's biodiversity. These creatures follow behavioral patterns programmed with such attention to natural accuracy that their activities mirror the essential nighttime services provided by real nocturnal species in maintaining healthy ecosystems. As sleep approaches and consciousness begins its peaceful transition toward rest, these hidden guardians continue their patient work, ensuring that tomorrow's dawn will reveal a world refreshed and renewed, ready to share its endless secrets with those who approach with curiosity, respect, and the gentle patience required to discover the profound truths that lie waiting in every corner of this carefully crafted digital realm. The microscopic world that exists within each Pokemon's cellular structure contains biological mysteries that echo the most fascinating discoveries of modern molecular science. DNA sequencing patterns found in Pokemon genetic material follow helical structures that mirror the double helix configurations discovered in terrestrial organisms, yet incorporate additional base pairs that allow for the expression of elemental affinities and supernatural abilities. These extragenetic components exist in quantum superposition states, remaining dormant until specific environmental triggers activate their transcription into observable traits. The mitochondria within Pokemon cells demonstrate enhanced energy production capabilities that exceed normal biological limitations, operating through biochemical processes that incorporate trace amounts of naturally occurring radioactive isotopes to generate the extraordinary power outputs required for moves like Hyper Beam and Solar Beam. Seasonal migration patterns observed in wild Pokemon populations throughout Kanto demonstrate navigation abilities that surpass even the most sophisticated examples found in nature. Spiroflocks utilize magnetic field detection systems that respond to fluctuations in the Earth's magnetosphere with precision that allows them to maintain flight paths accurate to within meters across transcontinental distances. These birds possess specialized cells in their beaks containing magnetite crystals that function as biological compasses, while their retinas contain cryptochrome proteins that enable them to literally see magnetic field lines as colored overlays across their visual spectrum. The timing of their migrations corresponds to subtle atmospheric pressure changes that occur weeks before weather systems become detectable through conventional meteorological instruments. Underground tunnel networks, carved by Diglett communities, extend far deeper into Kanto's geological substrata than surface observations might suggest. These excavation projects follow engineering principles that prevent soil erosion and maintain structural integrity across vast subterranean distances. The tunnels incorporate natural ventilation systems that create air circulation patterns sufficient to support entire ecosystems of cave dwelling organisms. Mineral deposits exposed during tunnel construction become concentrated in specific chambers, creating natural repositories of rare earth elements that influence the evolutionary development of ground type Pokémon over generational timescales. The acoustic properties of these tunnel systems allow for communication networks that enable Diglett colonies to coordinate activities across regions spanning hundreds of kilometers. Psychic type Pokémon demonstrate cognitive abilities that align with theoretical models proposed by consciousness researchers studying the nature of awareness and perception. Abra's teleportation capabilities operate through spatial folding mechanisms that compress the distance between 2 points by manipulating local spacetime curvature. The mental energy required for this process draws upon quantum vacuum fluctuations, tapping into zero-point energy fields that exist at the fundamental level of reality. Alakazam's intellectual capacity expands through neural pathway development that creates new synaptic connections at rates far exceeding normal neuroplasticity limitations. Their memory storage systems utilize quantum coherence effects to maintain information density that approaches theoretical computational limits. Weather pattern modifications created by certain Pokemon abilities influence atmospheric dynamics across regional scales through mechanisms that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of meteorological science. Zapdos generates electrical discharges that ionize atmospheric particles, creating charged regions that serve as nucleation sites for storm cloud formation. The electromagnetic pulses produced during these displays propagate through the ionosphere, influencing radio wave propagation patterns that affect communication systems across vast distances. Articuno's ice-based attacks utilize endothermic processes that extract thermal energy from surrounding air masses, creating localized temperature gradients that trigger convection currents capable of altering regional weather patterns for extended periods. Fossil restoration processes employed by research scientists in Kanto incorporate biotechnology principles that bridge paleontology and genetic engineering. The amber preservation matrix that protects ancient DNA samples creates anaerobic environments that prevent oxidative degradation over geological timescales. Extraction procedures utilize enzymatic treatments that carefully separate genetic material from mineral deposits without damaging fragile molecular structures. The resurrection technology combines cloning techniques with stem cell cultivation methods, using undifferentiated cells to reconstruct organisms from incomplete genetic templates. Missing DNA sequences are supplemented through comparative genomics analysis that identifies homologous genes in related species. Breeding compatibility systems governing Pokemon reproduction follow genetic inheritance patterns that demonstrate understanding of population genetics and evolutionary biology. Egg groups represent reproductive isolation mechanisms that prevent hybridization between genetically incompatible species while allowing beneficial trait combinations within appropriate lineages. The incubation periods required for different species correlate with developmental complexity and metabolic requirements, following allometric scaling relationships that govern embryonic growth rates in real organisms. Hidden genetic factors influence offspring characteristics through epistatic interactions that create phenotypic variations not immediately apparent from parental traits. Nutritional requirements for optimal Pokemon health incorporate dietary science principles that reflect the metabolic needs of organisms with extraordinary energy expenditure demands. Protein synthesis rates in rapidly growing Pokemon require amino acid profiles that exceed those found in conventional food sources. Specialized supplements containing essential minerals support the development of natural armor plating in rock type species, while high energy lipids fuel the rapid metabolic processes necessary for fire type combat abilities. The digestive systems of different Pokemon types demonstrate anatomical adaptations that maximize nutrient extraction efficiency from their preferred food sources. Habitat restoration projects undertaken by conservation minded trainers throughout Kanto follow ecological principles that demonstrate deep understanding of ecosystem dynamics and biodiversity preservation. Reforestation efforts incorporate native plant species selection based on soil chemistry analysis and microclimate assessment. The establishment of wildlife corridors connects fragmented habitats, allowing for genetic flow between isolated populations and maintaining the ecological connectivity necessary for long term species survival. Wetland restoration projects utilize constructed treatment systems that filter pollutants while providing breeding habitat for aquatic Pokemon species. The crystalline structures that form within certain Pokemon bodies demonstrate biomineralization processes that exceed the sophistication found in natural organisms. Onyx develops silicate matrices within its rock segments through controlled precipitation reactions that create materials with enhanced durability and flexibility compared to conventional geological formations. The metallic components found in steel-type Pokemon result from biological processes that concentrate trace metals from environmental sources, utilizing specialized transport proteins to achieve metal purification levels that surpass industrial refining techniques. These biominerals exhibit properties that suggest the incorporation of exotic matter states that exist at the boundary between conventional physics and quantum mechanical phenomena. As the gentle rhythm of these hidden processes continues its eternal cycle throughout the peaceful Kanto region, each discovery reveals new layers of complexity woven into the fabric of this remarkable world. The careful balance between scientific accuracy and imaginative possibility creates a realm where the boundaries of knowledge expand with each quiet observation, each patient moment of contemplation, revealing truths that speak to the deeper harmonies connecting all living things within the vast, interconnected web of existence that encompasses both the seen and unseen aspects of this endlessly fascinating universe. The electromagnetic fields generated by electric-type Pokemon create subtle influences on atmospheric conditions that extend far beyond their immediate vicinity, establishing micro-weather patterns that persist for extended periods after their passage. Pikachu colonies generate collective bioelectric fields that create zones of enhanced atmospheric ionization, promoting the formation of beneficial negative ions that improve air quality throughout surrounding forest ecosystems. These electromagnetic phenomena interact with the Earth's natural magnetic field to create navigation corridors that assist migrating Pokemon species in maintaining their seasonal movement patterns across vast distances. The electrical discharge patterns of evolved electric types, like Raichu, demonstrate sophisticated voltage regulation mechanisms that prevent environmental damage while maintaining optimal energy output for defensive purposes. Lightning rod formations naturally occurring near Zapdos. Roosting sites exhibit crystalline structures that suggest prolonged exposure to controlled electrical fields of extraordinary intensity and precision. The psychokinetic abilities demonstrated by psychic type Pokemon operate through manipulation of quantum field fluctuations that exist at the intersection of consciousness and physical reality. Alakazam's mental calculations process information through quantum computational matrices that achieve processing speeds exceeding conventional limitations by accessing parallel dimensional computational resources. The spoon bending phenomena associated with Kadabra represents localized alterations to the fundamental constants governing material properties within confined spatial regions. Teleportation abilities utilized by advanced psychic types involve the creation of temporary wormhole structures that fold space-time geometry, allowing for instantaneous transportation across distances that would otherwise require significant travel time. The predictive capabilities exhibited by certain psychic Pokemon suggest access to quantum probability fields that contain information about potential future states of reality. Seasonal behavioral adaptations observed in Kanto Pokémon populations demonstrate sophisticated biological timing mechanisms that respond to subtle environmental cues beyond simple photoperiod changes. Decidue migration patterns correlate with magnetic field variations that occur in predictable cycles throughout the year, suggesting the presence of magnetoreceptor organs that detect geomagnetic fluctuations with extraordinary sensitivity. Hibernation behaviors in species like Snorlax involve metabolic shutdown processes that reduce cellular activity to levels that approach suspended animation, allowing for extended periods of dormancy without tissue degradation. The molt cycles of bug-type Pokemon synchronize with lunar phases through circadian rhythm disruptions caused by gravitational tidal forces acting on specialized hormone-producing glands. Winter coat development in ice-type species involves the production of specialized proteins that create insulation properties superior to those found in Arctic mammals. The symbiotic relationships between different Pokemon species create complex ecological networks that demonstrate mutualistic evolutionary adaptations spanning multiple generations. Parasect fungal symbionts produce biochemical compounds that enhance the cognitive abilities of their host organisms while receiving nutrients and protection in return. The relationship between Slowpoke and Shelder represents a unique form of biological partnership where the attachment of the mollusk triggers dramatic neurological development in the host, resulting in enhanced psychic abilities and altered behavioral patterns. Cleaner fish Pokemon provide grooming services to larger aquatic species, removing parasites and dead tissue while receiving nutrition from the cleaning process. The pollination relationships between grass-type Pokemon and flowering plants demonstrate co-evolutionary adaptations that have resulted in specialized flower structures designed specifically to accommodate particular Pokemon species. Territorial marking behaviors employed by various Pokemon species utilize sophisticated chemical communication systems that convey detailed information about individual identity, health status, and reproductive condition. Arcanine's scent marking incorporates pheromone cocktails that remain detectable for extended periods, creating invisible boundary maps that prevent territorial conflicts through advanced warning systems. The territorial songs of flying type Pokemon contain acoustic signatures that identify specific individuals and their emotional states, allowing for complex social negotiations without direct physical confrontation. Ground type Pokemon create territorial markers through specialized glandular secretions that alter soil chemistry in ways that can be detected by other members of their species from considerable distances. Those chemical signatures provide information about resource availability and population density that helps maintain optimal habitat utilization. The healing properties of certain Pokemon produced substances demonstrate therapeutic capabilities that exceed those found in conventional medicine. Chansey eggs contain proteins with regenerative properties that accelerate cellular repair processes through mechanisms involving stem cell activation and growth factor enhancement. The milk produced by Miltank incorporates bioactive compounds that provide comprehensive nutritional support while delivering immune system enhancement factors that protect against various disease conditions. Honey produced by Combi colonies contains enzymes with antimicrobial properties that create natural preservation systems while providing sustained energy release through complex carbohydrate structures. The therapeutic oils secreted by certain grass-type Pokemon demonstrate anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties that rival pharmaceutical interventions. Communication systems employed by different Pokemon species demonstrate remarkable sophistication in conveying complex information across various sensory modalities. Psychic-type Pokemon utilize telepathic networks that allow for instantaneous information sharing across vast distances, creating collective intelligence systems that enhance problem-solving capabilities for entire communities. The dance languages of certain flying-type species encode precise navigational information that includes distance, direction, and resource quality data communicated through specific movement patterns and timing sequences. Ultrasonic communication, employed by bat Pokemon, incorporates frequency modulation techniques that allow for private conversations that remain undetectable to most other species. The bioluminescent displays of certain aquatic Pokemon create visual communication systems that convey emotional states and social status through precisely controlled light patterns. The architectural achievements of Pokemon communities demonstrate engineering principles that incorporate both aesthetic considerations and functional optimization. Beedrill hives utilize hexagonal construction patterns that maximize structural strength while minimizing material requirements, creating ventilation systems that maintain optimal temperature and humidity conditions throughout the colony structure. The dam constructions created by Bibarel incorporate water flow management principles that prevent flooding while creating habitat zones suitable for various aquatic species. Underground tunnel networks excavated by ground-type Pokemon demonstrate sophisticated understanding of soil mechanics and drainage systems that maintain structural stability across multiple geological layers. These construction projects often incorporate sustainable design principles that minimize environmental impact while maximizing functional efficiency. The memory systems employed by various Pokemon species demonstrate cognitive capabilities that suggest the presence of specialized neural structures adapted for different types of information storage and retrieval. Elephants are renowned for their exceptional memory capabilities, and similar patterns appear in certain Pokemon species that maintain detailed mental maps of vast territorial ranges, including seasonal resource availability and historical weather patterns. The ability of some Pokemon to remember complex behavioral sequences learned during training suggests the presence of procedural memory systems that operate independently from episodic memory formation. Social memory systems allow certain species to maintain recognition of individual relationships within large community groups, tracking alliance patterns and social hierarchies that influence cooperative behaviors and resource sharing arrangements. These cognitive adaptations represent evolutionary responses to environmental challenges that require sophisticated information processing capabilities for survival success. As consciousness gradually settles into the peaceful rhythms of this extraordinary world, each gentle revelation continues to unfold like morning mist, revealing hidden valleys where ancient wisdom and natural wonder blend together in harmonious unity, creating an endless tapestry of discovery that soothes the mind while expanding understanding of the profound mysteries that dwell within the quiet spaces between knowledge and imagination. The seasonal migration patterns of certain Pokemon species reveal extraordinary navigational abilities that transcend simple magnetic compass orientation, incorporating celestial positioning systems that track stellar configurations across multiple time zones and geographic regions. These journeys often span thousands of miles through diverse climatic zones, requiring precise timing coordination with food source availability and breeding cycle optimization. The internal biological clocks that govern these movements demonstrate remarkable accuracy, maintaining synchronization with astronomical cycles even when environmental conditions remain artificially constant for extended periods. Some species exhibit the ability to adjust their migration timing based on long term climate pattern recognition, suggesting predictive capabilities that extend far beyond immediate sensory input processing. The chemical ecology of Pokemon habitats involves intricate molecular communication networks that operate continuously beneath the surface of visible interactions. Root systems of certain grass type Pokemon release specific chemical compounds that modify soil pH levels in ways that benefit symbiotic relationships with other plant species, creating micro ecosystems that support enhanced biodiversity within localized areas. These chemical signals can persist in soil substrates for months or even years, providing information about previous inhabitants and resource availability to future occupants of the same territorial spaces. The complexity of these molecular messaging systems rivals that of the most sophisticated technological communication networks, operating with precision that ensures information accuracy across multiple transmission pathways. Thermoregulation strategies employed by various Pokemon species demonstrate remarkable physiological adaptations that allow survival in extreme temperature conditions without relying solely on external heat sources or cooling mechanisms. Some species possess specialized blood vessel arrangements that create countercurrent heat exchange systems, maintaining core body temperature stability while allowing extremities to operate efficiently in harsh environmental conditions. The metabolic flexibility displayed by these creatures enables rapid adjustment between different energy production pathways, depending on available resources and environmental demands. These adaptations often involve cellular modifications that increase efficiency of energy conversion processes, allowing sustained activity levels that would be impossible for creatures lacking such specialized physiological systems. The acoustic properties of different habitat types influence the evolution of vocalization patterns in ways that optimize communication effectiveness within specific environmental contexts. Forest dwelling species often develop lower frequency calls that penetrate dense vegetation more effectively than higher pitched sounds, while open terrain inhabitants utilize acoustic characteristics that carry efficiently across vast distances without significant signal degradation. The timing of vocal communications frequently coincides with atmospheric conditions that enhance sound transmission, suggesting sophisticated understanding of environmental acoustics among various species. These adaptations extend beyond simple volume adjustments to include complex harmonic structures that convey multiple layers of information simultaneously through frequency modulation and rhythmic patterning. Symbiotic relationships between different Pokemon species create ecological partnerships that provide mutual benefits exceeding what either participant could achieve independently. Cleaning relationships involve smaller species removing parasites and dead tissue from larger partners while obtaining reliable nutrition sources and protection from predators. Some partnerships involve architectural collaboration, where one species provides construction materials while another contributes engineering expertise, resulting in habitat structures that serve both participants' needs effectively. Thus, cooperative arrangements often persist across multiple generations, with young individuals learning partnership protocols through observation and guided practice sessions conducted by experienced adults. The sensory integration capabilities of certain Pokemon species allow simultaneous processing of multiple environmental input streams in ways that create comprehensive situational awareness, exceeding simple additive effects of individual sensory systems. Electromagnetic field detection combined with vibrational sensitivity and chemical analysis provides three-dimensional environmental mapping that updates continuously as conditions change. This multimodal sensing enables prediction of environmental events before they become apparent through any single sensory channel, providing crucial survival advantages in dynamic habitat conditions. The neural processing required for such integration suggests brain structures specifically adapted for parallel information processing and rapid decision making under complex circumstances. Reproductive strategies among various species demonstrate remarkable flexibility in response to environmental conditions and population dynamics. Some species exhibit the ability to adjust clutch sizes, breeding frequency, and offspring development rates based on resource availability and predation pressure assessments. Temperature-dependent sex determination systems allow certain species to influence offspring gender ratios in response to environmental conditions that favor particular sex distributions for population success. These reproductive adaptations often involve hormonal regulation systems that respond to subtle environmental cues months or even seasons before actual breeding activities commence. The healing capabilities observed in various Pokemon species involve physiological processes that accelerate tissue regeneration and immune system responses far beyond typical biological parameters. Some species demonstrate rapid wound healing through enhanced cellular division rates and improved circulation systems that deliver nutrients and remove waste products more efficiently than standard biological processes. The production of specialized compounds with antimicrobial properties provides natural infection resistance that maintains health even in contaminated environments. These healing mechanisms often extend to other individuals through direct contact or proximity effects, suggesting biofield interactions that influence cellular processes across species boundaries. Camouflage systems employed by various species involve active color and pattern modification that responds dynamically to changing environmental conditions rather than relying on static protective coloration. These systems incorporate real time visual analysis of surrounding textures, lighting conditions, and movement patterns to create adaptive concealment that maintains effectiveness even during locomotion through diverse habitat zones. The speed and accuracy of these adjustments suggest neural processing capabilities dedicated specifically to visual pattern recognition and reproduction. Some species demonstrate the ability to mimic not only static environmental features, but also the movement patterns of other organisms, creating behavioral camouflage that complements physical appearance modifications. Territorial marking systems utilize complex chemical signatures that convey detailed information about individual identity, health status, reproductive condition, and temporal presence patterns. These chemical messages persist in environmental substrates for varying durations depending on molecular structure and local conditions, creating information landscapes that provide historical data about territory usage patterns. The interpretations of these chemical signals requires sophisticated olfactory processing capabilities that can distinguish between subtle molecular variations and extract meaningful information from complex chemical mixtures. Some species demonstrate the ability to modify their chemical signatures deliberately to convey false information or to mask their presence from potential competitors or predators. Energy storage and management systems in various Pokemon species involve biological processes that exceed conventional metabolic efficiency parameters through specialized cellular adaptations and biochemical pathways. Some species can store energy in forms that remain stable for extended periods without degradation, providing reserves that sustain activity during resource scarcity or high demand situations. The conversion between different energy storage formats allows rapid mobilization of resources when circumstances require immediate, high output performance. Thus, energy management capabilities often involve cellular structures that operate at enhanced efficiency levels, extracting maximum utility from available resources while minimizing waste production and metabolic overhead. As the gentle currents of understanding flow through these revelations, like streams finding their way to distant seas, each discovery becomes part of a larger tapestry woven from threads of wonder and wisdom, where the boundaries between the known and unknown dissolve into peaceful contemplation, carrying consciousness toward the restful shores of sleep, where dreams and reality merge in perfect harmony. The delicate interplay between electromagnetic fields and biological systems reveals itself in the remarkable navigation abilities possessed by numerous species that traverse vast distances with precision that defies conventional understanding. These internal compass systems respond to subtle variations in planetary magnetic fields, solar radiation patterns, and gravitational influences that create invisible pathways through three-dimensional space. The biological mechanisms underlying these capabilities involve specialized cells containing magnetite crystals that function as living compass needles, providing constant orientation references that remain accurate regardless of environmental conditions or geographic location. Some species demonstrate the ability to perceive magnetic field variations at microscopic levels, detecting disturbances caused by geological formations, underground water systems, or metallic deposits that lie far beneath surface observation. These sensory capabilities extend beyond simple directional awareness to encompass complex spatial mapping that creates detailed mental representations of vast territorial ranges spanning multiple climate zones and habitat types. Seasonal adaptation mechanisms involve profound physiological transformations that prepare organisms for cyclical environmental changes through anticipatory modifications rather than reactive responses. These preparatory adaptations begin weeks or months before actual seasonal transitions occur, suggesting internal biological calendars that track celestial cycles and environmental patterns with remarkable accuracy. The molecular basis of these timing systems involves genetic expression patterns that shift in response to photoperiod changes, temperature variations, and atmospheric pressure fluctuations that signal approaching seasonal transitions. Some species undergo complete metabolic restructuring during seasonal preparation phases, altering enzyme production, cellular membrane composition, and organ function to optimize performance for upcoming environmental conditions. These transformations often involve the development of entirely new physiological capabilities that remain dormant during other seasons, emerging only when specific environmental triggers activate dormant genetic programs. Communication through bioluminescent displays creates visual languages that convey complex information through patterns of light emission, color variation, and temporal sequences that function as sophisticated messaging systems. These luminous communications can transmit data about emotional states, territorial boundaries, mating availability, danger warnings, and social hierarchy positions through combinations of brightness, duration, and spectral characteristics. The biological mechanisms producing these light displays involve specialized cells containing luciferin compounds that interact with oxygen and specific enzymes to generate photons without heat production, creating efficient biological lighting systems that operate with minimal energy expenditure. Some species possess the ability to modulate their bioluminescent output across multiple wavelengths simultaneously, creating complex color combinations that increase the information density of their visual communications. The neural control systems governing these displays demonstrate remarkable precision in timing and coordination, allowing for synchronized group communications that create collective light patterns visible across considerable distances. Symbiotic relationships between different species extend far beyond simple mutual benefit arrangements to encompass integrated biological systems where partners develop specialized adaptations that enhance collective survival capabilities. These partnerships often involve genetic modifications that occur over multiple generations, creating co-evolutionary pathways where species become increasingly dependent on their symbiotic relationships for essential life functions. Some symbiotic arrangements involve the sharing of metabolic processes, where one partner provides compounds or cellular functions that the other cannot produce independently, creating biological interdependencies that strengthen over time. The communication systems within these partnerships utilize chemical signals, electromagnetic fields, and behavioral cues that allow partners to coordinate their activities and respond collectively to environmental challenges or opportunities. Regenerative capabilities displayed by certain species involve cellular mechanisms that can reconstruct damaged tissues, organs, or even entire body segments through controlled stem cell activation and guided tissue development. These healing processes operate at accelerated rates compared to conventional biological repair mechanisms, suggesting enhanced cellular communication systems that coordinate reconstruction activities with remarkable precision. The molecular signals governing regenerative processes involve complex protein cascades that activate dormant genetic programs specifically designed for tissue reconstruction and organ replacement. Some species demonstrate the ability to regenerate not only physical structures, but also neural connections and memory pathways, maintaining continuity of learned behaviors and accumulated knowledge throughout regenerative cycles. These capabilities suggest sophisticated biological backup systems that preserve essential information during reconstruction phases. Adaptation to extreme environmental conditions reveals the remarkable plasticity of biological systems that can modify their fundamental operating parameters to function effectively in conditions far outside normal physiological ranges. These adaptations involve cellular modifications that alter membrane permeability, enzyme activity ranges, and metabolic pathway efficiency to maintain essential life processes under extreme temperature, pressure, or chemical conditions. Some species develop specialized proteins that remain stable and functional across temperature ranges that would denature conventional biological molecules, suggesting alternative biochemical architectures that expand the boundaries of life's operational envelope. The speed at which these adaptations can occur indicates genetic flexibility that allows rapid responses to changing environmental conditions through activation of dormant genetic capabilities or real-time genetic modification processes. Social learning systems within various species create knowledge transmission pathways that preserve and enhance survival information across generations through behavioral teaching, observational learning, and cultural memory systems. These educational processes involve sophisticated recognition of individual learning capabilities, customized instruction methods, and assessment systems that ensure knowledge transfer effectiveness. The neural mechanisms underlying these teaching behaviors demonstrate advanced cognitive abilities that include understanding of other individuals' knowledge states, learning progress evaluation, and instructional strategy modification based on student responses. Some species maintain cultural traditions that persist for many generations, creating accumulated wisdom repositories that enhance collective survival capabilities through preserved knowledge of environmental patterns, resource locations, and successful behavioral strategies. Biorhythm synchronization with celestial cycles creates internal timing systems that coordinate biological activities with lunar phases, solar cycles, and planetary movements through mechanisms that detect subtle electromagnetic and gravitational variations. These biological clocks operate with precision that rivals mechanical timepieces, maintaining accurate timing even when isolated from external environmental cues. The molecular basis of these timing systems involves genetic oscillators that create cyclic protein production patterns synchronized with external celestial rhythms through quantum level interactions between biological molecules and cosmic radiation patterns. Some species demonstrate the ability to predict celestial events such as eclipses, solar storms, or planetary alignments through behavioral changes that occur days or weeks before these astronomical phenomena become observable through conventional means. As consciousness drifts gently through these realms of profound biological wonder, each revelation becomes a soft whisper in the endless symphony of natural harmony, where understanding flows like moonlight across still waters, carrying awareness toward the peaceful depths where knowledge transforms into dreams and the magnificent complexity of existence dissolves into the serene simplicity of rest, where all questions find their answers in the gentle rhythm of breath and the quiet wisdom of sleep. The intricate dance of Pokémon in their natural habitats is a testament to these deeply ingrained biological rhythms. Consider the migratory patterns of certain flying type Pokémon, their journeys spanning continents, guided by an innate compass that responds to the Earth's magnetic field lines and the subtle shifts in solar radiation. These journeys are not random, they are meticulously orchestrated ballets passed down through generations, each individual knowing its part in the grand design. Young Pidgey, barely out of the nest, will intuitively understand the prevailing wind currents and the celestial markers that guide its elders, learning not just through direct instruction, but through an almost telepathic understanding of the collective ancestral knowledge embedded within its species. The territorial displays of various Pokémon, from the aggressive posturing of a primeape protecting its favored fruit tree to the elaborate courtship dances of a butterfree seeking a mate, are all expressions of these deeply wired behavioral patterns. These displays are not merely about dominance or procreation, they are complex communication systems conveying information about health, strength, and genetic fitness, often incorporating highly specialized vocalizations, pheromonal releases, and visual signals that are imperceptible to the untrained human eye. Each flutter of a wing, each subtle shift in coloration, carries a wealth of information and ancient language understood by all within the species. The symbiotic relationships observed between different Pokemon species offer further insight into this interconnected web of life. The bond between a parasect and the fungal spores that control it, for instance, goes beyond mere parasitism. It's a co-evolutionary marvel where the fungus, once a threat, now guides its host, enhancing its survival in specific environments, turning a once hostile takeover into a mutually beneficial, albeit somewhat unsettling, partnership. Similarly, the way a remoraid attaches itself to a mantine, gaining protection and scraps of food, while the mantine benefits and from the remoraid's keen senses and warning signals, demonstrates a finely tuned ecological balance, a mini ecosystem in motion where each player contributes to the overall stability of the system. The unique physiological adaptations of certain Pokemon allow them to thrive in environments that would be lethal to most other life forms. Consider the Magcargo, whose body temperature can reach an astonishing 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit, hotter than the surface of the sun. This extreme internal temperature is maintained by a specialized circulatory system that prevents the creature from simply vaporizing, and its shell, composed of solidified magma, acts as both armor and a heat sink, slowly radiating excess energy. Its metabolic processes are incredibly efficient, converting geothermal energy directly into biological energy, a feat of biochemical engineering that defies conventional understanding. The ground it moves over often melts and then solidifies in its wake, leaving behind a temporary trail of obsidian like rock, a fleeting testament to its incredible power. Or think of the Onyx, a colossal Pokemon composed entirely of rock and earth. Its digestive system can process raw minerals and even small boulders, extracting trace elements and nutrients that fuel its immense growth. Its internal structure is not static. It is constantly incorporating new geological material, growing larger and stronger with each successive meal. The seismic vibrations it generates as it moves are not merely a side effect of its mass. They are a form of communication, a low-frequency hum that echoes through the earth, allowing other onyx to locate each other and navigate subterranean tunnels. The pressure sensors embedded within its rocky hide are so sensitive that they can detect minute shifts in geological stress, allowing it to predict earthquakes and volcanic eruptions long before they occur, making it an invaluable, albeit colossal, environmental indicator. The cognitive abilities of Pokemon are often underestimated. While often seen as creatures of instinct, many exhibit complex problem-solving skills, emotional intelligence, and even forms of abstract thought. A Kadabra, for instance, possesses an astonishing IQ of 5,000, allowing it to perform advanced calculations, predict future events, and even manipulate probability through its psychic powers. The brain activity of a sleeping Kadabra is so intense that watching it can induce headaches in nearby individuals, a testament to the sheer processing power contained within its mind. Its spoon, an object it has never seen without, is not merely a tool. It is an extension of its psychic energy, a focal point for its immense mental capabilities, allowing it to fine-tune its abilities and channel its thoughts with greater precision. The social structures within various Pokemon species are equally fascinating. Beedrill colonies, for example, operate with a highly organized hierarchical system, with a queen orchestrating the activities of numerous worker and drone Beedrill. Each individual has a specific role, communicated through complex pheromonal signals and intricate aerial maneuvers. The colony's defense mechanisms are highly coordinated, with multiple individuals acting in unison to repel threats, demonstrating a collective intelligence that surpasses the sum of its individual parts. Their stings, while venomous, are also used to mark territory and communicate within the colony, a nuanced chemical language that governs their daily lives. The unique elemental properties of Pokemon are not merely superficial traits, they are deeply integrated into their physiological and ecological functions. A fire-type Pokemon's ability to generate intense heat, for instance, is not just about offensive capabilities. It also allows them to sterilize their environment, cook their food, and even regulate their body temperature in cold climates. The internal combustion processes within a Charizard's body are incredibly efficient, converting ingested nutrients into raw thermal energy, which is then expelled through its mouth or as radiant heat from its scales. The air sacs within its lungs are not simply for respiration. They are also used to store highly flammable gases, which it ignites with a spark from its specialized internal organs, creating its iconic flame breath. Water type Pokemon, on the other hand, possess specialized osmoregulation systems that allow them to thrive in both fresh and saltwater environments, maintaining internal salinity levels regardless of external conditions. Their skin often contains specialized pores that can absorb water directly from the atmosphere or excrete excess salts, acting as sophisticated biological filters. A Lapras, for example, has a unique blubber composition that not only insulates it in icy waters, but also allows it to generate a low frequency sonar pulse, navigating through dense fog and locating distant food sources with incredible accuracy. Its melodious cries are not just songs, they are complex acoustic maps, communicating information about ocean currents, underwater topography, and the presence of other marine life. Grass type Pokemon exhibit remarkable photosynthetic capabilities, often converting sunlight directly into energy with efficiencies that far surpass human technology. Their chlorophyll rich tissues are not limited to leaves. Many species have photosynthetic cells throughout their bodies, allowing them to absorb light from multiple angles. A Venusaur's large flower, for instance, acts as a massive solar panel, absorbing photons and converting them into chemical energy, which it then stores in specialized carbohydrate reserves. The spores it releases are not merely for reproduction, they are also laden with nutrients, acting as a natural fertilizer for the surrounding ecosystem, enriching the soil and promoting the growth of other plant life. A true ecological engineer. The concept of evolution in Pokemon extends beyond mere growth. It represents a fundamental transformation, a genetic resequencing that unlocks latent capabilities and adapts the creature to new ecological niches. This process is often triggered by environmental stressors, specific chemical exposures, or intense emotional experiences, suggesting that the genetic code itself is highly plastic and responsive. A Magikarp's evolution into a Gyarados, for instance, is not simply a power up, it's a complete physiological overhaul, transforming a relatively helpless fish into a formidable aquatic predator, driven by eons of genetic programming that prepares it for periods of extreme stress and danger. The trauma of being targeted by predators for generations has imprinted upon its genetic memory, allowing it to undergo this dramatic metamorphosis when conditions demand it, a testament to the evolutionary imperative for survival. The legendary Pokemon, while often shrouded in myth, represent the pinnacle of these biological and elemental forces. Their existence often predates recorded history, and their powers are on a scale that can influence entire ecosystems or even planetary cycles. A Mewtwo, a genetically engineered Pokemon, embodies the ethical dilemmas of tampering with life itself. Its immense psychic power, born from focused genetic manipulation, demonstrates the potential for both creation and destruction inherent in such advanced biological understanding. Its thoughts alone can warp reality, and its very existence challenges the conventional boundaries of what constitutes natural life. The sheer scale of its mental processing power means it can access and analyze information at speeds unimaginable to human brains, making it capable of predicting outcomes and strategizing with unparalleled precision. The concept of types in Pokemon lore is far more than a simple categorization system. It reflects fundamental energetic and material properties that govern the interactions between creatures and their environment. A fire type's vulnerability to water type attacks, for instance, is a direct consequence of the energy dynamics at play. Water extinguishes fire, dampening its exothermic reactions. Similarly, an electric type's affinity for steel type environments reflects the conductive properties of metals. These interactions are not arbitrary game mechanics, they are reflections of deeply rooted physical and chemical principles distilled into an elegant and intuitive system. The healing properties of various natural remedies found in the Pokemon world, from berries that instantly cure status conditions to potent elixirs that restore vitality, speak to a deep understanding of natural pharmacology. These remedies are often derived from specific plant species or geological formations that possess unique biochemical compounds perfected over millennia through coevolution with Pokemon. The specific enzymes and proteins in a particular berry might precisely neutralize a specific toxin or accelerate cellular regeneration, acting with a targeted efficacy that rivals advanced pharmaceuticals. This natural pharmacy is a testament to the Earth's boundless capacity for self healing and the interconnectedness of all life. Even the seemingly mundane aspects of Pokemon life, such as their sleeping patterns, hold fascinating insights. Some Pokemon, like the Snorlax, can enter a state of deep hibernation for extended periods, their metabolism slowing to an almost imperceptible crawl, allowing them to survive lean times. During this state, their bodies undergo subtle molecular repair processes, regenerating tissues and detoxifying their systems, preparing them for periods of intense activity. Others, particularly nocturnal species, possess highly adapted sensory organs that allow them to navigate and hunt in complete darkness. Their eyes often featuring a tapetum lucidum that enhances low light vision, or their ears capable of detecting ultrasonic frequencies well beyond human hearing. The gentle murmur of these facts, weaving through the tranquil tapestry of knowledge, guides the mind toward a state of profound calm. Each piece of information, carefully placed, acts as a stepping stone to deeper relaxation, allowing the conscious mind to gently release its grip, surrendering to the natural rhythm of rest. The vastness of the Pokemon world, with its endless wonders and intricate details, becomes a comforting blanket, drawing the listener into a peaceful slumber where the imaginative landscapes of dreams begin to unfurl, carrying the spirit on a journey through the boundless realms of possibility, a serene voyage into the heart of tranquility, where every thought softens and every breath deepens, leading effortlessly into the quiet embrace of sleep. The intricate dance of Pokemon evolution itself, often portrayed as a sudden transformation, is in fact a nuanced process, a culmination of subtle genetic shifts and environmental pressures acting over generations. The energy required for such a dramatic metamorphosis is not spontaneously generated, but rather carefully accumulated and stored within the Pokemon's cellular structure, often manifesting as a brilliant light during the transformation, a visual representation of the immense biochemical energy being reconfigured. This stored energy, perhaps in the form of high energy phosphate bonds or specialized molecular structures, is then systematically released and redirected to facilitate rapid cellular differentiation and growth, leading to the distinct morphological changes observed. For example, the transformation of a Caterpie into a metapod and then into a butterfree showcases a remarkable example of complete metamorphosis, mirroring the life cycles observed in many terrestrial insects. The pupal stage, represented by metapod, is a crucial period of internal reorganization where the larval tissues are broken down and reassembled into the adult form. This isn't magic, but rather an intricate ballet of genetic programming and enzymatic reactions. The varied diets of Pokemon also reveal fascinating ecological adaptations. While some, like the docile bellsprout, derive nourishment primarily through photosynthesis, converting sunlight into energy much like terrestrial plants, others are specialized predators, their bodies finely tuned for hunting. The Pidgeot, with its keen eyesight and powerful talons, is a master of aerial predation, its aerodynamic form allowing for swift and silent dives. Even the seemingly simple act of eating is a complex biological process involving specialized digestive enzymes tailored to break down specific types of nutrients. Consider the mug, whose diet consists of various pollutants. Its digestive system must possess incredibly robust enzymes capable of neutralizing and metabolizing toxic compounds that would be lethal to most other organisms, effectively acting as a bioremediation agent within its ecosystem. This speaks to a profound level of biochemical resilience and adaptation. The phenomenon of Pokemon emitting specific elemental attacks, such as a Pikachu unleashing a thunderbolt or a Charmander breathing fire, is not merely a fantastical ability, but finds parallels in the biological world. Bioelectricity, for instance, is a well-documented phenomenon in nature, with electric eels generating powerful electrical discharges for defense and hunting. In the Pokemon realm, this bioelectricity is amplified and directed with incredible precision, perhaps through specialized organs akin to electrocytes, which are modified muscle cells that generate an electrical current. The fire expelled by a Charmander could be attributed to specialized glands that produce highly flammable compounds mixed with oxidizers and ignited upon expulsion, much like the bombardier beetle's defensive spray. These biological mechanisms, while exaggerated in the Pokemon world for dramatic effect, are rooted in plausible scientific principles, pushing the boundaries of what is known about natural biological capabilities. Even the unique vocalizations of each Pokemon, their distinctive cries and calls, serve a multitude of biological functions beyond simple communication. These sounds, often perceived as mere noises, are in fact complex acoustic signals, conveying information about identity, mood, territory, and even warnings of danger. The frequency, amplitude, and temporal patterns of these calls are often highly specific to each species, allowing for clear differentiation amidst the cacophony of a bustling ecosystem. Some Pokemon, like the Jigglypuff, utilize sound waves in a more direct and potent manner, their lullabies inducing a hypnotic state in listeners, a testament to the profound neurological impact that precisely modulated sound can have. This isn't just a charming quirk, it's a display of bioacoustics as a powerful tool for survival and interaction, echoing the echolocation abilities of bats or the complex whale songs that travel across vast ocean distances. The creation of various man made items within the Pokemon world, from the ubiquitous Pokeballs to the more specialized status healing items, also hints at an advanced understanding of material science and energetic principles. A Pokeball, for instance, must possess a remarkable ability to convert living matter into a stable, compact energy form and then back again without causing harm or molecular degradation. This implies a mastery of quantum mechanics and energy manipulation far beyond current human capabilities, perhaps utilizing principles of matter energy conversion or localized dimension compression. The precise mechanisms by which a living, breathing creature is safely contained within such a small device and then released instantly at will are a marvel of fictional engineering, suggesting a technology that seamlessly interfaces with biological entities on a fundamental level. It's a testament to the world's advanced technological infrastructure existing alongside its natural wonders. The concept of types and their inherent strengths and weaknesses, a cornerstone of the Pokemon battle system, can be viewed as a formalized ecological web, reflecting the complex interdependencies and competitive dynamics observed in natural ecosystems. A grass type Pokemon's vulnerability to fire type attacks, for example, mirrors the destructive potential of wildfire on vegetation. Conversely, a water type's efficacy against fire types reflects the extinguishing properties of water. This intricate matrix of relationships is not arbitrary, but rather a simplified yet profound representation of energy flow and material cycles within an ecosystem. It embodies the delicate balance of predator and prey, the competition for resources, and the elemental forces that shape the natural world, all distilled into an accessible and engaging system. The unique habitats of various Pokemon, from the volcanic slopes inhabited by fire types to the deep underwater trenches where water types thrive, are not merely aesthetic backdrops, but crucial determinants of their evolutionary trajectories. These environments provide specific pressures that drive natural selection, shaping the physiological and behavioral adaptations of the Pokemon that reside within them. A Pokemon evolving in a cold, mountainous region might develop a thick fur coat or specialized fat reserves to withstand low temperatures, while one in a desert might develop efficient water conservation mechanisms. This geographical speciation, driven by environmental niches, leads to the incredible diversity of Pokemon observed throughout the regions. The careful consideration of these ecological relationships paints a rich and vibrant picture of life, adapting and thriving in every conceivable corner of the world. Even the phenomenon of shiny Pokemon, those rare individuals with altered colorations, has a basis in biological reality. These variations are analogous to genetic mutations that occur naturally within populations, leading to phenotypic changes like albinism or melanism. While often purely aesthetic in the Pokemon world, such genetic variations in nature can sometimes confer advantages or disadvantages, influencing survival and reproduction. The rarity of shiny Pokemon simply highlights the statistical improbability of such specific, non-lethal mutations occurring and being passed down through generations, making them prized finds for trainers. This subtle detail grounds a fantastical element in the scientific understanding of genetic diversity and the mechanisms of inheritance. The relationship between humans and Pokemon, as depicted in the lore, is a fascinating study in interspecies coexistence and collaboration. Far from being mere tools or pets, Pokemon are portrayed as intelligent, sentient beings capable of forming deep emotional bonds with their human companions. This partnership extends beyond battles, encompassing shared adventures, mutual learning, and even symbiotic living arrangements. The ability of Pokemon to understand human language, even in a rudimentary form, and to respond to complex commands suggests a level of cognitive function that transcends typical animal intelligence, perhaps indicating a unique evolutionary pathway that has fostered advanced interspecies communication. This profound connection is a testament to the potential for harmony between different life forms, a recurring theme that resonates deeply. The concept of legendary Pokemon, often depicted as beings of immense power and cosmic significance, transcends mere biological existence. These entities, like the enigmatic Mewtwo, are often imbued with roles as guardians of natural forces, shapers of landscapes, or even arbiters of time and space. Their existence, while extraordinary, can be seen as an allegorical representation of the fundamental forces that govern the universe, personified within the Pokemon framework. They embody the awe inspiring power of nature, the mysteries of creation, and the delicate balance that maintains the cosmic order. Their infrequent appearances and profound impact on the world reinforce their status as forces of nature, reminding all of the vast, unexplored depths of existence. Their stories often weave through ancient myths and legends, passed down through generations, hinting at a history far older and more complex than humanity's own recorded past. The very act of traveling through the Pokemon world, encountering various landscapes and their inhabitants, is a journey of discovery that mirrors the human experience of exploration and learning. Each new town, each new route, presents novel challenges and opportunities, fostering growth and understanding. This journey, whether through verdant forests, snow capped mountains, or bustling cities, is a continuous process of adaptation and interaction, reflecting the dynamic nature of life itself. The consistent presence of diverse ecosystems, each with its own unique flora and fauna, underscores the incredible biodiversity of this fictional world, serving as a gentle reminder of the richness and variety that exists in our own natural world, often unnoticed in the rush of daily life. This slow, deliberate unfolding of knowledge, much like a tranquil river flowing towards the sea, carries the mind away from the shores of wakefulness into the gentle currents of repose. The subtle hum of the world, the distant chirping of unseen Pokemon, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, these ambient sounds within the Pokemon universe contribute to its immersive quality, creating a sense of presence and depth that transcends mere visual representation. These auditory cues are not arbitrary. They are carefully crafted elements that evoke specific emotions and reinforce the environmental context, from the serene chirps of a peaceful forest to the echoing calls of a vast cavern. Such sensory details, even when imagined, play a crucial role in grounding the experience, making the fantastical feel tangible and real. This attention to detail, this careful layering of sensory information, allows the subconscious to fully embrace the narrative, letting go of external distractions and drifting deeper into a state of quiet contemplation. The consistent architectural styles and cultural nuances observed across different regions within the Pokemon world, from the traditional Japanese aesthetics of Kanto to the more European influences found in later regions, speak to a rich and diverse human history. These cultural elements are not just superficial details, they influence everything from local cuisine and fashion to the specific ways in which humans interact with Pokemon. The regional variations in Pokemon species themselves often reflect these cultural and environmental distinctions, suggesting a co-evolutionary path where both humans and Pokemon have shaped each other's development. This intricate tapestry of cultural and biological diversity creates a world that feels lived in and authentic, inviting the mind to wander and explore its many facets. The concept of Pokemon centers, ubiquitous healing stations staffed by compassionate nurses, represents a profound societal commitment to the well being of all living creatures. These centers, providing free and immediate medical care to any Pokemon in need, regardless of ownership or status, highlight a societal value system that prioritizes compassion and care for life. The advanced medical technology employed within these centers, capable of rapidly healing even severe injuries and illnesses, suggests a deep understanding of Pokemon physiology and a dedication to maintaining their health. This benevolent infrastructure underscores a fundamental ethos of care and mutual support, creating a comforting sense of security within the world. The various types of Pokeballs, from the standard red and white model to specialized variants like the Great Ball or Ultra Ball, are not just aesthetically different. They represent increasingly sophisticated advancements in containment technology, specifically designed to optimize capture rates for stronger or more elusive Pokemon. This tiered system of technology, where more powerful tools are developed to meet greater challenges, mirrors the progression of scientific innovation in the real world. Each ball type likely employs subtly different energy frequencies or containment algorithms, precisely calibrated to specific Pokemon characteristics, showcasing a nuanced understanding of their individual biological and energetic signatures. This continuous refinement of technology to better interact with the natural world is a subtle but powerful theme. The passage of time in the Pokemon world, often marked by the subtle shifts in daylight and the cyclical appearance of different Pokemon, reinforces the natural rhythms of life. The day-night cycle, the changing seasons, and the migration patterns of various species all contribute to a sense of a living, breathing world, constantly in motion. This natural ebb and flow, this gentle progression of time, is inherently calming, a steady rhythm that soothes the restless mind. It reminds us of the larger cycles at play, the enduring patterns of existence that continue regardless of individual concerns, offering a comforting perspective of continuity and renewal. As these thoughts gently drift, like clouds across a boundless sky, the mind finds solace in their quiet beauty, preparing for the deep and restorative embrace of slumber. The subtle rustling of leaves in Viridian Forest, the gentle lapping of waves on the shores of Cinnabar Island, or the distant cry of a Pidgey circling overhead. These environmental soundscapes are not merely background noise, but carefully crafted elements designed to immerse and soothe. Each location within Kanto possesses its own unique auditory signature, contributing to a sense of place and atmosphere that grounds the listener. The absence of harsh, jarring sounds in many areas, reflects a deliberate design choice to foster tranquility, allowing the natural world's gentle symphony to take precedence. This mindful attention to ambient sound creates an emotional resonance, inviting a deeper connection to the world and its inhabitants. The sound of footsteps on different terrains, the soft crunch of grass, the hollow echo in a cave, the squelch of mud, further enhances this immersive experience, subtly guiding the imagination through the landscape. These auditory cues, often unnoticed consciously, work on a subconscious level to build a rich, believable environment, encouraging the mind to relax and gently explore. The concept of Pokemon evolution itself, a profound transformation that alters a creature's physical form, abilities, and often its elemental typing, is a cornerstone of the Pokemon world's biological wonder. It speaks to a deep, inherent plasticity within these creatures, a capacity for growth and change that goes beyond mere maturation. This process, often triggered by reaching a certain experience level, exposure to specific evolutionary stones, or even through the bonds of friendship, suggests a complex interplay of internal and external factors guiding development. The idea that a seemingly humble Caterpie can transform into the magnificent Butterfree, or a timid Magikarp can become the fearsome Gyarados, offers a powerful metaphor for potential and metamorphosis. It reminds us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to remarkable and unexpected transformations, a comforting thought that encourages patience and perseverance. The aesthetic changes, from subtle shifts in color and proportion to complete reconfigurations of body plan, are often visually striking, yet they always retain a core essence of the preceding form, a thread of continuity within the change. This evolutionary journey, played out countless times across the vast array of Pokemon species, is a testament to the dynamic and ever-changing nature of life itself. The various types of Pokemon, each with their own inherent strengths and weaknesses against others, create a delicate ecological balance within the Kanto region. A grass-type Pokemon, thriving in lush environments, might find itself vulnerable to the fiery breath of a fire type, which in turn might be doused by a water type. This intricate web of interactions ensures that no single type completely dominates, fostering biodiversity and encouraging strategic thinking in battles. It's a natural system of checks and balances, mirroring the complex food webs and predator-prey relationships found in real-world ecosystems. This interconnectedness emphasizes the importance of each type, no matter how seemingly small its role, in maintaining the overall health and stability of the environment. The elegant simplicity of this type chart, easily understood yet endlessly complex in its applications, provides a framework for understanding the natural world's delicate equilibrium. The stories and legends surrounding ancient Pokemon, like the mythical birds Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, or the enigmatic Mewtwo, add a layer of deep history and mystique to the Kanto region. These tales, passed down through generations, speak of powers beyond ordinary comprehension and events that shaped the very landscape. They suggest a deep past, a time when the world was perhaps wilder and more untamed, where legendary creatures roamed freely. The existence of these powerful, often unique Pokemon imbues the world with a sense of wonder and grandeur, hinting at unseen forces and ancient mysteries. The pursuit of these elusive beings by trainers and researchers alike reflects a universal human desire to understand the unknown and to connect with something larger than oneself. Even if rarely encountered, their stories cast a long shadow, enriching the lore and encouraging contemplation of the world's deeper secrets. The concept of friendship or happiness as a stat for Pokemon, influencing their performance in battle, their ability to evolve, and their overall well being, speaks to the profound emotional bonds that can form between trainer and Pokemon. It transcends the purely utilitarian aspect of training and battling, suggesting that a Pokemon's emotional state is just as vital as its physical strength or learned moves. This mechanic subtly encourages empathy and compassionate care, reinforcing the idea that Pokemon are not mere tools, but sentient beings capable of feelings and forging deep connections. The gentle act of grooming, feeding, or simply spending time with a Pokemon can strengthen this bond, a quiet affirmation of companionship. This emphasis on emotional connection elevates the narrative beyond simple competition, transforming it into a journey of shared growth and mutual respect. The various cities and towns of Kanto, each with its own distinct architecture, culture, and economic specialization, contribute to the rich tapestry of the region. Pallet Town, a quiet, idyllic starting point, contrasts sharply with the bustling metropolis of Saffron City, a hub of commerce and technology. Lavender Town, with its somber tower and lingering spirits, offers a starkly different atmosphere from the vibrant, seafaring port of Vermilion City. These unique identities create a sense of geographical diversity and cultural depth, making exploration a continuous discovery. Each settlement tells a part of the Kanto story, reflecting the lives and aspirations of its inhabitants and the Pokemon that share their spaces. The distinct musical themes associated with each location further enhance this sense of individuality, creating an auditory landscape that evokes specific moods and memories. The presence of various human organizations, from the benevolent Pokemon League to the nefarious Team Rocket, introduces elements of societal structure and conflict into the world. Team Rocket, with their ambition to exploit Pokemon for power and profit, serves as a narrative counterpoint to the ethical trainers and researchers who seek to understand and protect them. This moral dichotomy highlights the choices and responsibilities inherent in interacting with powerful creatures. It explores themes of greed, power, and the consequences of unchecked ambition, grounding the fantastical elements in relatable human struggles. The eventual triumph over such organizations reinforces the values of cooperation, integrity, and respect for life, offering a comforting resolution and a sense of justice. Those narrative arcs, while often dramatic, underscore the importance of ethical behavior and the protection of the vulnerable, creating a world where good ultimately prevails. The consistent presence of scientific research, exemplified by Professor Oak and his assistants, grounds the fantastical elements of Pokemon in a framework of inquiry and understanding. Their dedication to cataloging, studying, and understanding Pokemon behavior, biology, and ecology provides a rational lens through which to view these extraordinary creatures. The Pokedex itself, a technological marvel, represents a collective effort to document and comprehend the natural world, a continuous quest for knowledge. This scientific approach lends credibility to the world, suggesting that even the most incredible phenomena can be observed, categorized, and understood through systematic investigation. It encourages a sense of wonder combined with curiosity, fostering intellectual engagement and a desire to learn more about the world around us. The concept of hidden abilities, unique characteristics that some Pokemon possess but which are not immediately obvious, adds a layer of depth and discovery to each individual creature. These inherent talents, often subtle yet powerful, can dramatically alter a Pokemon's strategic potential, rewarding careful observation and experimentation. It suggests that there is always more to learn about a Pokemon, that their true potential might be concealed beneath the surface, waiting to be unlocked. This idea quietly encourages a deeper connection and appreciation for each Pokemon's unique traits, moving beyond superficial appearances to discover their true essence. It's a gentle reminder that every individual, regardless of initial impressions, holds hidden depths and untapped capabilities. The existence of shiny Pokemon, exceptionally rare color variations of standard species, adds an element of serendipity and wonder to encounters. These sparkling, often strikingly colored variants are purely aesthetic differences, yet their rarity makes them highly prized by trainers. This phenomenon speaks to the inherent beauty of natural variation and the joy of unexpected discovery. It's a subtle nod to the unique individualities within even a single species, a celebration of the rare and the beautiful. The gentle glint and distinctive sound that accompanies a shiny Pokemon's appearance creates a moment of quiet excitement, a small, delightful surprise in the vastness of the world, fostering a sense of lucky enchantment. The subtle narrative of environmental conservation is woven throughout the Kanto region, from the pristine beauty of untouched areas to the impact of human development. The efforts of characters like the Safari Zone Warden to protect wild Pokemon habitats or the occasional warnings about pollution underscore a gentle message about ecological responsibility. It suggests that the natural world, while resilient, requires care and protection from human activity. This underlying theme, presented without overt preaching, instills a quiet appreciation for nature and the delicate balance of ecosystems. It encourages a mindful approach to the environment, reminding us that we are all stewards of the world we inhabit. The idea of legendary Pokemon, often singular in their existence and possessing immense power, provides a focal point for much of the region's mystique. These creatures, often tied to creation myths or natural phenomena, are not merely strong, they embody fundamental forces of the world. Articuno, a master of ice, Zapdos, a controller of lightning, Moltres, a harbinger of flame. They represent the raw, untamed power of the elements. Mew, the progenitor of all Pokemon, embodies the ultimate mystery and potential. Mewtwo, a product of human ambition, reflects the ethical dilemmas of scientific advancement. These legendary figures, often only glimpsed or spoken of in hushed tones, elevate the world to a mythical plane, creating a sense of profound wonder and awe. Their existence suggests a grandeur and ancient wisdom that transcends the everyday, offering a quiet invitation to contemplate the profound forces that shape existence. The various forms of transportation within Kanto, from walking trails and bicycling paths to the SS On and the magnet train, illustrate a harmonious integration of technology and nature. These modes of travel allow for exploration and connection across the diverse landscape without overwhelming its natural beauty. The gentle rocking of a ship, the rhythmic click-clack of a train, or the quiet freedom of cycling through a forest, each offers a unique and calming way to experience the world. They represent progress that respects the environment, allowing for movement and discovery at a comfortable, unhurried pace. This thoughtful approach to infrastructure underscores a desire for accessibility and exploration, all while maintaining a gentle footprint on the land. The concept of type weaknesses and resistances among Pokemon, where certain attacks are more or less effective depending on the target's type, is a core strategic element that encourages thoughtful engagement rather than brute force. It transforms battles into puzzles, requiring trainers to consider the elemental properties of their Pokemon and their opponents. This intellectual stimulation, rather than being stressful, becomes a gentle exercise in logic and deduction. It teaches the value of observation and planning, encouraging a deeper understanding of the relationships between different elements. This intricate dance of strengths and vulnerabilities mirrors complex natural interactions, where every creature has its place in the grand design, contributing to a balanced and interesting world. The vastness of the Kanto region, with its diverse biomes ranging from forests and mountains to caves and coastlines, offers an endless canvas for mental exploration. Each area presents unique challenges, discoveries, and opportunities for quiet contemplation. The subtle changes in flora and fauna as one traverses from one environment to another create a sense of continuous journey and unfolding wonder. This rich variety ensures that the mind never tires of its surroundings, always finding new details and nuances to observe. The feeling of being able to wander through these varied landscapes, to discover their hidden corners, and observe their unique inhabitants, is inherently calming, fostering a sense of gentle adventure and expansive freedom. The gentle, often humorous dialogue of the non-player characters encountered throughout Kanto adds a layer of humanity and charm to the world. Their advice, observations, and everyday concerns create a sense of a lived-in reality, populated by relatable individuals. These brief interactions, often offering small insights into the world, or simply a friendly greeting, contribute to the welcoming atmosphere of the region. They remind us that even in a world of powerful creatures and grand adventures, the simple kindnesses and shared experiences of everyday life hold value. These fleeting connections, like brief, pleasant dreams, contribute to the overall feeling of warmth and security, gently guiding the mind towards a peaceful rest. The soft glow of evening lights in a distant town, the quiet sound of a river flowing, or the gentle rustle of a sleeping Pokemon nearby all contribute to this profound sense of peace. The subtle sensory details, imagined and real, weave together into a comforting tapestry, preparing the mind for the deep, restorative quietude of sleep. The very act of collecting and cataloging Pokemon, a pursuit central to the Kanto experience, is in itself a deeply meditative practice. The Pokedex, that invaluable electronic encyclopedia, serves as a repository of knowledge, each entry a brief, poetic snapshot of a creature's existence. As one fills its pages, the world of Kanto opens up further, revealing new layers of detail and interconnectedness. Each Pokemon has its own story, its own habitat, its own unique set of behaviors and adaptations. Learning about these individual characteristics, understanding how each species fits into the larger ecological puzzle, provides a gentle intellectual stimulation that is both engaging and utterly serene. There's a quiet satisfaction in completing an entry, in knowing a little bit more about the world around you. This process of discovery is not a frantic race, but a slow, deliberate unfolding, much like observing a flower as it gradually blooms. It encourages patience and careful observation, skills that are deeply conducive to a calm and rested mind. Consider, for example, the unassuming Caterpie, one of the first Pokemon encountered in the Viridian Forest. Its Pokedex entry speaks of its gentle nature and its preference for broadleaf forests. Its large, red antennae emitting a foul odor to deter predators. This simple description invites a mental image: a small, green larva inching its way across a leaf, perhaps startled by a sudden breeze, its antennae quivering. The transformation it undergoes into metapod and then into the elegant butterfree symbolizes growth and change, a natural progression that mirrors many cycles in the natural world. These details, though seemingly small, contribute to a rich tapestry of life where even the humblest creature has a significant role. The act of catching and training a Caterpie, watching it evolve, and then relying on it in battle creates a subtle bond, a sense of nurturing and shared experience. It's a quiet testament to the power of transformation and the inherent beauty of nature's processes. Then there is the enigmatic Abra, famed for its ability to teleport at will. Its Pokedex entry often mentions its tendency to sleep for 18 hours a day, sensing danger even in its slumber and teleporting away before fully waking. This detail paints a picture of a creature existing on the very edge of perception, a whisper in the wind, a fleeting shadow. The challenge of catching an Abra, often requiring quick thinking and a bit of luck to prevent its escape, becomes a gentle mental puzzle rather than a source of frustration. It's a game of anticipation and timing, a soft dance between trainer and Pokemon. The sheer mystery surrounding its abilities, its almost ethereal presence, contributes to a sense of wonder, reminding us that there are forces at play in the world that transcend simple understanding. This mystical element, rather than being unsettling, is curiously comforting, suggesting a depth and magic to the world that invites quiet contemplation. Even the competitive aspect of Pokemon battles, often seen as intense, can be reframed as a structured, almost ritualistic engagement. The turn-based nature of the combat allows for thoughtful strategizing rather than impulsive action. Each move is a considered choice, a response to the opponent's actions, and a step towards a desired outcome. The vibrant animations and distinct sound effects that accompany each attack are not jarring, but rather provide a rhythmic, almost hypnotic, visual and auditory experience. The crackle of an electric type attack, the whoosh of a flying type maneuver, the soft thud of a normal type tackle, these are all distinct elements in a carefully choreographed dance. The anticipation of the opponent's next move, the careful selection of an appropriate counter, and the satisfaction of a well-executed plan all contribute to a focused yet calm mental state. It's a gentle workout for the strategic mind, a way to engage with logical puzzles without the pressure of real-world consequences. The concept of friendship or happiness with a Pokemon, though not explicitly an in-game mechanic in the earliest Kanto titles, is an underlying theme that subtly influences the player's approach. The idea that a Pokemon performs better when it trusts and is cared for by its trainer reinforces values of empathy and kindness. Even in its simpler form, the act of healing a Pokemon after a battle, feeding it a berry, or simply having it in your party fosters a sense of responsibility and companionship. This gentle, nurturing aspect, the quiet understanding between trainer and Pokemon, creates a bond that transcends mere utility. It reminds us of the power of companionship and the quiet joy of shared experiences, much like the comforting presence of a beloved pet in one's own home. This intangible connection adds a layer of emotional depth to the journey, making it more than just a quest, but a shared adventure. Consider the gentle giants like Snorlax, often found blocking paths, content in its slumber. Its immense size and passive nature, its propensity for eating and sleeping, make it an endearing symbol of tranquility. The challenge of waking a Snorlax, often requiring a specific item or musical instrument, is a whimsical puzzle. It's not about brute force, but about understanding its nature. The idea of such a massive creature finding such comfort in sleep is a quiet invitation to embrace rest and peace. Snorlax, in its immense peaceful presence, almost serves as a gentle reminder to slow down, to appreciate the simple pleasures of life, and to find our own moments of profound rest. Its slow, deep breaths, if one were to imagine them, would be a soothing rhythm, a lullaby for the weary mind. The interconnectedness of the Kanto region, where different areas flow seamlessly into one another, contributes to a sense of continuous journey without abrupt transitions. The transition from the bustling lavender town, with its somber yet reflective atmosphere, to the vibrant power plant, with its hum of machinery and electric energy, is a journey of contrasts that highlights the diversity of the world. Even within the more somber locations, like the Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town, there's a sense of respectful quietude. The ethereal presence of ghost type Pokemon, often depicted as mischievous rather than menacing, adds a touch of playful mystery. The solemnity of the tower, dedicated to departed Pokemon, encourages a moment of reflection and empathy, reminding us of the cycles of life and loss, but in a gentle, almost philosophical way. It's a space for quiet contemplation, not fear, and the soft, haunting melody associated with the tower is more melancholic than frightening, acting as a gentle sonic tapestry. The various cities and towns of Kanto each possess their own unique character and charm. Pallet Town, the humble beginning, represents innocence and potential. Viridian City, with its gym and Pokemon Center, is a hub of activity. Pewter City, with its museum and rock-type gym, speaks of history and enduring strength. Cerulean City, with its tranquil waters and water-type specialists, evokes a sense of fluid grace. These distinct identities, each with their own architecture, residence, and subtle atmosphere, create a rich and varied tapestry of urban life. Moving from one town to another, observing their differences and similarities, is like turning the pages of a beloved storybook, each chapter revealing a new and interesting scene. The gentle background music that often accompanies these locations further enhances their unique ambiance, providing a calming aural backdrop to the mental exploration. The presence of legendary Pokemon, such as the majestic Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, or the enigmatic Mewtwo, adds a layer of myth and wonder to the Kanto narrative. These creatures are not merely powerful, but embody elemental forces and ancient mysteries. Their existence suggests a deeper, more profound history to the world, a magic that predates human understanding. The quest to encounter and potentially capture these legendary beings is not a frantic chase for power, but a pilgrimage, a journey of discovery that elevates the trainer beyond the everyday. The anticipation of encountering such a rare and powerful being, surrounded by an aura of mystique, creates a sense of awe and reverence. It's a reminder that even in a world filled with known wonders, there are still deeper, more ancient secrets waiting to be uncovered, offering a gentle invitation to explore the unknown with a sense of wonder rather than apprehension. The simple act of walking through tall grass, not knowing what Pokemon might appear, becomes a gentle game of chance. The rustle of the leaves, the sudden appearance of a wild creature, the brief moment of decision to battle or to flee are all small, engaging moments that punctuate the journey. It's a subtle form of interaction with the environment, a gentle reminder of the wildness and unpredictability of nature. This element of surprise, rather than being startling, is a soft ripple in the calm surface of the journey, adding a touch of excitement without disrupting the overall tranquility. Each encounter is a miniature story, a brief interaction that contributes to the larger narrative of exploration and discovery, a quiet testament to the vibrant life that thrives unseen within the green expanse. The experience of fishing, a calm and often overlooked activity in the Pokemon world, offers a profound sense of peace. Casting a line into the water, waiting patiently for a bite, the gentle tug on the rod, and the eventual reveal of a water type Pokemon. This entire process is a miniature meditation. It requires focus and stillness, and appreciation for the quiet moments. The rhythmic casting and reeling, the shimmering surface of the water, and the natural sounds that accompany such an activity create an almost hypnotic effect. It's a perfect antidote to any lingering mental agitation, a gentle invitation to simply be present in the moment, appreciating the simple beauty of a tranquil environment and the quiet thrill of a potential discovery. The soft lapping of the waves against the shore or the gentle current of a river would be the perfect accompaniment to such a peaceful activity, guiding the mind towards a state of deep relaxation. The concept of evolution itself, where a Pokemon transforms into a more powerful or different form, is a beautiful metaphor for growth and change. It's a natural progression, often triggered by experience or specific environmental factors, and it's always portrayed as a moment of triumph and development. The gentle, sparkling animation that accompanies an evolution, the brief moment of transformation, is a visually soothing spectacle. It speaks to the potential within every living creature to grow, to adapt, and to become something new and perhaps even more magnificent. This idea of continuous development, of reaching new stages and unlocking hidden strengths, is not only aspirational but also deeply comforting, suggesting that change, even in its most dramatic forms, can be a source of quiet strength and renewal. It's a quiet reassurance that progress, in its many forms, is a natural and often beautiful part of existence, gently guiding the mind towards a state of optimistic serenity. The quiet hum of a Pokemon Center, a sanctuary scattered across the Kanto region, offers another layer of gentle comfort. Within its walls, weary trainers and their Pokemon find respite. The soft glow of the healing machine, the gentle chimes signifying a full recovery, and the reassuring presence of Nurse Joy all contribute to an atmosphere of profound tranquility. It's a place where ailments are cured, strength is restored, and the journey can continue anew, unfettered by fatigue or injury. The act of healing is presented not as a medical procedure, but as a tender act of care, a testament to the bond between trainer and Pokemon. The muted conversations of other trainers, the soft cooing of Pokemon recovering in their individual capsules, all blend into a lulling backdrop, a quiet symphony of restoration. It's a place of quiet contemplation, where one can reflect on recent battles or plan future adventures, all while bathed in the gentle glow of a safe haven. This recurring motif of restoration, of always having a place to return to for rejuvenation, is incredibly soothing, removing the stress of potential setbacks and establishing a foundation of security. It reassures that even in the face of challenges, there is always a calm harbor awaiting. Consider the meticulous care taken in designing the Kanto region itself, a tapestry of diverse environments woven together with a delicate hand. From the verdant Viridian forest, with its whispering leaves and dappled sunlight, to the rugged, awe-inspiring peaks of Mount Moon, each location possesses a distinct character, yet all share an underlying harmony. The pathways, though sometimes winding, are never truly disorienting, always leading to a new discovery or a familiar landmark. The subtle changes in music as one transitions between areas further enhance this sense of immersion, each melody a gentle accompaniment to the unfolding landscape. The visual artistry, with its muted color palettes and soft edges, avoids harsh contrasts, promoting a sense of visual ease. It's a world designed to be explored at a leisurely pace, inviting contemplation rather than hurried traversal. One can almost feel the gentle breeze rustling through the tall grass, hear the distant cries of Pokémon, and smell the earthy scent of the forest floor. These sensory details, even when imagined, contribute to the immersive and calming experience, drawing one deeper into the placid embrace of the Kanto world. The deliberate pacing of the game, allowing for exploration and discovery at one's own rhythm, further enhances this feeling of gentle immersion, never rushing the player, always inviting them to simply be present. Even the concept of the Pokedex, a digital encyclopedia of all known Pokémon, offers a unique form of gentle engagement. The act of encountering, catching, and meticulously documenting each species is a methodical and satisfying pursuit. The brief description of each Pokémon, often detailing their habits, habitats, and unique characteristics, provides a window into their world, fostering a sense of curiosity and understanding. It's a quiet, scholarly pursuit, a gentle endeavor of knowledge acquisition. There's no pressure to complete it quickly, rather a steady, almost meditative process of filling its entries one by one. The satisfying click as a new Pokémon is registered, the brief flash of information, and the sense of accomplishment are all subtle yet deeply rewarding. This systematic approach to learning about the creatures of the world encourages a calm, observant mindset, a gentle curiosity that seeks to understand rather than conquer. It transforms the act of encountering wild Pokémon from a mere battle into an opportunity for quiet study and appreciation, fostering a deeper connection with the natural world of Kanto. The Pokedex, in its quiet way, encourages a gentle stewardship of the Pokemon world, fostering respect and understanding for all its inhabitants. The various towns and cities of Kanto, each with their own distinct charm, also contribute to this overarching sense of calm. Pallet Town, a quiet hamlet nestled beside the sea, evokes a feeling of nostalgic warmth and new beginnings. Viridian City, with its bustling gym and helpful residents, offers a gentle introduction to the wider world. Pewter City, with its museum and ancient history, invites a quiet contemplation of the past. Cerulean City, with its sparkling waters and graceful bridge, projects an air of serene beauty. Lavender Town, though initially tinged with a melancholic air, eventually settles into a gentle quietude, its tale a testament to remembrance and peace. Each urban center, despite its individual characteristics, maintains a sense of order and tranquility, providing a safe and welcoming space within the larger wilderness. The gentle background music in each town, specific to its character, further enhances this feeling, creating a comforting auditory tapestry. The presence of friendly NPCs, always ready with a helpful tip or a cheerful greeting, reinforces the sense of community and belonging, a quiet reassurance that one is never truly alone in this journey. These towns serve as gentle anchors, offering moments of rest and social interaction amidst the continuous exploration, a series of calm harbors in the grand journey. Even the battles themselves, often perceived as moments of intense conflict, are imbued with a certain gentle rhythm. The turn based combat, the clear presentation of options, and the relatively low stakes for most encounters mean that decisions can be made thoughtfully without the pressure of frantic action. The animations are crisp and impactful, yet never jarring, depicting the moves with a certain elegance. The cries of the Pokémon, though sometimes powerful, are never truly aggressive, but rather a vocal expression of their abilities. The strategic element encourages careful planning and observation rather than impulsive reactions, fostering a calm, analytical mindset. The satisfaction of a well executed strategy, the gentle progression of health bars, and the eventual conclusion of the battle all contribute to a feeling of controlled engagement rather than chaotic confrontation. Even in defeat, the gentle prompt to return to a Pokemon Center or use an item ensures that the journey can continue without significant disruption, maintaining the overall sense of ease. It's a structured form of engagement, a gentle dance of strategy and skill, rather than a jarring clash, allowing for a quiet appreciation of the tactical nuances. The concept of HM, or hidden machines, though sometimes a point of gentle frustration for trainers, also serves a unique purpose in fostering a sense of connection to the environment. The ability to teach a Pokemon a move like Cut to clear a path, or Surf to cross a body of water, integrates them directly into the act of exploration. It's a quiet partnership where the Pokemon's abilities are not just for battle, but for navigating and interacting with the world. The act of using an HM, the brief animation of the Pokemon performing its task, is a subtle reminder of their versatility and helpfulness, deepening the bond between trainer and companion. This gentle reliance on one's Pokemon for everyday traversal reinforces the idea of them as integral partners, not just tools for combat. It transforms obstacles into opportunities for gentle teamwork and collaboration, fostering a sense of quiet achievement when a new path is opened or a new area is accessed. It's a tangible demonstration of their utility beyond the battlefield, a quiet testament to their multifaceted contributions to the journey, gently weaving them into the very fabric of the world. The various items found throughout Kanto, from the humble potion to the rare master ball, also contribute to this feeling of gentle security and preparedness. Each item serves a clear purpose, offering a solution to a potential challenge or a means to enhance the journey. The methodical collection and organization of these items, the gentle rustle of the item bag, and the quiet satisfaction of having exactly what is needed at the right moment all contribute to a sense of calm control. There's a subtle joy in discovering a hidden item, a fleeting moment of quiet triumph. The knowledge that one is well equipped for whatever lies ahead brings a profound sense of ease, removing the anxiety of unpreparedness. The scarcity of some items and the abundance of others creates a gentle rhythm of resource management, encouraging thoughtful decision making without ever becoming overly demanding. It's a quiet testament to foresight and planning, a gentle nudge towards responsible exploration, ensuring that the journey remains smooth and comfortable. Consider the gentle allure of collecting different types of Pokeballs. Each distinct design, from the standard red and white of the Pokeball to the more specialized Great Ball and Ultra Ball, offers a subtle aesthetic pleasure. The satisfying whoosh sound as a Pokeball is thrown, the gentle wiggle as a wild Pokemon attempts to escape, and the final reassuring click as it's successfully captured. These sensory details are all crafted to be subtly engaging without being overly stimulating. The act of choosing the right Pokeball for the situation, a quiet, strategic decision, further enhances this feeling of thoughtful engagement. It's a miniature ritual of capture, a gentle dance between trainer and wild Pokemon, culminating in a moment of quiet success. The variety of Pokeballs adds a subtle layer of depth to the catching mechanic, inviting a gentle appreciation for the nuances of the interaction, a quiet testament to the art of capture. The subtle lore surrounding the legendary Pokemon of Kanto, such as the majestic trio of Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, or the enigmatic Mewtwo, is presented with a sense of quiet reverence. Their existence is often hinted at through whispers and ancient texts, building an aura of mystique without ever resorting to bombastic pronouncements. The encounters with these powerful beings, when they occur, are often solitary and deeply atmospheric, emphasizing their unique status. There's a sense of awe rather than fear, a quiet respect for their immense power and ancient lineage. The search for these legendary creatures becomes a pilgrimage, a gentle quest for profound understanding and connection with the most powerful beings in the region. Their stories are woven into the fabric of Kanto, adding a layer of quiet depth and wonder to the world, a gentle reminder of the ancient forces that shape the land. It encourages a quiet contemplation of their power and significance, fostering a sense of peaceful respect for the natural world's great mysteries. The gentle progression of the game's narrative, from a hopeful beginner in Pallet Town to a celebrated champion, unfolds at a comfortable and unhurried pace. Each gym leader battle serves as a gentle milestone, a quiet test of skill and strategy rather than an insurmountable obstacle. The challenges presented are always surmountable, encouraging perseverance without ever inducing genuine stress. The story itself is one of quiet growth and discovery, of forging bonds and overcoming personal challenges, all within a supportive and nurturing environment. There are no sudden twists or jarring plot points designed to shock, but rather a steady, comforting unfolding of events. The eventual triumph, the quiet celebration of becoming the champion, feels earned and satisfying, a gentle culmination of a peaceful journey. It's a narrative designed to soothe and inspire, a gentle affirmation of the rewards that come from steady effort and kind determination, leaving a lasting impression of calm accomplishment. Even the quiet act of naming your Pokemon, a simple yet deeply personal interaction, contributes to this sense of calm connection. The ability to give each creature a unique identifier, to bestow upon them a personal name, solidifies the bond between trainer and Pokemon. It's a gentle act of ownership and affection, a quiet acknowledgement of their individuality. This small, personal touch adds a layer of quiet intimacy to the journey, transforming each Pokemon from a mere battle companion into a cherished friend. The act of choosing a name, a moment of gentle contemplation, enhances the sense of personal investment and responsibility, fostering a deeper, more meaningful relationship with one's team. It's a gentle reminder of the personal journey being undertaken, a quiet testament to the unique connections forged along the way, fostering a profound sense of peaceful companionship. The gentle sounds of the Kanto region, from the chirping of wild Pokemon in the tall grass to the distant rush of a waterfall, form a continuous, calming auditory tapestry. These ambient noises are carefully designed to be subtle and unobtrusive, enhancing the immersion without ever becoming distracting. The rhythmic footsteps of the player character, the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind, and the occasional melodic cry of a passing bird all contribute to a sense of peaceful presence. The musical scores, composed with a gentle touch, evoke a range of emotions from serene contemplation to quiet anticipation, always maintaining an underlying sense of tranquility. There are no sudden, jarring noises, no sharp dissonances, only a continuous flow of soothing sounds that gently lull the mind into a state of relaxed awareness. Thus, auditory details create an immersive bubble of calm, allowing one to drift effortlessly through the tranquil landscapes of Kanto, a perfect sonic balm for a restless mind. The design of the individual Pokemon themselves, from their gentle animations to their expressive cries, further enhances this calming effect. Even the most formidable creatures are rendered with a certain softness, their designs often incorporating rounded edges and flowing lines. Their movements are fluid and graceful, whether they are fluttering through the air or lumbering across the ground. The cries, while distinct, are rarely harsh or aggressive, but rather melodic or even endearing. Even Pokemon known for their power, like Dragonite, possess a gentle demeanor in their typical interactions. This consistent aesthetic, prioritizing gentle forms and movements, contributes to an overall sense of visual and auditory comfort, making each encounter a pleasant experience rather than a startling one. It's a world where even the most powerful beings exist in harmony, their strength tempered by a quiet grace, offering a visual and auditory lullaby to the senses. The consistency of this gentle design throughout the entire Kanto Pokedex is a testament to the thoughtful creation of a world intended to be explored with a sense of peace and wonder. This meticulous attention to detail extends beyond the immediate sensory experience, delving into the very fabric of Kanto's lore and history. Take, for instance, the subtle ecological balance hinted at within the game, often overlooked in the rush of battle and exploration. The presence of certain Pokemon in specific routes or areas isn't random. It often reflects a delicate interplay of habitat, food sources, and environmental factors. For example, the prevalence of water type Pokemon near coastal areas or rivers is an obvious reflection of their aquatic needs, but delve deeper and you'll find more nuanced connections. Consider the relationship between Paras and Parasect. The transformation from Paras, a small insect like creature, to Parasect, where the mushrooms on its back have seemingly taken over, subtly alludes to a parasitic fungal relationship, a fascinating, if slightly unsettling, piece of natural history woven into the fantastical. This silent narrative, portraying a complex ecosystem where life and adaptation are constantly in flux, adds a layer of depth that enriches the imaginative landscape of Kanto, inviting a gentle contemplation of its natural laws. The evolution process itself, a cornerstone of the Pokemon world, is presented not as a sudden, violent transformation, but often as a gradual, almost meditative unfolding of potential. Think of the serene beauty of a Caterpie evolving into a metapod, a state of quiet chrysalis before its final emergence as the graceful butterfree. This multi-stage evolution, particularly common among early game Pokemon, teaches patience and observation, subtly reinforcing the idea that growth and change are often processes that require time and gentle care. The act of watching a Pokemon evolve, accompanied by a soft, shimmering animation and a tranquil sound effect, instills a sense of quiet wonder, a peaceful acknowledgement of natural progression. It's a gentle metaphor for personal development, suggesting that even the smallest beginnings can lead to magnificent transformations, given the right environment and sufficient time. This patient unfolding of potential is a recurring theme, inviting a calm acceptance of development at its own pace. Even the concept of rarity in Kanto is handled with a gentle touch. Finding a genuinely rare Pokemon isn't about frantic searching or intense competition. It's often a matter of quiet persistence, a calm exploration of every patch of grass, every cave chamber. The thrill of encountering a legendary Pokemon, such as the enigmatic Mewtwo hidden deep within Cerulean Cave, isn't about triumph over an adversary, but about the quiet awe of discovery. The journey to these rare encounters is often more significant than the encounter itself, filled with moments of peaceful exploration and growing anticipation. The legendaries themselves, powerful as they are often depicted as beings of immense wisdom and ancient power, inspiring reverence rather than fear. Their narratives, often steeped in myth and legend, paint them as guardians or ancient forces, existing in a state of quiet equilibrium with the world around them. This reverence for the rare and powerful cultivates a respectful attitude towards the unknown, fostering a sense of humble curiosity rather than aggressive pursuit. Consider the gentle interplay of types, a foundational element of Pokemon battles. While battles are central, the type system itself introduces a layer of strategic thought that encourages careful planning and understanding rather than brute force. Recognizing that a water type move is super effective against a fire type opponent isn't a complex calculation, but a simple, intuitive understanding of elemental interactions. This gentle introduction to strategic thinking based on easily discernible patterns allows players to engage with the challenge of battle without feeling overwhelmed. It's a system that rewards thoughtful consideration over impulsive action, fostering a calm, analytical approach to problem solving. This underlying logic provides a sense of order and predictability, transforming potential chaos into a structured, understandable challenge, making the often intense world of battling a more manageable and even meditative experience. The gentle mentorship offered by characters like Professor Oak further contributes to this calming atmosphere. His role is not one of an imposing authority figure, but rather a benevolent guide, offering gentle advice and encouragement. His initial gift of a Pokemon, a moment of profound significance, is presented with a quiet solemnity, marking the beginning of a peaceful journey rather than a demanding quest. His occasional calls to check on progress are not critical evaluations, but rather gentle nudges of encouragement, reinforcing the idea that the journey is personal and the pace is self determined. This supportive framework, devoid of harsh judgment or external pressure, allows for a more relaxed and enjoyable exploration of the Kanto region, fostering a sense of security and belonging. This gentle guidance establishes a foundation of trust and understanding, allowing the player to navigate the world with a sense of quiet confidence. Even the concept of rivalry in Kanto is often portrayed with a gentle, almost playful overtone. While the rival character, Blue, certainly pushes the player to improve, his challenges are rarely presented as malicious or deeply antagonistic. Instead, they serve as gentle benchmarks, opportunities to test one's growth and learn from experience. The encounters with Blue are often brief and to the point, focusing on the battle itself rather than prolonged conflict. His presence acts as a gentle spur, encouraging self improvement without fostering resentment, emphasizing a healthy competitive spirit rather than destructive animosity. This nuanced depiction of rivalry underscores the idea that even challenges can be approached with a sense of calm determination and mutual respect, turning potential friction into productive growth. The towns and cities of Kanto, each with its unique character, contribute to this overall sense of peaceful exploration. Pallet Town, the gentle starting point, evokes a sense of idyllic simplicity. Viridian City provides a slightly larger hub, but still maintains a charming provincial feel. Pewter City, with its museum and rock-type gym, suggests a quiet history and geological stability. Each location, from the bustling Lavender Town with its poignant Pokémon Tower to the vibrant Saffron City with its towering Silphco building, possesses a distinct atmosphere, yet all are infused with a sense of measured activity rather than overwhelming haste. There's always a gentle hum of life, never a jarring cacophony. The background music in each town, carefully crafted to reflect its unique essence, further enhances this feeling, creating a continuous, gentle auditory backdrop that invites lingering and quiet observation. These carefully designed environments offer a constant source of quiet contemplation, each a miniature world to be gently explored and understood. The act of fishing, a tranquil pastime in the Pokemon world, perfectly embodies this calming ethos. Equipping a fishing rod and casting it into the water, waiting patiently for a bite, is an exercise in quiet contemplation. The gentle bobbing of the lure, the anticipation of a tug, and the eventual capture of a water-type Pokemon provide a simple, repeatable pleasure, a momentary escape from any larger objectives. It's a reminder that not every interaction needs to be a grand adventure. Sometimes, the quiet moments of simple activity are the most rewarding. This gentle diversion offers a moment of peaceful respite, allowing for a quiet appreciation of the simpler joys within the game. It's a small, yet significant element that reinforces the idea of finding calm in routine, a gentle rhythm for the mind. Even the post game experience in Kanto, often characterized by more challenging encounters, maintains this underlying serenity. The exploration of the unknown dungeon, home to the legendary Mewtwo, is presented as a solitary and contemplative journey, a test of one's preparedness rather than a frantic race. The challenge of catching all 150 Pokemon, the ultimate goal for many, is a long term endeavor, encouraging meticulous tracking and patient searching. It's not a task to be rushed, but rather a steady, methodical pursuit, a gentle exercise in completion and dedication. The reward lies not just in the accomplishment itself, but in the quiet satisfaction of having thoroughly explored and understood the entirety of the Kanto region. This sustained engagement, devoid of intense pressure, fosters a lasting sense of quiet achievement and fulfillment. The world of Kanto, in its entirety, functions as a gentle, intricate mechanism, each part contributing to a seamless experience of calm and discovery. The very concept of the Pokemon Center, a ubiquitous and essential location, is designed to be a haven of calm and restoration. The gentle, welcoming music, the helpful nurses, and the immediate healing of one's entire team create an instant sense of relief and security. It's a place where one can pause, regroup, and prepare for the next leg of their journey without stress or urgency. The consistent and reliable presence of these centers provides a comforting anchor in the world, a gentle reminder that help and solace are always close at hand. This constant availability of care and rejuvenation is a powerful element in maintaining the game's calming atmosphere, ensuring that even after the most challenging battles, a peaceful recovery is just a few steps away. It's a quiet sanctuary, a place of peace and gentle healing for both Pokemon and trainer, reinforcing the theme of care and restoration. The subtle narrative threads woven throughout the Kanto region, often discovered through conversations with non player characters or environmental clues, add a layer of gentle intrigue without ever becoming overly complex or demanding. The story of Mr. Fuji and the Pokemon Tower, for instance, hints at the themes of loss and remembrance, but these are handled with a delicate sensitivity, fostering empathy rather than distress. The various tales of ancient Pokemon and their legendary exploits, often recounted by elderly villagers or historians, enrich the world with a sense of timelessness and wonder, inviting gentle speculation and imaginative engagement. These background stories contribute to the depth of the world without requiring intense focus, allowing for a more relaxed and open-ended engagement with the lore. They are like gentle whispers of history, inviting a quiet contemplation of the past and its enduring echoes in the present. The methodical process of organizing one's Pokemon in the PC storage system, a task often performed in silence, offers a moment of quiet reflection and planning. Deciding which Pokemon to keep, which to train, and which to store away involves a gentle strategic consideration. This act of careful management, essential for building a balanced team, becomes a meditative task, a quiet moment of order amidst the broader adventure. It's a small, yet significant aspect of the game that encourages thoughtful decision making and a sense of gentle control over one's resources. This quiet organizational aspect reinforces the idea of methodical progression, adding another layer to the overall calming experience, where even logistical tasks are imbued with a sense of peaceful order. Even the less frequent challenges, such as navigating the safari zone with its unique catching mechanics, are framed in a way that encourages patient observation rather than aggressive pursuit. The limited steps, the choice between bait and rocks, and the unpredictable nature of the wild Pokemon all contribute to an experience that values gentle strategy and a calm acceptance of outcomes. It's a departure from traditional battles, offering a different kind of gentle engagement with the Pokemon world, one that rewards patience and a light touch. This change of pace and approach further diversifies the calming experiences offered, ensuring that even moments of increased engagement maintain a subtle sense of ease. The gentle progression of gaining experience points and leveling up, a constant undercurrent throughout the journey, provides a continuous sense of quiet accomplishment. Each battle, each successful capture, contributes to the gradual growth of one's Pokemon, a tangible representation of progress. This steady accumulation of strength, often accompanied by a quiet fanfare and a gentle stat increase, offers a consistent reassurance of forward momentum without ever feeling rushed or pressured. It's a subtle reward system that reinforces the value of consistent effort and steady improvement, fostering a sense of quiet satisfaction in the journey itself. This continuous, yet gentle feedback loop of growth and development is a core component of Kanto's calming allure, transforming every small step into a quiet victory. The entire Kanto experience, from its fundamental game mechanics to its overarching narrative, is meticulously crafted to produce a continuous, gentle flow of peaceful engagement, a world where calm exploration and quiet discovery are paramount. The architectural design of the Kanto region's various towns and cities also plays a subtle yet significant role in fostering this sense of tranquility. Palette Town, with its understated design and natural color palette, immediately conveys a feeling of home and simplicity. Its few buildings, including the player's house and Professor Oak's laboratory, are arranged in a way that feels organic and inviting, devoid of any overwhelming urban sprawl. This gentle introduction sets the tone for the entire region, suggesting a world where nature and civilization coexist harmoniously. Viridian City, while slightly larger, maintains a similar approachable scale. Its Pokemon Center and Pokemart are easily accessible, and the pathways leading out to surrounding routes are clearly defined, offering a sense of direction without feeling labyrinthine. The architecture here is functional yet aesthetically pleasing, with modest structures that blend into the landscape rather than dominating it. Even the larger cities, like Saffron City, with its towering Sylph Code building, maintain an underlying sense of order. The grid-like street layout, while indicative of urban planning, allows for straightforward navigation, reducing potential stress or confusion. The buildings, though more numerous, often share a common design language, contributing to a cohesive and visually calming environment. Celadon City, known for its department store and casino, despite being a hub of activity, still manages to exude a gentle charm. The natural elements, like the city's large park, provide pockets of serene green space, offering a visual respite from the commercial areas. This careful balancing of urban development with natural beauty is a recurring theme throughout Kanto, ensuring that even bustling locations retain a degree of peacefulness. The design philosophy seems to prioritize clarity, accessibility, and harmonious integration with the surrounding natural world, all contributing to a consistently low stimulation and calming visual experience. The soundscape of Kanto further enhances this tranquil atmosphere. The iconic musical scores composed by Junichi Masuda are renowned for their soothing qualities. The gentle melody of Pallet Town immediately evokes a sense of nostalgia and peace, setting a calming emotional precedent for the journey ahead. As one ventures onto Route 1, the music shifts to a slightly more adventurous, yet still gentle tune, encouraging exploration without ever feeling frantic. Each town and route theme is carefully crafted to reflect its unique character while maintaining an overarching sense of calm. The music of Viridian Forest, for instance, utilizes delicate, almost ethereal tones, perfectly complementing the quiet rustling of leaves and the subtle chirping of unseen Pokémon, creating an immersive and relaxing auditory experience. Even during battles, the music, while more energetic, never becomes overly aggressive or jarring. The battle themes, particularly against wild Pokemon, maintain a consistent tempo and melodic structure that, while signaling a challenge, do not induce undue stress. Instead, they provide a rhythmic backdrop to the strategic turn based combat, allowing for focused decision making. The sound effects, too, are designed with careful consideration. The gentle thwip of a Pokeball opening, the soft chime of a level up, and the distinct cries of each Pokemon are all rendered with a clarity and subtlety that avoids any harshness. Even the sound of walking through tall grass, a constant companion on many routes, is a soft, rhythmic rustle, contributing to the overall sense of peaceful forward momentum. The absence of jarring noises or sudden, loud sound events ensures that the auditory experience remains consistently low stimulation, allowing for prolonged periods of gentle immersion without fatigue. This meticulous attention to auditory detail ensures that the soundscape of Kanto is not merely background noise, but an active contributor to the game's calming and reflective nature, providing a constant, gentle accompaniment to the player's journey. The lore surrounding certain Pokemon within the Kanto region also contributes to the sense of quiet wonder and gentle exploration. Take, for instance, the legend of Mew and Mewtwo. While Mewtwo represents a powerful, artificially created entity, its existence is rooted in the gentle mystery surrounding Mew, a mythical Pokemon said to possess the DNA of all other Pokemon. The pursuit of Mew, a creature so elusive that its existence is almost whispered in hushed tones, creates an air of profound, gentle curiosity. The notion of a Pokemon that embodies the very essence of life and genetic potential is a concept that invites quiet contemplation rather than aggressive pursuit. The journey to discover its secrets, often involving meticulous research and exploration, aligns perfectly with the game's emphasis on patient discovery. Similarly, the ancient Pokemon like Kabuto and Omanite, discovered as fossils and brought back to life, introduce a gentle historical dimension to the world. The idea of resurrecting creatures from a bygone era speaks to a fascination with the past and the enduring nature of life. The process of taking a fossil to a laboratory and witnessing its gentle reanimation is a moment of quiet scientific marvel, connecting the player to a deeper, more ancient history of the Pokemon world. This gentle unveiling of ancient secrets and the revival of extinct species adds a layer of quiet wonder and reverence for the natural world's vast timeline. The subtle environmental storytelling in Kanto also enhances the calming atmosphere. Consider the various ruins and abandoned structures scattered throughout the region. The Cinnabar Island Pokemon Mansion, for example, is not merely a haunted house, but a place filled with diaries and notes detailing the scientific endeavors that led to the creation of Mewtwo. Exploring its decaying corridors and reading the fragmented accounts offers a somber yet deeply engaging narrative experience. There is no urgency or threat beyond the wild Pokemon encountered. Instead, it's an invitation to piece together a story, to understand the motivations and consequences of past actions. This gentle archaeological exploration, devoid of jump scares or intense pressure, allows for a quiet contemplation of scientific ethics and the passage of time. Similarly, the abandoned power plant, with its flickering lights and silent machinery, tells a story of technological ambition and eventual decay. The presence of electric-type Pokemon inhabiting the derelict facility adds a touch of natural reclamation, suggesting that even in abandonment, life finds a way to adapt and thrive. These environmental details are not presented with grand pronouncements, but rather as subtle clues, inviting players to observe, reflect, and construct their own understanding of the world's history and ongoing processes. This quiet narrative technique fosters a deeper connection to the game world, encouraging thoughtful engagement rather than simply rushing from objective to objective. The world feels lived in, with layers of history subtly woven into its fabric, offering endless opportunities for gentle discovery and introspection. Even the presentation of the Pokemon themselves, particularly in their Pokedex entries, contributes to this calming, factual, and gently informative experience. Each entry is concise, providing a brief yet evocative description of the Pokemon's characteristics, habitat, and sometimes its unique abilities or behaviors. There is no hyperbole or sensationalism. Instead, the entries offer a straightforward, almost scientific observation, encouraging a sense of gentle curiosity about each creature. For example, the Pokedex entry for Caterpie, describing its voracious appetite and ability to camouflage itself in leaves, is a simple yet effective way to introduce a basic ecological concept. This factual approach transforms the act of catching and cataloging Pokemon into a gentle scientific endeavor, where each new entry contributes to a broader understanding of the region's biodiversity. The entries for more powerful or legendary Pokemon, while hinting at their extraordinary nature, still maintain a degree of groundedness. They might speak of mythical powers or ancient origins, but always within a context that feels like a natural part of the world's lore, rather than an otherworldly spectacle. This consistent tone across all Pokedex entries reinforces the idea of Kanto as a cohesive, understandable ecosystem where every creature, from the smallest Weedle to the majestic Zapdos, has its place and its own unique story, waiting to be gently discovered and appreciated. The act of completing the Pokedex, therefore, becomes a quiet, comprehensive study of the region's natural inhabitants, a gentle quest for knowledge and understanding that underpins the entire Kanto experience. This methodical collection and observation of information aligns perfectly with the game's overall calming rhythm, transforming what could be a frantic race into a deliberate, satisfying accumulation of knowledge. The gentle progression of the Pokedex further enhances the sense of steady, continuous advancement, each new entry a quiet victory that builds upon the last, fostering a deep and abiding sense of accomplishment without ever feeling overwhelming. The subtle details extend far beyond Pokedex entries, weaving into the very fabric of the game's design, creating a world rich with unspoken narratives and gentle implications. Consider the evolution mechanics, for instance. While seemingly a straightforward level up system, it subtly mirrors natural biological processes, albeit in an accelerated, fantastical manner. A Caterpie's transformation into a metapod and then into a butterfree is a beautiful, albeit condensed, representation of metamorphosis observed in the insect world. This natural parallel lends a quiet credibility to the fantastical elements, grounding them in something familiar and understandable. The fact that many Pokemon evolve through specific conditions, such as friendship, exposure to elemental stones, or even trading, adds further layers of gentle complexity. These conditions whisper tales of connection and interaction within the Pokemon world. Friendship evolutions, like that of Chansey into Blissey in later generations, or even the subtle affection mechanics present in Kanto that hint at a deeper bond, speak to the emotional intelligence of these creatures and the reciprocal relationship between trainer and Pokemon. It's a gentle reminder that nurturing and care yield positive outcomes, a soothing message woven into the gameplay itself. Evolutionary stones, discovered in various locations throughout Kanto, introduce a fascinating element of environmental influence on development. A firestone found near Cinnabar Island's volcanic activity, or a water stone often located near aquatic environments, suggests a subtle ecological link between the stone's energy and the Pokemon it affects. This isn't just a magical item, it's an item with a plausible, albeit fantastical, origin story tied to the very landscape of Kanto. The idea that certain Pokemon, like Eevee, possess the genetic plasticity to react to these elemental energies and adapt their forms accordingly speaks to a remarkable biological diversity within the Pokemon world, encouraging a quiet wonder at evolution's potential. These subtle connections between environment, item, and evolution reinforce the idea of a deeply interconnected world where every element plays a role in the grand scheme of things. Even the concept of Pokemon types, a cornerstone of the battle system, is presented in a way that feels inherently logical and derived from natural principles. The rock, paper, scissors dynamic of strengths and weaknesses mirrors ecological food chains and natural resistances. Water douses fire, fire burns grass, grass absorbs water. These are intuitive relationships rooted in our understanding of the natural world. Electric types thrive on energy. Flying types soar above the ground. Ground types are solid and resistant. This elegant system provides a framework for strategic thinking that feels less like memorizing arbitrary rules and more like understanding a natural order. It's a gentle intellectual puzzle, encouraging observation and logical deduction rather than brute force. The subtle interplay of types within Kanto's environment further enhances this naturalistic feel. Water Pokemon are abundant near lakes and oceans, grass types in forests, and ground types in caves or mountainous regions. This spatial distribution reinforces the ecological realism, making the world feel cohesive and thoughtfully designed. The consistent application of these type advantages across all Pokemon, from the most common to the rarest, creates a stable and predictable environment for learning and mastering the battle system, providing a calming sense of control and understanding. The presence of various human characters throughout Kanto also contributes to this rich, understated lore. Each NPC, from the unassuming bug catcher in Viridian Forest to the wise old man blocking the path to the Safari Zone, adds a tiny brushstroke to the larger canvas of the Pokemon world. Their dialogue, though often brief, provides glimpses into their lives, their beliefs, and their interactions with Pokemon. The old man who teaches you how to catch a Pokemon in Viridian City isn't just a tutorial. He's a representative of a generation that understands and respects these creatures, passing down knowledge with a gentle patience. The trainers and gyms, while formidable opponents, are also presented as respected figures within their communities, their expertise a testament to dedication and understanding. Their unique personalities and preferred Pokemon types subtly hint at their own life stories and connections to the region. Brock, the rock solid leader of Pewter Gym, embodies strength and resilience, much like the rock Pokemon he favors. Misty, the spirited Cerulean city leader, is fluid and adaptable, mirroring her water type companions. These subtle characterizations add depth to the world without ever resorting to excessive exposition, inviting players to infer and imagine. The very architecture and design of the towns and cities in Kanto also tell a silent story. Pallet Town, a quiet, idyllic village, perfectly sets the tone for a journey of discovery. Its name, suggesting a blank canvas, metaphorically represents the player's fresh start. Viridian City, with its Pokemon Center and Mart, feels like a first hub, a gentle introduction to the necessities of a trainer's life. Pewter City, with its museum dedicated to fossils and ancient Pokemon, quietly speaks of the region's deep history and prehistoric past. The museum isn't just a decorative element, it's a repository of knowledge, inviting quiet contemplation about life forms that roamed Kanto long before the present day. This subtle inclusion of paleontological history adds another dimension to the world, suggesting a timeline that stretches far beyond human memory. Lavender Town, with its somber music and Pokemon Tower, offers a poignant reflection on loss and remembrance. It's a place of quiet reverence where the spirits of departed Pokemon are honored. This acknowledges a deeper, more emotional aspect of the human Pokemon bond, gently exploring themes of life and death in a respectful manner. The contrasting, vibrant energy of Celadon City, with its department store and casino, showcases the bustling modern side of Kanto, hinting at the diversity of human pursuits and leisure activities. Even the subtle variations in housing styles and landscaping between towns contribute to a sense of regional identity, making each location feel distinct and uniquely inhabited. The geographical layout of Kanto itself is a masterclass in subtle world building. The progression from the gentle plains of Route 1 to the challenging heights of Victory Road feels natural and organic. The winding paths, hidden groves, and treacherous caves aren't just obstacles, they are integral parts of the ecosystem, each with its own unique set of Pokemon and environmental challenges. The presence of Mount Moon, a prominent landmark, not only offers a unique environment for rock and ground type Pokemon, but also serves as a subtle gateway to a different part of the region, its tunnels hinting at deeper geological formations and hidden treasures within. The Seafoam Islands, with their icy caverns and aquatic inhabitants, present a stark contrast to the volcanic Cinnabar Island, showcasing the extreme diversity of Kanto's climate and topography. This geographical variety isn't just for aesthetic pleasure, it creates distinct habitats for different Pokémon, reinforcing the ecological balance of the region. The interconnectedness of these locations, through routes, caves, and waterways, creates a sense of a truly expansive and explorable world where every journey is a gentle adventure. The slow, deliberate pacing of travel, especially in the earlier games, encourages players to take in their surroundings, to observe the subtle changes in flora and fauna, and to appreciate the journey as much as the destination. There's no rush, no pressure, just the open road and the promise of new discoveries around every bend. Even the music of Kanto plays a crucial role in establishing this calming, factual atmosphere. The melodies are often gentle, repetitive, and evocative, designed to enhance the sense of place without being overly intrusive. The iconic theme of Pallet Town immediately instills a sense of nostalgia and peaceful beginnings. The slightly more energetic, yet still understated battle themes provide just enough tension and excitement without ever becoming jarring or overwhelming. Lavender Town's melancholic tune is a perfect example of music conveying emotion and atmosphere without needing words, inviting a quiet contemplation. The subtle shifts in instrumentation and tempo as you move between different areas create an auditory landscape that complements the visual one, subtly guiding the player's emotional journey. This careful attention to the soundscape contributes significantly to the overall sense of immersion, drawing the player deeper into the world in a gentle and non aggressive way. The repetition of certain musical motifs across different towns and routes creates a sense of familiarity and continuity, subtly reinforcing the idea of a cohesive and interconnected region. It's a comforting auditory blanket, enveloping the player in the world of Kanto and encouraging a relaxed state of mind. The subtle introduction of legendary Pokemon within Kanto also adheres to this philosophy of understated grandeur. Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres are not presented as world ending threats or beings of unimaginable power that demand immediate attention. Instead, they are elusive, almost mythical figures, residing in remote, challenging locations. Their existence is hinted at through whispers and rumors, their presence felt more through their absence and the difficulty in reaching their lairs. The journey to find them is an adventure in itself, a test of skill and perseverance, rather than a frantic race. The power they possess is immense, but it is presented as a natural force, an integral part of Kanto's ecological balance, rather than an arbitrary display of might. They are guardians of their respective elements, existing in harmony with the world, even if their power is awe-inspiring. This subtle approach makes encountering them feel like a profound discovery, a quiet communion with something ancient and majestic rather than a forced confrontation. Even the enigmatic Mewtwo, a creature of incredible power, is introduced through the lingering traces of human experimentation, a cautionary tale woven into its very being. Its existence speaks to the power and potential dangers of scientific ambition, a factual and thought provoking narrative embedded within its lore. These legendary Pokemon are not just powerful creatures, they are living legends, embodiments of Kanto's deeper lore and history, waiting to be respectfully encountered and understood. Their existence adds a layer of quiet mystery and wonder to the world, inviting players to delve deeper into the region's hidden truths. The presence of the Pokemon Professor, Professor Oak, as a guiding figure further reinforces the calming factual essence of the Kanto experience. He is not a demanding taskmaster, but a gentle mentor, encouraging exploration and observation. His role is to educate, to inspire curiosity, and to provide the tools necessary for understanding the world of Pokemon. His research is presented as a noble pursuit, driven by a genuine love for these creatures and a desire to understand their place in the ecosystem. His Pokedex, the primary tool for cataloging Pokemon, is framed as a scientific instrument, a means of collecting data and contributing to a greater understanding of the world. His gentle encouragement and consistent presence throughout the journey provide a stable, comforting anchor, reminding the player of the overarching goal to explore, to learn, and to appreciate the natural wonders of Kanto. He embodies the spirit of gentle scientific inquiry, a constant, reassuring presence in a world full of discovery. His calm demeanor and intellectual curiosity set a peaceful tone for the entire adventure, framing the player's journey not as a conquest, but as a collaborative exploration of a fascinating world. The very act of filling the Pokedex becomes a meditative process, a slow and deliberate gathering of information, each entry a small piece of a larger, intricate puzzle. It's a journey of quiet observation, of patient encounters, and of respectful interaction with the diverse inhabitants of the Kanto region. Each Pokemon, from the smallest Caterpie to the mightiest Dragonite, has its own unique story, its own set of biological facts, and its own place within the interconnected web of life. The Pokedex entries themselves are often concise yet evocative, offering glimpses into their habits, their habitats, and their ecological roles. Take, for instance, the unassuming Caterpie, a creature often overlooked but deeply significant. Its Pokedex entry speaks of its voracious appetite for leaves, its ability to quickly evolve, and its distinguishing antennae, which serve as a means of navigation and scent detection. These aren't just arbitrary details. They paint a picture of a creature perfectly adapted to its environment, a crucial link in the food chain, and a testament to the efficient designs found in nature. Its transformation into Metapod and then Butterfree is a classic example of metamorphosis, a biological process found in countless real-world insects, underscoring the factual underpinnings of even the most fantastical elements of Pokemon. The gentle flutter of Butterfree's wings, its ability to scatter poisonous powder, and its migration patterns all contribute to a vivid and ecologically sound understanding of its place in the world. Then there's the iconic Pikachu, a creature whose fame transcends the boundaries of the game, yet its in-game lore remains grounded in subtle, factual details. Its Pokedex entry mentions its ability to store electricity in its cheek pouches, a biological marvel that allows it to unleash powerful electric shocks. This isn't just a fantastical ability, it's presented as a natural bodily function, akin to a real-world electric eel's specialized organs. The fact that its tail acts as a ground, preventing it from shocking itself, further reinforces the scientific plausibility, creating a sense of a living, breathing organism with intricate biological mechanisms. Its preference for apples, its occasional tendency to shock itself when surprised, and its communal nesting habits all contribute to a quiet but rich tapestry of factual details that build a compelling and believable creature. Even the subtle hum it emits when charging electricity, a detail sometimes only inferred through observation, adds to its realistic portrayal. The relationship between Pikachu and its evolutionary line, Pichu and Raichu, also offers a glimpse into the intricacies of Pokemon evolution. Pichu, the pre evolution, is depicted as still learning to control its electrical power, sometimes accidentally shocking itself, a gentle nod to the developmental stages of young animals. Raichu, the fully evolved form, is presented as having perfected its electrical control, harnessing its power with precision and grace. This evolutionary progression mirrors the natural growth and development observed in real world species, adding a layer of biological realism to the fantastical concept of evolution. Consider also the geological and environmental diversity of Kanto, subtly woven into the fabric of the game. The fiery depths of Cinnabar Island's Pokemon Mansion, a testament to volcanic activity and the remnants of scientific research, presents a factual basis for the presence of fire-type Pokemon. The cooling lava flows and the potential for geothermal energy are implied, giving a sense of a dynamic and geologically active region. The rock tunnel, with its dark, winding passages and the need for the flash ability, highlights the geological features of underground caverns, formed over millennia through natural processes. The presence of rock and ground type Pokemon in such areas reinforces their ecological niche, their adaptations for living in subterranean environments. The vast expanse of the ocean, teeming with water type Pokemon, speaks to the immense biodiversity found in marine ecosystems. The variety of fish, crustaceans, and cephalopods, each with their own unique adaptations for aquatic life, mirrors the incredible diversity found in our own oceans. The very existence of surfing as a means of travel across water bodies, while a game mechanic, subtly reinforces the idea of a vast, interconnected aquatic environment. The cycling road, a testament to human engineering coexisting with nature, provides a gentle narrative of infrastructure development within a natural landscape. Even the subtle variations in Pokemon encounters based on time of day, a concept introduced later in the series, but hinted at through the cyclical nature of real-world ecosystems, speaks to the dynamic rhythms of nature. The presence of the various gym leaders, while serving as game progression milestones, also quietly functions as a way to illustrate the diverse specializations within the Pokemon world. Brock, the rock-type specialist, is depicted as a sturdy and dependable individual, mirroring the resilient nature of his chosen Pokemon. Misty, the water-type trainer, embodies the fluidity and grace often associated with aquatic creatures. Their personalities and fighting styles are not just arbitrary. They reflect the inherent characteristics of the Pokemon types they master, adding a layer of thematic coherence. These aren't just opponents, they are skilled practitioners, individuals who have dedicated themselves to understanding and nurturing specific types of Pokemon. Their gyms are not just battle arenas, they are often themed environments that reflect the natural habitats of their chosen Pokemon. Brock's gym, for instance, is built into a rock face, a subtle nod to the rugged terrains where rock-type Pokemon thrive. Misty's gym, with its pool and aquatic decorations, clearly evokes a watery environment, the natural home of her Pokemon. These details, though seemingly minor, contribute to a sense of place and authenticity within the Kanto region, making the world feel richer and more believable. The concept of Pokemon abilities, introduced in later generations but subtly present in the inherent characteristics of Kanto Pokémon, also adds to the factual grounding. For example, a grass-type Pokemon's natural resistance to ground-type attacks, or a fire-type Pokemon's vulnerability to water-type moves, are not just arbitrary game mechanics. They are presented as natural phenomena, akin to real-world elemental interactions. Fire is extinguished by water. Rocks can be eroded by water or grass growing through them. These relationships are intuitive and ecologically sound, mirroring the natural world's complex system of checks and balances. The concept of stab, or same type attack bonus, where a Pokemon using a move of its own type receives a power boost, can be seen as a subtle representation of increased proficiency and mastery. A Pokemon specializing in its natural element would naturally be more adept at wielding its inherent powers, much like a real-world animal excelling in behaviors natural to its species. Even the quieter, more mundane aspects of the game contribute to this calming, factual narrative. The act of fishing, for instance, is presented as a patient and tranquil activity, mirroring the real-world pursuit. The variety of fishing rods, each attracting different Pokemon, subtly suggests the different depths and environments where various aquatic creatures reside. The quiet waiting, the gentle tug on the line, and the eventual capture of a Pokemon all evoke a sense of peaceful observation and the simple joy of connecting with nature. The presence of items like berries, which can heal Pokemon or provide other benefits, quietly reinforces the idea of foraging and medicinal plants, a natural aspect of many ecosystems. The bicycle, a simple mode of transportation, encourages a gentle pace of exploration, allowing the player to observe the surroundings at a leisurely speed. The sounds of the environment, the rustling of grass, the chirping of Pokemon, the gentle lapping of water, all contribute to an immersive and calming auditory landscape that reinforces the natural world setting. These aren't just background elements, they are integral parts of the Kanto experience, grounding the fantastical elements in a quiet, believable reality. The narrative of evolution itself, while accelerated in the game, is presented as a natural progression, a metamorphosis driven by experience and growth. The chrysalis stage of Metapod, the shedding of skin by Akins, or the rapid growth of Charmander into Charmeleon and then Charizard, all draw parallels to biological processes observed in the real world. The idea that a Pokemon changes its form and abilities as it matures, growing stronger and adapting to its environment, is a fundamental concept in biology. The Pokedex entries often describe these changes in detail, providing a factual basis for the transformations. For instance, the entry for Metapod might mention its hardened shell, a protective measure during its vulnerable pupal stage, while Butterfree's entry would detail its fully developed wings and newfound aerial agility. These details ground the fantastical concept of evolution in a framework of biological realism, making it feel like a natural and understandable process within the Pokemon world. The quiet understanding that the world of Kanto is a living, breathing ecosystem constantly in flux, is a calming undercurrent throughout the entire experience. The cycle of day and night, even if not explicitly shown in the original games, is implied through the behavior of certain Pokemon and the general sense of an active, dynamic environment. The presence of various biomes, forests, mountains, caves, oceans, and urban areas, each with its own distinct flora and fauna, reinforces the concept of ecological diversity. The Pokemon inhabiting these areas are perfectly adapted to their surroundings, a testament to the power of natural selection and evolutionary pressures. This factual underpinning, subtly presented through gameplay and lore, creates a world that feels coherent and believable, even with its fantastical elements. It's a world that invites quiet contemplation and respectful exploration, a place where understanding and appreciation of nature are subtly encouraged. The entire game, in its gentle pacing and focus on discovery, offers a subtle lesson in ecological awareness and the interconnectedness of all living things, a calming and enriching experience for all who delve into its depths. The persistent hum of the game's soundtrack, often serene and atmospheric, further reinforces this sense of tranquility and invites a deeper immersion into the peaceful, fact rich world of Kanto. Ash stands on the battlefield at Indigo Plateau, his Charizard unconscious on the ground after taking a devastating body slam from Richie's Pikachu Sparky. The referee raises his flag toward Richie. But what if that body slam had missed? What if Charizard's pride finally aligned with Ash's determination at the exact moment it mattered most? Charizard rises from the attack, roars with newfound respect for his trainer, and unleashes a seismic toss that sends Sparky crashing down for the count. In that moment, everything changes. This victory will personally make Ash the youngest trainer to ever win a regional Pokemon League, and the ripple effects will reshape his entire journey. The crowd at Indigo Stadium erupts as the referee declares Ash the winner. Unlike Canon, where Ash exits the tournament in the top 16, he advances to face his next opponent with Charizard fully committed to battle. The quarterfinal match plays out like a completely different story. Ash's opponent brings out a Machamp, and this time Charizard eagerly takes to the skies without hesitation. The fire type uses Flamethrower to create a thermal updraft, then dives down with Dragon Rage to score a direct hit. When Machamp tries to counter with Dynamic Punch, Charizard banks left and responds with another seismic toss to secure the win. The semifinal becomes Ash's first true test of this new partnership. His opponent leads with Alakazam, a Pokemon that can teleport instantly and strike with devastating psychic attacks. Charizard opens with Smokescreen to limit Alakazam's line of sight, then uses his aerial mobility to attack from unpredictable angles. When Alakazam tries to use Psychic to control Charizard's movements, the fire type breaks free through sheer determination and lands a critical Fire Blast to advance Ash to the championship match. The Indigo League Finals pit Ash against a trainer named Marcus, who in canon defeats Richie to claim the championship. Marcus brings a balanced team of 6 Pokemon, including Dragonite, Arcanine, and Lapras. The battle opens with Ash sending out Pikachu against Marcus's Electrode. The electric-type matchup results in a double knockout when both Pokemon unleash simultaneous thunder attacks. Ash calls on Squirtle next, who uses Withdraw and Water Gun to defeat Marcus's Rapidash. The momentum shifts when Marcus brings out his ace, a massive Dragonite that immediately takes control with Thunder Wave to paralyze Squirtle, then follows up with Hyper Beam for the knockout. Ash responds by sending out Charizard for the championship deciding battle. The two dragon types circle each other in the air as the crowd holds its breath. Dragonite opens with Dragon Rush, but Charizard counters with his own Dragon Rage. The attacks collide in midair, creating a spectacular explosion of energy. Marcus commands Dragonite to use Thunder Wave, but this time Charizard's newfound loyalty allows him to push through the paralysis. Ash calls for Fire Spin, trapping Dragonite in a vortex of flames, then follows up with the finishing Seismic Toss that sends the Dragon type crashing to the stadium floor. The referee counts to 10, and Ash Ketchum becomes the Indigo League champion at age 10. The victory ceremony plays out, unlike anything in canon. Ash stands on the winner's podium as confetti falls around him, holding the Indigo League trophy above his head. Professor Oak watches from the stands with tears in his eyes, while Delia Ketchum screams with joy from the audience. Team Rocket, who had been planning to steal Pokemon during the chaos of the tournament, instead find themselves genuinely moved by the sight of their frequent target achieving his dream. Even Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy, who have helped Ash countless times during his journey, smile with pride as the 10-year-old trainer proves that age is just a number when it comes to Pokemon mastery. But this is where the real changes begin. Because Ash wins the Indigo League, he receives an invitation to compete in the Orange Islands Champions Trophy, an exclusive tournament for Regional League winners. Unlike canon, where Ash travels to the Orange Islands simply to deliver the GS ball to Professor Ivy, he now goes as a defending champion with something to prove. The Orange Islands arc transforms from a casual island hopping adventure into a high stakes tournament where Ash must defend his title against other regional champions. Ash's team composition changes dramatically for the Orange Islands. Since Charizard proved his loyalty at the Indigo League, he never gets sent to the Cherisific Valley. Instead, the Fire type becomes Ash's undisputed ace and the cornerstone of his championship team. Pikachu evolves his battle style to complement Charizard's aerial dominance, learning to use Thunder from high altitude positions that Charizard carries him to. Squirtle develops new techniques under Charizard's mentorship, using Water Gun to create steam clouds that give the Fire type cover for surprise attacks. The first Orange Islands gym battle against Sissy plays out completely differently. Instead of using Lapras for the surfing portion, Ash relies on Squirtle's enhanced swimming speed, developed through training with Charizard. For the target shooting segment, Charizard and Pikachu execute a combination attack where Charizard uses Flamethrower to heat the air currents, allowing Pikachu's Thunder to travel further and strike targets with greater precision. Ash wins the Coralie badge on his first attempt, establishing himself as a force to be reckoned with in the Orange Islands. The battle against Danny on Navel Island becomes a showcase for Ash's evolved strategy. The mountain climbing challenge sees Charizard carrying team members to higher altitudes, while the ice sculpting contest features Charizard using precise flamethrower control to melt ice into perfect shapes. When it comes to the Pokemon battle portion, Ash's Charizard faces Danny's Machamp in a rematch of their type matchup from the Indigo League. This time, Charizard uses the high-altitude environment to his advantage, diving down with increased speed and power to land a devastating fire punch that secures the Sea Ruby badge. Rudy's gym on Trevita Island presents Ash with his most creative challenge yet. The 3-on-3 battle format allows Ash to showcase the depth of his championship team. Pikachu defeats Rudy's Electabuzz through superior speed and timing, using Quick Attack to avoid Thunder Punch and responding with a perfectly placed Thunderbolt. Squirtle faces Rudy's Ninetales in a type disadvantage matchup, but overcomes it through tactical brilliance, using Bubble Beam to create a defensive barrier before landing a surprise Skull Bash. The final matchup sees Charizard against Rudy's Alakazam, and this time, the Fire type has learned from their semi-final experience at Indigo Plateau. Charizard uses Fire Spin to limit Alakazam's teleportation options, then closes in with Dragon Rage to claim the Spike Shell badge. The build-up to facing Drake, the Orange Islands champion, becomes the emotional centerpiece of this arc. Unlike Canon, where Ash simply needs to defeat the Orange Crew, he now faces a trainer who has held the regional championship for over a decade. Drake's team includes Dragonite, Jengar, Venomoth, Electabuzz, and 2 other powerhouse Pokémon that have never tasted defeat in championship competition. The battle takes place on a floating platform in the middle of the ocean, with massive waves crashing around the arena. Ash opens with Pikachu against Drake's Electabuzz, and the electric-type mirror match showcases everything Pikachu has learned since the Indigo League. Instead of relying purely on power, Pikachu uses agility and precision, dodging Thunder Punch attempts and responding with carefully aimed Thunderbolts. When Electabuzz tries to end the battle with Thunder, Pikachu leaps high into the air and uses the metal platform as a conductor to redirect the attack back at his opponent, scoring a knockout that announces Ash as a serious threat. Drake responds by sending out his Gengar, a ghost type that immediately disappears into the shadows of the platform. Ash recalls Pikachu and sends out Squirtle, whose water-type moves can reveal Gengar's position through the splashing patterns. Squirtle uses Bubble Beam to fill the air with reflective surfaces, and when Gengar tries to use Shadow Ball, the bubbles reveal his location. Squirtle follows up with Hydro Pump, but Gengar phases through the attack and counters with Hypnosis. As Squirtle begins to fall asleep, Ash makes a desperate call for withdrawal, and the defensive move allows Squirtle to resist the sleep effect long enough to land a critical Skull Bash that defeats the Ghost type. The championship comes down to Charizard versus Drake's legendary Dragonite, a Pokémon that has never lost a battle in over 50 championship matches. The 2 dragon types engage in an aerial dance of power and precision, trading Dragon Rage attacks while circling high above the ocean platform. Drake's Dragonite uses Thunder Wave to slow Charizard down, then follows with Hyper Beam, but Charizard's bond with Ash allows him to power through the paralysis and dodge at the last second. The beam scorches the ocean surface, sending up a massive cloud of steam. Ash sees his opportunity and calls for Fire Spin, trapping Dragonite in the heated air currents created by the steam. With his opponent's mobility limited, Charizard builds up speed for his signature seismic toss. But Drake's Dragonite breaks free with Outrage, a move that doubles his attack power but leaves him confused afterward. The 2 Pokémon collide in midair with devastating force, both taking massive damage from the impact. As both Pokémon struggle to stay airborne, Ash realizes this battle will be decided by willpower rather than technique. He calls out to Charizard, reminding him of their journey from disobedient Charmander to Indigo League champion. Charizard roars with determination and channels every ounce of his strength into one final fire blast. The attack connects just as Dragonite's confusion causes him to attack himself with Dragon Rush, and both effects combine to send the Orange Island's champion's ace Pokémon crashing into the ocean below. Ash becomes the new Orange Island's champion, but unlike Canon, where he simply receives the winner's trophy, this victory establishes him as the youngest trainer to ever hold two regional championships simultaneously. The Pokemon League officials struggle to figure out how to handle a 10-year-old with such unprecedented success, ultimately deciding to grant Ash automatic entry into any regional league tournament for the next 5 years. News of Ash's dual championship status spreads through the Pokemon world faster than a Ninjask using agility. Professor Oak receives calls from researchers across multiple regions asking about his protege's training methods, while Gary finds himself constantly questioned about his childhood rival's sudden dominance. Unlike Canon, where Ash returns to Pallet Town with just the Orange League trophy, this time he arrives home as the holder of two regional championships, fundamentally changing how the Pokemon world views him. The Pokemon League Council convenes an emergency meeting to discuss whether existing regulations can handle a trainer who accumulates championships rather than simply winning and moving on. They ultimately establish the Ketchum precedent, allowing championship holders to maintain their titles while competing in other regions, but requiring them to defend their championships annually against the top 4 trainers from each region's most recent league tournament. From here, Ash's journey to Johto plays out completely differently than canon. Instead of starting fresh with just Pikachu like we know it, Ash arrives in New Barktown with his full championship team intact, fundamentally altering his dynamic with Professor Elm and the local trainers. When Team Rocket attempts their usual Totodile theft scheme, Charizard's presence means the conflict resolves in seconds rather than the extended chase from Canon. Ash still receives his Johto Pokedex and meets the same traveling companions, but Brock immediately recognizes the strategic advantage of traveling with someone who commands this level of respect from wild Pokemon. Misty's role shifts from the experienced guide to someone genuinely learning advanced battle techniques, particularly when she sees how Ash's Staryu and Starmie respond to his championship-level command presence. The Johto gym battles become exhibitions rather than struggles, with each gym leader requesting extended battles to study Ash's techniques. Faulkner's Pidgeot, which gave Canon Ash significant trouble, falls quickly to Charizard's superior aerial maneuvers and type advantage. Bugsy attempts to use his Scyther's speed against Charizard, but the Fire-type's experience against Drake's Dragonite has honed his reaction time beyond what any Johto gym leader has encountered. Whitney's Miltank, famous for ending many trainers' championship dreams, meets its match when Ash leads with Snorlax, whose massive bulk and rest-based recovery strategy neutralizes Rollout's momentum-building power. The normal type clash becomes a battle of endurance that Snorlax wins through superior stamina and Ash's refined understanding of timing defensive moves. Because Ash dominates the Johto gyms so decisively, he has additional time to explore the region's mysteries that canon never allowed him to investigate fully. He spends weeks in the ruins of Alf, where his championship status grants him access to restricted archaeological sites. The unknown respond differently to a trainer who carries the psychic residue of multiple major victories, allowing Ash to witness letter combinations that reveal glimpses of Ho-Oh's true power. This extended exposure to unknown energy creates a subtle bond between Ash and legendary Pokemon that will prove crucial in later regions. His team gains an almost supernatural ability to sense legendary presence, with Pikachu developing a particular sensitivity that manifests as ear twitching whenever powerful psychic or legendary Pokemon are nearby. The Silver Conference unfolds as the most dominant championship performance in League history. Ash's preliminary rounds end so quickly that tournament officials extend the battle formats to give spectators more entertainment value. His semifinal opponent brings a full team of pseudo-legendaries, including Dragonite, Salamence, and Metagross. But Ash's championship experience allows him to coordinate his team with precision that overwhelms even these powerful Pokemon. Charizard defeats the Dragonite using lessons learned from his battle with Drake, while Snorlax's defensive prowess neutralizes Salamence's aerial assault. The final battle becomes a showcase of everything Ash has learned across two regions, with his opponent's Tyranitar falling to a combination attack where Pikachu uses Thunder to supercharge Charizard's Fire Blast into a devastating lightning fire technique that neither Pokemon had ever attempted before. As the youngest trainer to ever hold 3 regional championships, Ash's victory speech at the Silver Conference becomes legendary in its own right. Instead of the humble gratitude canon Ash typically shows, this version speaks with the confidence of someone who has proven himself repeatedly. He dedicates his victory to every trainer who has ever doubted their ability to achieve their dreams. But his words carry the authority of someone who has turned those dreams into reality. The speech is broadcast across all regions and becomes required viewing at Pokemon Academies, inspiring a new generation of trainers who see championship success as achievable rather than mythical. The Hoenn region welcomes Ash not as an unknown trainer from Pallet Town, but as a certified Pokemon master whose arrival generates massive media attention. Professor Birch's initial Pokemon offer becomes ceremonial rather than necessary, though Ash still accepts a Trico out of respect for regional traditions. This Trico, however, evolves far more rapidly than canon because it trains alongside championship-level Pokemon from day one. The constant exposure to high-level battles accelerates its development, reaching Sceptile evolution before Ash even challenges Norman's gym. Team Aqua and Team Magma's schemes take on greater urgency because both organizations recognize that Ash's intervention could completely derail their legendary Pokemon plans. The Hoenn League becomes Ash's most challenging championship yet, not because his skills have diminished, but because his reputation attracts the region's absolute strongest trainers. Trainers who would normally skip league competitions enter specifically to face the 3-time champion, creating a tournament field deeper than any region has ever assembled. His final opponent brings a team of 6 fully evolved dragon types, led by a Salamence that has trained specifically to counter Charizard's aerial dominance. The championship battle lasts over an hour, with both trainers using every advanced technique in their arsenal. Charizard finally claims victory by combining seismic toss with solar beam, a technique that requires perfect timing and trust between trainer and Pokemon that only their championship journey together could have developed. With 4 regional championships secured, Ash's approach to the battle frontier becomes less about proving himself and more about mastering every possible battle format. Each frontier brain presents a unique challenge that tests different aspects of his championship skills. Against Annabelle's psychic specialty, Ash's bond with his team proves strong enough to resist telepathic interference, while his battle against Brandon's legendary Pokemon becomes a masterclass in type matching and strategic switching. Tucker's Battle Dome tests Ash's ability to adapt his championship strategies to different battle formats, ultimately proving that his skills transcend any single competitive structure. The Battle Frontier victory adds a unique accolade to Ash's growing collection, establishing him as the first trainer to combine multiple regional championships with Frontier Brain status. Sinnoh represents Ash's most complex regional challenge because Paul's rivalry intensifies dramatically when facing someone with such an established track record. Paul's harsh training methods stem partly from his determination to prove that natural talent and friendship cannot overcome scientific breeding and calculated strategy. Their battles become philosophical arguments conducted through Pokemon combat, with Paul's Electivire and Ash's Pikachu serving as representatives of their conflicting training philosophies. The Lake Valor battle, where Paul releases Chimchar, plays out differently because Ash's championship experience allows him to immediately recognize the fire type's potential and offer guidance that helps Chimchar evolve into Infernape weeks earlier than canon. The Sinnoh League final between Ash and Paul becomes the most watched Pokemon battle in television history, with trainers from all previous regions traveling to witness the confrontation. Paul's full team of scientifically optimized Pokemon faces Ash's bond-based championship squad in a 6-on-6 battle that showcases every advanced technique either trainer has developed. The decisive moment comes when Paul's Electivire uses Thunder against Pikachu, expecting the electric-type immunity to create an opening. But Ash's championship experience has taught Pikachu to absorb and redirect electrical attacks with precision that transforms Paul's strongest move into Pikachu's power source. The counterattack that follows combines 4 regions worth of battle experience into a Volt Tackle so powerful that it creates a brief aurora effect in the stadium's atmosphere. Winning his 5th regional championship establishes Ash as the most successful trainer in recorded Pokemon history, surpassing even Red's legendary accomplishments. The Sinnoh victory ceremony requires extra security as trainers from across the world attempt to challenge the newly crowned 5-time champion. Professor Rowan presents Ash with a unique Pokedex that grants access to restricted research data, acknowledging that his battle experience has contributed significantly to understanding Pokemon potential and evolution triggers. The championship also attracts attention from legendary Pokemon themselves, with Dialga and Palkia briefly appearing during the victory celebration, their presence suggesting that Ash's achievements have begun to influence the fundamental balance of the Pokemon world. The ripple effects of Ash's unprecedented success extend far beyond his personal journey. Gary's research focus shifts toward understanding the psychological bonds between trainers and Pokemon, directly inspired by witnessing his childhood rival's championship methodology. Misty's Cerulean Gym becomes a training destination for aspiring champions who want to learn from someone who traveled with the 5-time winner. Brock's breeding programs incorporate techniques he observed during Ash's championship runs, producing Pokemon with enhanced battle readiness that other breeders struggle to replicate. Even Team Rocket's schemes evolve, with Giovanni personally taking interest in the trainer whose success threatens to upset the organization's long term regional control strategies. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Charizard had stayed with Ash instead of remaining in the Cherisific Valley, then he would have won the Indigo League, conquered the Orange Islands, dominated Johto, mastered Hoenn, and ultimately fulfilled his promise to personally make his Charizard the strongest in the world. The bond that began with a disobedient Charmander refusing to battle becomes the foundation for a championship dynasty that redefines what trainers believe possible, proving that sometimes the greatest victories come not from letting go, but from holding on to what matters most. Looking ahead to the Unova region, Ash arrives with the confidence of a 5-time champion, but faces his greatest challenge yet in a region that operates completely differently from everything he knows. Unlike the previous regions where his reputation preceded him, Unova's isolated Pokemon ecosystem means most trainers have never heard of his championship streak, creating a humbling experience that forces Ash to prove himself from scratch. This time, however, Charizard's presence becomes crucial for adapting to Unova's unique battle culture, where type advantages matter less than creative strategy and unpredictable movesets. The Strayatin Gym battle showcases this immediately when Ceylon's Pansage attempts to overwhelm Charizard with grass-type moves, but Ash's championship experience has taught him to use Charizard's Solar Beam in combination with his natural fire abilities, creating a devastating combo that surprises the Striaton brothers and establishes Ash as a serious contender despite being an outsider. Charizard's rivalry with Trip's Serperior develops into one of the most intense battles of Ash's career, with their first encounter ending in a shocking defeat that reminds both trainer and Pokemon that past victories mean nothing without constant improvement. The loss motivates Charizard to master new techniques specifically designed to counter grass-type opponents, leading to the development of a signature Thunder Punch and Dragon Claw combination that becomes legendary among Unova trainers. When they face Serperior again at the Unova League, Charizard's newfound techniques combine with years of championship experience to deliver a victory so decisive that Trip abandons his dismissive attitude toward Ash and begins studying the bond-based training methods that produce such remarkable growth. The Unova League finals pit Ash against Cameron, but this time the battle unfolds completely differently because Ash's team composition includes Charizard instead of the Pokemon he would have caught to fill that spot in canon. Cameron's Lucario faces Charizard in a battle that tests every limit of both Pokemon's abilities, with Charizard's Blast Burn clashing against Lucario's Aura Sphere in an explosion that cracks the battlefield and forces the referee to implement emergency safety protocols. The victory gives Ash his sixth regional championship, making him the only trainer in recorded history to win consecutive leagues across different continents, a feat that attracts the attention of the Pokemon League's governing council and leads to discussions about creating new championship tiers to accommodate trainers of his caliber. The transition to Kalos brings Ash face to face with Mega Evolution, a phenomenon that perfectly complements Charizard's already incredible power level and provides the missing piece for their ultimate evolution as a partnership. Professor Sycamore's research facility becomes a second home for Ash as they work together to unlock Charizard's Mega Evolution potential, with the process taking months of intensive training that pushes both trainer and Pokemon beyond their previous limits. The breakthrough comes during a practice battle with Alain's Mega Charizard X, where Ash's championship experience allows him to recognize the precise moment when emotional synchronization peaks, triggering Charizard's first successful Mega Evolution into Charizard Wise and creating a rivalry that will define both trainers' Kalos journeys. Clement's Luxray provides the perfect testing ground for Mega Charizard Y's new abilities, with their electric type attacks creating opportunities for Charizard to demonstrate the enhanced solar power ability that makes his special attacks devastatingly powerful under intense sunlight. The Lumiose Gym battle becomes a showcase for how Mega Evolution amplifies not just Pokemon abilities, but also the strategic thinking that championship experience provides, with Ash using weather manipulation and type coverage in ways that force Clement to completely redesign his automated battle systems. Serena's decision to become a Pokemon performer plays out like canon, but her training benefits enormously from watching Mega Charizard Y's performances during practice battles, inspiring choreography techniques that incorporate elemental effects and eventually lead to her winning the Kalos Queen title with routines that other performers struggle to replicate. The Kalos League semifinals against Alain become the most anticipated battle in tournament history, featuring two Mega Charizards whose rivalry has captivated the entire region and drawn spectators from across the world. Mega Charizard Y versus Mega Charizard X creates a spectacle that transcends normal Pokemon battles, with their clashing blast burns generating so much heat that the stadium's cooling systems require emergency upgrades between rounds. The decisive moment comes when Ash's championship experience allows him to recognize Alain's over-reliance on raw power, leading to a strategy that uses Mega Charizard Y's enhanced special attack to overwhelm Mega Charizard X's physical defenses through a combination of Solar Beam, Overheat, and Focus Blast that creates a light show visible from orbit. The victory not only secures Ash's seventh regional championship, but also establishes Mega Charizard Y as one of the most powerful Pokemon ever recorded, with battle analysts comparing their performance to legendary Pokemon encounters. The Kalos victory celebration attracts Lysandre's attention, but this time, his plan to recruit Ash takes a different approach because the seven-time champion's bond with Mega Charizard Y represents exactly the kind of power Team Flare needs to control Yveltal and Cerneus. The confrontation with Team Flare unfolds differently when Lysandre attempts to use Mega Evolution suppression technology against Charizard, but Ash's championship experience has taught him to battle effectively, even without Mega Evolution, leading to a strategic victory that uses Charizard's base form abilities to counter Team Flare's technology and ultimately save Kalos from destruction. Alan's redemption arc accelerates because witnessing Ash's selfless use of championship level power during the crisis convinces him that strength should protect others rather than pursue personal goals, leading to a partnership that helps rebuild the areas damaged by Team Flare's schemes. Professor Kukwei's invitation to Alola arrives at the perfect time for Ash to explore a region where battles emphasize fun and community over competition, providing a refreshing change from the intense pressure of maintaining a 7 championship streak. Charizard's adaptation to Z moves creates some of the most spectacular battles in Alolan history, with Inferno Overdrive becoming so powerful that Melamala Island's volcano briefly reactivates during their first successful attempt, forcing the Tapu to intervene and establish new safety protocols for championship level trainers using Z crystals. The island challenges play out mostly like canon, but Charizard's presence means Ash's team composition includes different Pokemon, leading to alternative strategies that impress the kahunas and result in faster completion times that set new records across all 4 islands. Gladion's rivalry with Ash intensifies because Silvali's multi-type abilities create the perfect challenge for testing Mega Charizard Y's versatility and Z-move mastery, with their battles becoming so popular that the Ether Foundation begins hosting special exhibition matches to showcase advanced battle techniques for research purposes. The Alola League tournament features Ash using both Mega Evolution and Z moves in the same battle for the first time, creating combination attacks that push the boundaries of what Pokemon battles can achieve and inspire other trainers to experiment with mixing different power enhancement methods. The victory against Gladion in the finals requires Charizard to use Mega Evolution, Zub moves, and bond-based synchronization simultaneously, resulting in an Inferno Overdrive so powerful that it creates a miniature sun above the battlefield and establishes Ash as the first Alolan champion in the region's newly formed Pokemon League. The World Coronation Series represents the ultimate test of Ash's championship dynasty, bringing him face to face with Leon, the undefeated Galar champion whose Charizard has never lost a battle and whose reputation rivals Ash's own incredible record. The Masters 8 tournament becomes a showcase for the world's most powerful trainers, but Ash's unique combination of 7 regional championships, Mega Evolution Mastery, Zamove expertise, and bond-based battle techniques gives him advantages that even Leon struggles to counter. Charizard's battle against Leon's Charizard in the World Championship Finals creates the most watched Pokemon battle in history, with their clashing Gigantamax and Mega Evolution forms generating energy readings that require new measurement scales and safety protocols that will influence future championship regulations. The final moments of the World Championship see both Charizards pushed beyond their absolute limits, with Leon's Gigantamax Charizard using G-Max Wildfire against Ash's Mega Charizard Ys, channeling a Z-move enhanced Blast Burn that combines every technique they have mastered across 8 regions of battles. The collision creates an explosion that briefly opens a portal to the Distortion World, drawing Giratina's attention and requiring immediate intervention from Arceus itself to prevent dimensional damage. When the smoke clears, both Charizards have reverted to their base forms, but Ash's Charizard remains standing through sheer determination and the unbreakable bond forged through years of championship battles, securing victory and making Ash the first world champion in Pokemon League history. The coronation ceremony requires representatives from every region Ash has conquered, with former rivals and allies gathering to witness the culmination of a journey that began with one decision to keep Charizard by his side. Professor Oak's speech emphasizes how Ash's championship dynasty has revolutionized understanding of trainer Pokemon bonds, inspiring research programs and training methodologies that will influence generations of future trainers. The ceremony concludes with Charizard demonstrating a new technique that combines Mega Evolution with bond-based synchronization to create a form that transcends normal power classifications, suggesting that their partnership has achieved something beyond conventional Pokemon battle mechanics and opened new possibilities for what trainers and Pokemon can accomplish together. And in that moment, as confetti falls from the sky and the crowd chants their names, we see the ultimate fulfillment of a promise made years ago in a valley where Charizard could have stayed to train with his own kind, but chose instead to continue the journey with his trainer, proving that the strongest bonds are forged not through separation and independence, but through shared struggles, mutual growth, and the unwavering commitment to face every challenge together, no matter how impossible the odds might seem. The World Championship victory creates ripple effects that extend far beyond competitive Pokemon battling, with Ash's demonstration of bond-based evolution inspiring the Pokemon League to establish new research divisions focused on trainer Pokemon synchronization phenomena that had previously been dismissed as unscientific anomalies. Unlike canon, where Ash's journey continues with new regions and fresh starts, this timeline sees him approached by Professor Sycamore, Professor Kukui, and other leading researchers who want to study the unique evolutionary mechanics displayed during his championship run, particularly the way Charizard managed to access what appears to be a fusion of Mega Evolution and Zamove energy that should theoretically be impossible under current understanding of Pokemon biology. The research collaboration leads to the discovery that Ash's bond with Charizard has created measurable changes in both their neural patterns, with brain scans revealing synchronized brainwave activity that persists even when they are separated by vast distances, suggesting their connection operates on quantum entanglement principles that could revolutionize Pokemon training methodology across all regions. Professor Oak joins the research team and confirms that similar but weaker patterns exist between Ash and every Pokemon on his championship roster, indicating that his unique approach to team building has created a network of interconnected bonds that amplifies each individual Pokemon's abilities beyond their natural limits, explaining how he managed to defeat opponents who should have had overwhelming type advantages or superior raw power levels. The research findings attract attention from the international police, who approach Ash with intelligence, suggesting that his bond-based techniques could be crucial for countering a new threat that has emerged in response to his championship victory. Team Rocket's leadership, humiliated by Giovanni's repeated failures against a trainer they had dismissed as a persistent annoyance, has undergone a complete organizational restructuring under a new leader who possesses technology capable of artificially replicating bond phenomena to create shadow Pokemon with corrupted emotional connections that make them immune to traditional training methods but vulnerable to the authentic bonds Ash has mastered. Unlike Canon, where Team Rocket remains largely comedic, this timeline presents them as a legitimate, existential threat to the Pokemon world, with their shadow Pokemon technology spreading to other criminal organizations who begin targeting championship level trainers specifically to steal their strongest Pokemon for conversion into shadow variants that retain their power while becoming completely obedient to their new handlers. The International Police Brief reveals that several former Elite Four members and gym leaders have already lost their ace Pokemon to these raids, with the stolen Pokemon being converted into shadow variants that are then used to steal more powerful Pokemon in an expanding cycle of corruption that threatens to destabilize the entire competitive Pokemon ecosystem. Ash's first mission with the International Police takes him back to Kanto, where Team Rocket has established a shadow Pokemon conversion facility in the abandoned Sylph Co. building, protected by an army of shadow Pokemon that includes corrupted versions of Pokemon stolen from trainers across multiple regions. The infiltration mission requires Ash to use his championship team in ways he never has before, with stealth and precision operations replacing the straightforward battles that defined his rise to world champion, forcing him to develop new tactical approaches that emphasize his Pokemon's intelligence and emotional resilience rather than raw power. Charizard's role becomes crucial when they encounter the facility's guardian, a shadow Lugia, whose corrupted bond makes it immune to conventional attacks, but vulnerable to the pure emotional connection that Charizard represents, leading to a battle that takes place entirely on a psychic plane where type advantages are meaningless and victory depends entirely on the strength of the trainer-Pokemon relationship. The Shadow Lugia battle reveals that corrupted Pokemon retain memories of their original trainers buried deep within their psyche, and Ash's bond with Charizard allows them to reach those suppressed memories and begin reversing the shadow conversion process, discovering a method for purification that becomes the foundation for a global counteroffensive against the shadow Pokemon threat. The success of the Sylph Co. mission leads to Ash being appointed as the International Police's first special bond operative, a position that requires him to travel across all regions to combat shadow Pokemon incidents while training other elite trainers in bond-based purification techniques that can reverse the corruption process. His new role brings him into contact with champions and Elite Four members from regions he never visited during his original journey, including trainers from Ore who have experience with shadow Pokemon from previous incidents and can teach him advanced purification methods that complement his natural bonding abilities. The training process reveals that Ash's championship victories were only the beginning of his potential, with his bond network expanding to include not just his own Pokemon, but also the Pokemon of trainers he works with, creating a web of positive emotional connections that can counteract shadow corruption across vast distances and multiple Pokemon simultaneously. This expanded bonding ability allows Ash to coordinate massive purification operations that can cleanse entire shadow Pokemon facilities in single missions, turning the tide in what had initially appeared to be an unwinnable conflict against technologically superior opponents. The climax of the Shadow Pokemon crisis comes when Team Rocket's new leadership reveals their ultimate weapon, a Shadow Arceus created by corrupting the Alpha Pokemon's connection to all other Pokemon and turning it into a source of universal corruption that begins converting wild Pokemon across multiple regions simultaneously without requiring capture or technological intervention. The Shadow Arceus crisis requires Ash to coordinate with every trainer he has ever befriended, from gym leaders and Elite Four members to rivals and casual trainers, creating a global network of positive bonds that can channel purifying energy directly to Arceus through their collective emotional connections to their Pokemon partners. The final battle takes place in a dimension where physical laws are suspended and the conflict is fought entirely through competing emotional resonances, with Shadow Arceus representing isolation, control, and artificial power, while Ash's coalition embodies natural bonds, mutual growth, and shared strength that has been proven through years of championship battles and collaborative adventures. Charizard's role in the final confrontation transcends everything they have achieved together, with their bond serving as the focal point for channeling purification energy from thousands of trainer Pokemon pairs across the globe, creating a resonance cascade that not only purifies Shadow Arceus, but also strengthens the emotional connections between all Pokemon and their trainers worldwide, ensuring that Shadow Pokemon technology can never again achieve the same level of corruption because the global bond network will automatically counteract any attempts to artificially manipulate Pokemon emotions. The victory over Shadow Arceus establishes Ash as more than just a world champion, transforming him into a guardian of the bond between humans and Pokemon, whose influence extends across every region and every trainer who believes in the power of genuine partnership over forced obedience or technological domination. The aftermath of the Shadow Pokemon crisis sees Ash transitioning from active competition to a teaching role that allows him to share bond based training techniques with the next generation of trainers, establishing academies in every region where aspiring champions can learn not just battle strategies, but also the emotional intelligence and empathetic connection skills that make true partnership with Pokemon possible. His curriculum becomes the gold standard for Pokemon training education, with graduates consistently outperforming traditionally trained competitors because their Pokemon fight with genuine enthusiasm rather than mere obedience, creating a new era of Pokemon battles characterized by spectacular displays of synchronized teamwork that make the previous generation of competitive battles seem mechanical by comparison. The bond based training revolution that Ash initiates transforms Pokemon culture across all regions, with wild Pokemon becoming more willing to partner with humans who demonstrate authentic emotional connection, leading to discoveries of previously unknown species who had been hiding from humans they perceived as emotionally incompatible, but now emerge to form partnerships with trainers who have learned Ash's methods. The final scene of this timeline takes place 10 years after the World Championship victory, with Ash standing in the same Cherisific Valley where his journey could have taken a completely different path, surrounded by hundreds of trainers and their Pokemon who have gathered for the annual Bond Festival that celebrates the partnership between humans and Pokemon. Charizard, now recognized as the most famous Pokemon in history, demonstrates the ultimate evolution of their bond by achieving a form that combines elements from every battle technique they have mastered, creating a transformation that serves not as a display of power, but as a symbol of what becomes possible when trainer and Pokemon commit completely to supporting each other's growth rather than pursuing individual strength or glory. The festival concludes with Ash addressing the assembled trainers, emphasizing that every championship, every victory, and every moment of growth they achieved together began with a single decision to trust in their partnership, even when conventional wisdom suggested they should pursue different paths, and that the strongest bonds are not formed through dramatic gestures or perfect conditions, but through the daily choice to face challenges together, learn from failures together, and celebrate successes as achievements that belong to both trainer and Pokemon equally. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything, transforming not just Ash's competitive record, but the entire relationship between humans and Pokemon across every region, proving that when Charizard chose to follow his trainer instead of staying in the valley, he did not just change their personal journey, but set in motion a chain of events that would revolutionize Pokemon training, establish new methods for understanding trainer Pokemon bonds, defeat threats that could have destroyed the partnership between species, and ultimately fulfill the promise that Ash would personally make his Charizard the strongest in the world, not through dominance or conquest, but through a connection so profound that it inspired an entire generation of trainers to discover the true meaning of partnership with Pokemon. The ripple effect of that single choice, Charizard flying back to Ash, extends far beyond the immediate competitive landscape. It fundamentally alters Ash's approach to every challenge and every relationship. From the very next region, Johto, the difference is palpable. Ash, with a fully reintegrated Charizard, enters the Johto League with an entirely different psychological profile. No longer is he the hot-headed, occasionally overconfident trainer prone to rash decisions. The humility learned in the Cherisific Valley, combined with the fierce loyalty Charizard now embodies, grounds him. His battles in the Johto League, like the Silver Conference, play out with a tactical maturity not seen in canon. Against Harrison, for instance, the canonical loss to Blaziken is averted. This time, Charizard, having seen the power of Harrison's Blaziken in earlier rounds, is not just a brute force attacker. Ash uses Charizard's flight advantage more strategically, employing Aerial Ace and Dragon Rage to wear down Blaziken before delivering a decisive seismic toss, securing the win and advancing further than ever before in canon. This means a direct confrontation with the eventual winner, John Dixon, or perhaps even an earlier face-off with a more developed Richie. The presence of a fully committed Charizard also means that Ash's other Johto captures mature faster. Bayleaf, Cyndaquil, and Totodile, instead of being Ash's primary powerhouses, now have an established, experienced mentor in Charizard. Charizard, having been through its own growth journey, subtly influences their training, teaching them discipline and focus. Bayleaf, in particular, benefits learning to control her zestful energy and channel it into powerful Razor Leaf and Vine Whip attacks with greater precision. This isn't to say Ash becomes invincible. Losses still occur, as they must, to maintain the integrity of the narrative. But they are calculated losses against trainers whose strategies truly outclass Ash's, rather than due to a lapse in judgment or an uncooperative Pokemon. The Johto League still presents a formidable challenge, but without the baggage of past failures and with a stronger, more disciplined team, Ash progresses to the finals. In this timeline, the final battle is against a trainer whose ace is a powerful Dragonite, a truly epic clash of titans. Charizard, through sheer endurance and a perfectly timed Dragon Breath, emerges victorious, clinching Ash's first Regional League title. This win, unlike a hypothetical victory in Indigo, feels earned through growth and improved strategy, not just brute force. The Johto League victory significantly elevates Ash's reputation. He is no longer seen as a perpetually promising but ultimately unfulfilled trainer. He is a champion. This changes his trajectory for the Hoenn region. Instead of starting fresh with only Pikachu, Ash brings Charizard to Hoenn. The gym leaders, already having heard whispers of the Kanto Johto champion, approach their battles with Ash with a heightened sense of challenge, bringing out their A game from the start. This forces Ash to evolve his tactics even further. Roxanne's rock types are still a challenge, but Charizard's Dragon Claw and Flamethrower, combined with Pikachu's agility, allow Ash to secure the win without the struggles seen in canon. Brawly's Makuhita is still formidable, but this time, Ash uses Charizard's speed and aerial maneuvers to outmaneuver the fighting type, using hit-and-run tactics that exploit Makuhita's slower movement. The Hoenn journey, therefore, isn't about Ash proving himself from scratch, but about him refining his champion-level skills. His new Hoenn team, including Trico, Torchic, and Mudkip, who evolve into Sceptile, Blaziken, and Swampert respectively, this time around due to more consistent training and battle experience, grows under Charizard's influence. Sceptile, in particular, with its strong sense of independence, finds a surprising rival and mentor in Charizard, pushing itself to new heights. The dynamic between Charizard and Sceptile becomes an invented sub-arc here, a friendly but intense rivalry that sharpens both their combat abilities. Sceptile, often known for its cool demeanor, learns to bring a fiery passion to its battles, mirroring Charizard's intensity. This also means that Ash avoids the pitfalls of the Evergrande Conference's canon outcome. Against Tyson and his Meowth, the battle is a true clash of champions. Charizard, tired from earlier battles, still manages to hold its own, but it is Sceptile, now a fully evolved Sceptile, with a deeper understanding of tactical combat, thanks to Charizard's mentorship, who delivers the finishing Leaf Blade to Tyson's Meowth, securing Ash's second Regional League win. The narrative here is not just about Ash winning, but about him fostering a team of champions, with Charizard as the inspirational core. The Battle Frontier, instead of being a personal redemption arc for Ash after his Hoenn loss, becomes a tour de force, a demonstration of his growing mastery. With a Johto and Hoenn League title under his belt, Ash approaches the Frontier Brains with an unparalleled level of confidence and strategic acumen. Agatha, still the Ghost-type specialist, finds herself facing a Charizard that has learned to anticipate and counter spectral movements. Brandon's legendary Regis become the true test. This time, Ash deploys a rotation of his strongest Pokémon, Charizard, Sceptile, and Pikachu, along with other seasoned veterans from his growing roster. Against Regirock, Charizard's sheer power and aerial superiority proved decisive. Regis, with its icy defenses, falls to Sceptile's super effective Leaf Blade, a move honed to perfection. Registeel, the most formidable, is a grueling battle. But with Charizard, Sceptile, and Pikachu working in tandem, Ash orchestrates a strategic victory, a true testament to team synergy. The Battle Frontier's final challenge, the Pyramid King Brandon, is a masterclass. Ash, now a two-time champion, defeats Brandon, securing the title of Battle Frontier Champion. The offer to become a Frontier Brain, extended in canon, is still made. But this time, Ash politely declines, stating his ambition to conquer even greater heights, acknowledging that his journey of growth as a trainer is far from over. Sinnoh presents a unique challenge, as it is a region known for its powerful trainers and the formidable Cynthia. With Charizard by his side from the start, Ash's Sinnoh journey is marked by an even more rapid development of his team. Gable, Chimchar, Turtwig, and Buizel, under the influence of Ash's now champion-level training, evolve more consistently and earlier than in canon. Infernip's Blaze ability, already powerful, is controlled and harnessed with greater precision, thanks to Charizard's example of disciplined power. Torterra becomes a defensive powerhouse, and Gliscor's aerial maneuvers are inspired by watching Charizard. The rivalry with Paul still exists, but this time, Ash is not constantly playing catch-up. He meets Paul on more equal footing, having already proven himself in 2 leagues. The battle against Paul at the Sinnoh League is still an epic, multi-part confrontation. Infernipe's shining moment against Electivire still occurs, but this time, it's not just a battle for validation. It's a clash between 2 fully realized training philosophies, with Ash's bond-based approach ultimately proving superior. The Sinnoh League semifinals, where Ash canonically loses to Tobias and his Darkrai, plays out very differently. Tobias, still a formidable trainer, with his legendary Darkrai and Latios, is still a major hurdle. However, Charizard, Sceptile, and Infernape, a core of proven champions, present a much stronger united front. Darkrai's Dark Void is still a threat, but Charizard's sheer willpower and experience allow it to break free faster. Infernape, with its Blaze ability, pushes Darkrai to its limits. Sceptile, utilizing its speed, lands critical hits. While Darkrai might still defeat 1 or 2 of Ash's Pokémon, it cannot sweep his entire team like in canon. The battle with Latios is equally intense. This time, Charizard, drawing on its immense power and the deep bond with Ash, confronts Latios directly. It's a battle of pure aerial dominance and dragon-type power. In a climactic showdown, Charizard, with a Mega Punch, fueled by its bond, manages to defeat Latios, marking the first time a trainer has ever defeated 2 of Tobias's legendary Pokémon in a single league battle. This monumental victory means Ash proceeds to the Sinnoh League Finals. Here he faces a trainer perhaps even more formidable than Tobias, a strategist who has meticulously prepared for every possible opponent. But Ash, with 3 league titles and a Battle Frontier championship, is now a master tactician himself. The final battle is a long, drawn-out affair, a true showcase of strategy, endurance, and the unbreakable spirit forged through years of partnership. Charizard, again, plays a pivotal role, securing Ash's 3rd regional league title. Unova, in canon, was a significant step back for Ash, almost a soft reboot. However, in this timeline, Unova becomes a region for experimentation and further refinement. Ash, now a multiple time league champion, doesn't restart with just Pikachu. He travels with Charizard and one or two other seasoned veterans, perhaps Sceptile and Infernape, rotating his team frequently to give his Unova captures the benefit of their experience. Snivy, Oshawott, Tepig, and all his other Unova Pokémon, instead of struggling with basic moves, develop rapidly under the tutelage of champions, Pignite, Servine, and Samurott. If he evolves Oshawott, which this time he surely does, reach their full potential. This means that the gym battles, while still challenging, are not the struggles they were in canon. Clay's Excadrill, for instance, is still a formidable opponent, but Charizard's Flamethrower, combined with a well-trained Samurott's Razor Shell, makes quick work of it. Skyla's flying types are countered by a powerful Emboar and Charizard's sheer aerial presence. The Unova League, therefore, is not a test of Ash's fundamental abilities, but a test of his ability to integrate new, powerful Pokémon into a championship-level team. Against Stefan, his Crocodile, now an even more powerful force due to Ash's focused training, dominates. The canonical loss to Cameron and his Riolu Lucario is completely averted. Cameron, still an unorthodox trainer, simply cannot match the disciplined power of Ash's team. Ash's Unova team, led by Crocodile, Pignite, and a fully evolved Samurott, with Charizard as the anchor, systematically dismantles Cameron's team. Ash secures his fourth regional league title, cementing his status as one of the greatest trainers of all time. This continuous success, however, is not about arrogance. It is about the quiet confidence that comes from deep trust and consistent growth. Kalos, with its emphasis on mega evolution and the bond phenomenon, is where Ash's journey truly culminates before the World Coronation series. The unique bond between Ash and Greninja, which became the bond phenomenon in canon, is still a central pillar, but this time it is not a singular, almost miraculous occurrence. It is a natural evolution of the bond-based training philosophy Ash has cultivated over years, inspired by his relationship with Charizard. Charizard, having seen Ash push himself and his Pokémon to their limits, recognizes the potent potential in Greninja. The mentoring arc between Charizard and Greninja becomes a deep and significant one. Greninja, already a powerful and independent Pokémon, learns to channel its speed and tactical prowess into an even more formidable force, pushing the boundaries of its unique transformation. This means that Ash Greninja, when it manifests, is even more powerful, more stable, and more responsive than in canon, less prone to the exhaustion that sometimes plagued it. The Kalos League, already a high-stakes competition in canon, becomes the ultimate crucible. Ash's team, including Hawlucha, Talonflame, Noivern, and Gudra, all reach their peak potential, inspired by the dual aces of Charizard and Greninja. The rivalries with Sawyer and Alain are still incredibly intense. Sawyer, with his Mega Sceptile, still pushes Ash to his limits, but this time, Ash Greninja, having been mentored by a true champion, defeats Sawyer's Sceptile in a truly spectacular battle. The ultimate showdown, of course, is with Alain and his Mega Charizard X. In canon, this was Ash's most heartbreaking loss. But in this timeline, the narrative demands redemption. Charizard, Ash's original companion, faces off against Alan's Mega Charizard X. This is not just a battle of Charizards, it's a battle of philosophies. Alan's pursuit of ultimate power against Ash's belief in the power of partnership. The battle is a brutal, awe-inspiring display of strength. Charizard, still Ash's first and most steadfast partner, does not mega evolve here. Instead, it fights with its raw power, its natural abilities, and the sheer force of its bond. It's a testament to how far they've come, but the true climax comes when Ash Greninja steps in. The battle between Ash Greninja and Mega Charizard X is the defining moment. Ash Greninja, having learned from Charizard's experience and its own unique bond, fights with unparalleled precision and power. Its Water Shuriken, augmented by its bond, clashes with Mega Charizard X's Blast Burn in an explosion of elemental energy. The fight is a back and forth, a true test of endurance and skill, but this time fueled by years of consistent championship wins and the unwavering belief in his bond. Ash Greninja lands a decisive Water Shuriken, overpowering Mega Charizard X and securing the Kalos League title. This victory is not just a win, it's a culmination, a vindication of Ash's entire journey and his bond-based training philosophy. He has defeated the very opponent who represented his greatest canonical defeat, and he did it with the Pokémon who embodied his growth. Alola, instead of being a fresh start, becomes Ash's well-deserved sabbatical and an opportunity to explore new battle styles. With 5 regional league titles and a Battle Frontier championship, Ash enters Alola not to prove himself, but to experience the culture and the unique challenges of island trials. He still catches Rowlet, Litten, and Poipole, but this time he's not learning alongside them. He's guiding them as a seasoned champion. Charizard and Greninja might make occasional appearances for specific trials or challenges, but Ash largely lets his Alolan team shine. The island trials are still educational, but Ash, with his tactical mind, navigates them with greater efficiency. The moves, the iconic Alolan mechanic, are quickly mastered as Ash's deep bond with his Pokémon makes activating them almost second nature. The Alola League, the first official league in the region, is still a fun, spirited competition. Ash and his Alolan team, including an Incineroar, Decidueye, and Naganadel, Poipole having evolved, compete with immense skill. The final battle against Gladion's Silvally and Lycanroc, Duskform, is a close one, but Ash's tactical prowess, honed over decades, combined with the power of his Alolan team, earns him his 6th Regional League title. The consistent victories have not made Ash complacent. They have made him a more adaptable and innovative trainer. The World Coronation Series, the ultimate challenge, is where all these threads converge. Ash, now a globally recognized champion with multiple league titles, enters the WCS not as an underdog, but as a top contender from the very beginning. His journey up the ranks is swift and decisive. Early battles, like those against Viscas, still occur, but with Charizard, Greninja, and his other champions available, Ash sweeps through the initial and great classes. His team now consists of a rotating roster of every powerful Pokémon he has ever trained: Charizard, Sceptile, Infernape, Crocodile, Greninja, Incineroar, Pikachu, and many others, all operating at peak performance. His battles against trainers like Bea and Volkner are strategic masterpieces, showcasing the depth of his roster and his unparalleled adaptability. The Masters 8 tournament, the pinnacle of the WCS, is where the true legends clash. Ash, entering as a consistent winner, faces off against the region's best: Lance, Steven, Cynthia, and Leon. Against Lance, Ash deploys Charizard, who in a breathtaking aerial duel defeats Lance's Dragonite. Against Steven, he uses Sceptile and Greninja, whose combined speed and power overcomes Steven's Mega Metagross. The semi-final battle against Cynthia is an epic clash of titans, pushing Ash to his absolute limits. Cynthia's Garchomp, still a formidable force, faces off against Ash's Greninja and Charizard. The battle is a testament to both trainers' mastery, with Ash Greninja eventually securing the win against Garchomp in a rematch that echoes the power of their Kalos League victory. Finally, the World Coronation Series final, Ash vs. Leon. This is the battle that defines the era. Leon's Charizard, still an indomitable force, represents the pinnacle of Galar's power. Ash's team, however, is a culmination of decades of bond-based training. The battle is a full 6-on-6, allowing Ash to showcase his entire journey. Pikachu, with its 10,000 volt Thunderbolt, is still a key player. But the true star, the one who started it all, is Charizard. Ash's Charizard, having been with him from the very beginning, having overcome its own arrogance and insecurities, having mentored countless others, now faces its greatest challenge. The battle between Ash's Charizard and Leon's Charizard is a spectacle of power and strategy. Both trainers understand their Pokémon implicitly. Leon's Charizard Gigantamaxes, unleashing devastating G-Max moves. But Ash's Charizards, having seen it all, having adapted to every challenge, fights with a ferocity born of unwavering loyalty. Ash, instead of just countering, anticipates Leon's moves, using his own Charizard's speed and aerial prowess to evade and counterattack. The climax arrives when Ash, looking at his Charizard, sees not just a powerful Pokémon, but his partner, his friend, the one who chose him. He activates a bond phenomenon, not with Greninja, but with Charizard. This is not a Mega Evolution, nor a Z move, nor a Gigantamax. This is something entirely new, a manifestation of their lifelong bond, allowing Charizard to tap into a latent power, its flames burning brighter, its movements becoming faster, its attacks hitting with unparalleled force. This is the fabled true bond phenomenon, the ultimate expression of their partnership, a form that combines this is the fabled true bond phenomenon, the ultimate expression of their partnership, a form that combines the raw power of a Mega Evolution with the speed and agility of a Z move, all without requiring a keystone or a Z ring. It is a state achieved through pure, unadulterated trust and understanding, a bond forged in the fires of countless battles and shared experiences. With this new power, Ash's Charizard, its scales shimmering with an ethereal orange glow, its wings beating with an almost sonic boom, launches a devastating seismic toss, a move that harks back to its early days, but is now infused with an unimaginable force. Leon's Gigantamax Charizard, despite its immense size, is unable to withstand the attack. It is thrown to the ground, the impact shaking the stadium, and despite its efforts to rise, it is unable to continue the battle. The referee declares Leon's Charizard unable to battle. The crowd erupts. Ash has won. He has defeated Leon, the undefeated champion, and claimed the title of Monarch of the Pokémon World Coronation Series. Pikachu, as always, leaps onto Ash's shoulder, cheering alongside him, but Charizard, back to its normal form, stands tall, radiating a quiet pride. This isn't just a victory for Ash, it's a victory for every Pokémon he's ever bonded with, every lesson learned, every challenge overcome. It's a testament to the power of a trainer who believes in his Pokémon, not just for their strength, but for who they are. The theme of this journey, one far more decisive and triumphant than the canon timeline, is clear: unwavering loyalty and the pursuit of true partnership over fleeting victories. Ash, by refusing to give up on Charizard, by nurturing their bond through all its trials, unlocks a potential that far exceeds any conventional power up. He didn't need to leave Charizard to grow. He needed to grow with Charizard. The Indigo League, a stepping stone in the canon, becomes a pivotal moment here, not just for the win, but for solidifying the core philosophy that would define Ash's entire career. By winning early, Ash learned the value of a strong, consistent team and the importance of fostering deep, individual bonds with each of his Pokémon. This wasn't about having the strongest Pokémon, but about having the strongest bond. So if Ash won the Indigo League, then he would have continued his journey with a more confident and developed Charizard, pushing his boundaries and leading to a stronger, more consistent team. He would have won the Johto League, the Hoenn League, the Sinnoh League, the Unova League, the Kalos League, and the Alola League, each victory building on the last, solidifying his reputation as a formidable trainer. He would have achieved the ultimate goal, becoming the World Coronation Series monarch, and solidified his bond with Charizard, leading to the fabled True Bond phenomenon. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything, proving that sometimes the greatest strength comes not from letting go, but from holding on and truly believing in the partners who choose to walk alongside you. This time, Ash and Charizard truly became unstoppable. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything, proving that sometimes the greatest strength comes not from letting go, but from holding on and truly believing in the partners who choose to walk alongside you. This time, Ash and Charizard truly became unstoppable. The journey continues, but the foundation is irrevocably altered. Ash, now a league champion, enters Johto not as a wide-eyed novice trying to prove himself, but as a recognized talent. The initial encounters in Johto play out similarly to canon, with Ash catching Chikorita, Cyndaquil, and Totodile, but the dynamic with Charizard is different. Charizard, having tasted victory and seeing Ash's unwavering faith, acts as a seasoned mentor to the younger, more inexperienced Johto starters. When Chikorita becomes jealous of Pikachu, Charizard, instead of being a source of chaos like in canon, steps in. Its imposing presence, combined with a surprisingly gentle nudge, helps Chikorita understand its place in the team and the importance of teamwork. Charizard's high standards become a benchmark, pushing the Johto team to train harder, evolving Bayleaf and Quilava much earlier than in canon. The gym battles in Johto are still challenging, but Ash approaches them with a newfound tactical depth, often employing Charizard strategically. Against Bugsy, Charizard's flamethrower easily dispatches Scyther, and its raw power helps Ash secure the Hive Badge, with fewer struggles than in canon. Chuck's Poliwrath and Primeape are tough, but Charizard's aerial ace, honed from its Indigo League battles, coupled with a well-placed Fire Spin, grants Ash the Storm Badge. Morty's Ghost types, traditionally a challenge, still test Ash, but Charizard's Dragon Rage, effective against many types, and its sheer intimidation factor, combined with Pikachu's agility, allows Ash to overcome Gengar and Haunter, securing the Fog Badge. This time, Ash doesn't rely solely on type advantages. He leverages his Pokemon's natural abilities and Charizard's immense power. The Johto League Silver Conference is where the true ripple effects of the Indigo win become evident. Ash's team, anchored by a powerful and disciplined Charizard, and supported by a more mature Bayleaf, Quilava, and Totodilus, performs exceptionally. Instead of struggling against Harrison's Blaziken, Charizard, with its superior battle experience and bond with Ash, outmaneuvers and overpowers it with a devastating Fire Blast. Ash faces Gary Oak in the quarterfinals, an encounter that plays out like canon in terms of emotional intensity, but with a different outcome. Charizard, now fully in sync with Ash, faces Gary's Blastoise. Unlike their previous inconclusive battles, this time, Charizard's Dragon Rage shatters Blastoise's Hydro Pump, and a focused Seismic Toss, combined with a follow-up Flamethrower, defeats the Water type. This pivotal victory over his longtime rival propels Ash into the semifinals, where he easily defeats his opponent. The final match is against an unnamed trainer, but with Charizard, Bayleaf, and Pikachu performing at their peak, Ash secures the Johto League Championship, a decisive victory that further cements his status as a formidable trainer. The emotional core of this arc is solidified. Ash and Charizard together are capable of anything. With 2 league titles under his belt, Ash travels to Hoenn. The journey begins like canon, with Ash meeting May and Max and catching Trico, Torchic, and Mudkip. However, the dynamics are again influenced by Ash's established reputation and Charizard's presence. May, seeing Ash's powerful Charizard and his 2 league champion titles, is even more inspired to pursue her own path, watching Charizard's calm strength and Ash's assured leadership. Charizard, now a triple-digit veteran, once again takes on a mentoring role for the Hoenn starters. It guides Trico in developing its speed and power, helps Torchic master its fire-type moves, and even offers a protective presence for Mudkip. This leads to the early evolutions of Sceptile, Blaziken, and Swampert, far ahead of their canon timelines. The Hoenn gym battles showcase Ash's advanced strategies. Against Roxanne, Charizard's Flamethrower makes short work of Geodude and Nosepass. Brawly's fighting types are challenging, but Charizard's Aerial Ace and a timely Dragon Claw overcome Machop and Makuhita. Watt's electric types are still a hurdle, but Swampert, now a powerful water-ground type, easily handles Manectric and Magneton, securing the Dynamo badge. Flannery's fire types are a mirror match, but Sceptile's speed and Leaf Blade, combined with Charizard's raw power, give Ash the Heat badge. Norman's Slaking is a formidable opponent, but Ash's team, particularly Sceptile and Charizard, uses its truant ability against it, outmaneuvering it to secure the Balance badge. Winona's flying types are handled by Charizard's superior flying skills and Fire Blast, alongside Swampert's Ice Beam. Tate and Liza's Solrock and Lunatone are overcome by Sceptile's Quick Attack and Blaziken's Blaze Kick. Juan's water types are no match for Sceptile's Leaf Blade and Blaziken's Overheat, securing Ash his 8th Hoenn badge. The Hoenn League Evergrande Conference sees Ash's team, now fully evolved and incredibly powerful, dominating the competition. His battle against Morrison, a rival from canon, plays out with Ash's Swampert and Blaziken easily defeating Morrison's Steelix and Metang. Tyson, the eventual winner in canon, faces a far more powerful Ash. Charizard, now a beacon of strength, makes quick work of Tyson's Persian and Metagross. The final battle against Tyson's Mighty Meowth, a surprise powerhouse in canon, is a true test. Charizard, with its sheer force of will, withstands Meowth's attacks, countering with a powerful seismic toss and a conclusive fire blast to secure Ash's third league championship. The bond between Ash and Charizard has now become legendary among the Pokemon community. The Battle Frontier Challenge is next, and Ash, with his 3 league titles and a massively powerful Charizard, approaches it with supreme confidence. The challenges are still difficult, but Ash's experience and Charizard's unwavering support make the difference. Nolan's Articuno is a formidable opponent, but Charizard, fueled by its bond with Ash, unleashes a never-before-seen Dragon Claw, imbued with fiery energy, to defeat the legendary Pokemon, earning Ash the knowledge symbol. Greta's fighting types are overcome by Charizard's aerial ace and Sceptile's speed. Tucker's Arcanine and Swampert are defeated by Charizard's Fire Blast and Sceptile's Leaf Blade. Lucy's Seviper and Melodic are handled by Pikachu's Thunderbolt and Charizard's Dragon Rage. Spencer's legendary Entei is a true test, but Charizard, with its enhanced power and Ash's precise commands, manages to outmaneuver it, landing a critical seismic toss to secure the spirit symbol. Brandon's Regirock, Registeel, and Regis are still a massive challenge. Charizard, Sceptile, and Swampert push themselves to their limits. In a climactic battle, Charizard, through sheer determination and a powerful fire blast, defeats Brandon's Regis, securing Ash the final frontier symbol and the title of Battle Frontier Champion. This achievement further solidifies Ash's reputation, not just as a league champion, but as a master-level trainer. Sinnoh is next, and Ash enters the region as a celebrated figure, almost a household name. Dawn, seeing Ash's incredible achievements, is even more inspired by his dedication and the legendary bond he shares with Charizard. Ash still catches Turtwig, Chimchar, and Starly, but the dynamic is altered. Charizard's presence elevates the entire team, instilling discipline and a desire for excellence. Paul, Ash's rival in Sinnoh, initially dismisses Ash's reliance on Charizard as a crutch, but quickly realizes the depth of their bond and the sheer power it represents. This rivalry is even more intense than in canon, with Paul striving to surpass Ash, but also subtly learning from Ash's approach to Pokémon. The Sinnoh starters, empowered by Charizard's mentorship, evolve much earlier. Torterra, Infernup, and Staraptor become formidable powerhouses long before the League. The gym battles in Sinnoh are challenging but ultimately successful. Rourke's rock types are easily dispatched by Infernip's Mach Punch and Charizard's Flamethrower. Gardenia's grass types are no match for Infernip's Fire Spin and Staraptor's Aerial Ace. Fantina's ghost types still pose a challenge, but Charizard's Dragon Claw and Infernip's Blaze Kick, combined with Pikachu's Iron Tail, secure the Relic Badge. Maylene's fighting types are overcome by Staraptor's Brave Bird and Torterra's Earthquake. Crasher Wake's water types are handled by Torterra's Energy Ball and Infernape's Thunder Punch. Candace's ice types are a significant challenge, but Infernape's Blaze and Charizard's Fire Blast, used in conjunction, melt through her team. Volkner's electric types are countered by Torterra's Earthquake and Charizard's Dragon Claw, securing Ash his 8th Sinnoh badge. The Sinnoh League Lily of the Valley Conference becomes a showcase of Ash's unparalleled team. The battle against Paul is the emotional climax. Infernip, having grown immensely under Ash's tutelage and Charizard's watchful eye, defeats Paul's Agron and Drapion. Charizard, facing Paul's Electivire, demonstrates its superior power and bond with Ash, using a strategic combination of Flamethrower and Seismic Toss to secure the win. Unlike Canon, Ash defeats Tobias and his legendary Darkrai and Latios. This time, Charizard, having faced legendary Pokemon before, leads the charge. It withstands Darkrai's Dark Void and Dream Eater, and, with a powerful Dragon Pulse, defeats Darkrai. Against Latios, Charizard's Aerial Ace and Fire Blast, combined with Pikachu's Volt Tackle, push the Eon Pokémon to its limit. In a climactic clash, Charizard's Overheat, boosted by its bond with Ash, defeats Latios, securing Ash his 4th League championship. The Pokemon world is now watching Ash with bated breath, wondering what heights he will reach next. Unova sees Ash arrive not just as a trainer, but as a living legend. Trip, Ash's rival in Unova, initially dismisses Ash as an old-school trainer, but quickly learns the hard way about Ash's immense power and experience. Ash still catches Oshawott, Tepig, Snivy, and others, but the team dynamic is again shaped by Charizard's presence. Charizard's formidable power and battle acumen act as a constant source of inspiration and training. The Unova team, much like the previous regional teams, evolves far ahead of Canon due to the rigorous training and mentorship. Samurott, Emboar, Serperior, Unfezant, Crocodile, and Leavanny become pillars of strength. The Unova gym battles are still challenging, but Ash's strategic depth and Charizard's power ensure victory. Silent's elemental monkeys are no match for Ash's diverse team. Lenora's normal types are overcome by Emboar's fighting type moves and Crocodile's strength. Berg's bug types are easily dispatched by Emboar's fire type moves. Elisa's electric types are handled by Crocodile's earthquake and Samurott's razor shell. Clay's ground types are overcome by Serperior's grass type moves and Samurott's water type attacks. Skyla's flying types are defeated by Emboar's fire blast and Crocodile's stone edge. Bryson's ice types are a true test, but Emboar's fire type attacks and Charizard's overheat melt through his team. Drayden's dragon types are formidable, but Charizard's Dragon Claw and Crocodile's Dragon Tail, combined with Serperior's Leaf Storm, secure Ash his 8th Unova badge. The Unova League Virtus Conference is another triumph for Ash. His battle against Trip is a one-sided affair, with Ash's powerful Emboar and Crocodile easily defeating Trip's Serperior and Conkeldurr. The final match against Cameron, the Canon winner, is a demonstration of Ash's overwhelming power. Charizard faces Cameron's Hydreigon and Lucario, quickly dispatching both with its superior speed and devastating Fire Blast and Dragon Pulse. Ash secures his 5th League championship, a feat unmatched in the Pokemon world. Kalos is Ash's next frontier. He arrives as a highly respected multi-league champion. Serena, seeing Ash's incredible journey and Charizard, is even more drawn to him, not just as a childhood friend, but as a legendary trainer. Clement and Bonnie are captivated by his presence. Ash still catches Froakie, Fletchling, Holucha, Goomy, and Noibot. However, the development of Greninja is significantly altered. Charizard, having formed a deep bond with Ash, understands the concept of a strong connection. It actively mentors Froakie, helping it to hone its speed, and Water Shuriken, guiding it towards the bond phenomenon. This time, the bond phenomenon manifests earlier and with greater control due to Charizard's influence and Ash's increased understanding of deep bonds. Greninja, now a controlled powerhouse, and Charizard form a formidable duo. The Kalos gym battles are still challenging. Viola's bug types are overcome by Fletchender's fire type moves and Frogadier's water pulse. Grant's rock types are handled by Frogadier's water shuriken and Holucha's flying press. Karina's fighting types and Mega Lucario are a true test. Charizard, having a profound understanding of Mega Evolution from its own experiences against Mega Evolved Pokémon like Blastoise, assists Greninja in developing tactics against Mega Lucario. Greninja, now an Ash Greninja, defeats Mega Lucario with a powerful water shuriken. Ramos's grass types are no match for Talonflame's fire type moves and Greninja's speed. Clement's electric types are overcome by Holucha's flying press and Gudra's dragon pulse. Valerie's fairy types are a challenge, but Talonflame's steel wing and Charizard's fire blast secure the win. Olympia's psychic types are handled by Greninja's speed and dark pulse. Wulfric's ice types are the ultimate test. Talonflame and Holucha put up a valiant fight, but it is a fully mastered Ash Greninja alongside Charizard that faces Wulfric's Mega Abomasnow. Charizard, leveraging its fire-type moves, softens Abomasnow, allowing Ash Greninja to land a powerful water shuriken, securing the Iceberg badge. The Kalos League Lumiose Conference is where the ultimate canon loss is redeemed. Ash, with his 6 league titles, a massively powerful Charizard, and a perfected Ash Greninja, is unstoppable. His battle against Sawyer, a rival from canon, is a testament to his growth. Ash Greninja easily defeats Sawyer's Sceptile. The final battle against Alan and his Mega Charizard X is the moment of truth. Unlike canon, Ash enters this battle with 2 fully bonded powerhouses, his own Mega Charizard Y and Ash Greninja. The battle is a clash of titans. Ash Greninja faces Alan's Mega Charizard X, and through a combination of speed, strategy, and their unbreakable bond, Ash Greninja, with a powerful water shuriken, defeats Mega Charizard X. This victory is a redemption, a clear demonstration that Ash's bond-driven power surpasses even the formidable strength of Mega Evolution. Ash secures his 6th League Championship, a historical achievement. Alola beckons, and Ash, now a globally renowned trainer, arrives to teach, not just to learn. He is invited to be a guest lecturer at the Pokémon School, his reputation preceding him. The Ultra Guardians missions still occur, but with Ash's enhanced team and experience, they are handled with greater efficiency and fewer difficulties. Ash still catches Rowlet, Litten, and Rockruff, and his presence inspires Kiawe, Lana, Mallow, Sophocles, and Lily to push their own boundaries further. Charizard, as always, acts as a wise, powerful mentor, particularly to Litten, helping it to evolve into a powerful Incineroar much earlier. Lycanroc, in its dusk form, becomes another powerful member of Ash's Alola team. The challenges of the island trials are met with tactical brilliance and overwhelming power, Ash securing all Z crystals with ease, culminating in his mastery of the Z move. The Alola League Manalo Conference is a spectacle. Ash, now a living legend, is expected to win. His battle against Hau, his rival in Alola, showcases the power of his Alola team, with Incineroar and Lycanroc easily defeating Hau's Decidueye and Raichu. The final battle against Gladion is a true test of his Alolan team's strength. Ash's Incineroar and Lycanroc face Gladion's Silvally and Zoroark. Through a combination of Z moves and coordinated attacks, Ash's team secures the victory. The final showdown is between Ash's Charizard and Gladion's Mega Lucario. In a display of overwhelming power, Charizard, with its immense experience and bond with Ash, unleashes a Zamuv-powered Inferno Overdrive, defeating Mega Lucario and securing Ash's 7th League championship. This makes Ash the undisputed champion of 7 regions, a feat unparalleled in the history of the Pokemon world. The World Coronation Series is the ultimate stage. Ash, still with Charizard by his side, enters as the reigning champion of 7 regional leagues, a phenomenon in the Pokemon world. His journey through the ranks is a display of tactical genius and the raw power of his bond-evolved Pokemon. He re-encounters old rivals and new challengers, his past teams, including Sceptile, Infernape, Crocodile, and Ash Greninja, making appearances and showcasing their unparalleled strength. Charizard, however, remains his ace, the constant, unwavering pillar of his team. The Ultra Class battles are a gauntlet, but Ash and his Charizard, now with decades of shared history and battles, are more than up to the task. He defeats Rhydon, the Dragon-type gym leader of Galar, with Charizard's superior aerial combat and raw power overcoming Duraludon's defenses. Leon, the undefeated champion of Galar and the current monarch of the World Coronation Series, becomes Ash's ultimate target. Their initial encounter, a friendly battle in canon, is this time a more serious exhibition. Ash, knowing the stakes, fields a full team. Charizard, of course, leads the charge. He also brings back Sceptile, Infernape, Crocodile, and for a particularly poignant moment, Ash Greninja and his Alolan Lycanroc. This is a team built for champions, a testament to his journey. The battle against Leon, unlike the canon loss, where Ash uses an experimental and less experienced Galar team, is a clash of titans. Ash's Charizard faces Leon's Charizard. This is the moment, the ultimate showdown between 2 Charizards, one of which represents a lifetime of shared victories and growth. Ash's Charizard, with its significantly more battle experience and the added power of the Z-move from Alola, unleashes a series of devastating attacks. Leon's Charizard, while powerful and capable of Gigantamaxing, struggles against the sheer force and tactical prowess of Ash's ace. The battle is a spectacle, a true test of skill and bond. Ash's Charizard, even without Gigantamax, is able to hold its own, fueled by years of experience and his trainer's unwavering trust. Then, for the first time in the World Coronation Series, Ash reveals a new level of his bond with Charizard. He unleashes a Mega Evolution. Ash's Charizard, transforming into Mega Charizard X, shocks the world. This is a power he has kept hidden, honed through his travels, a strategic advantage saved for the ultimate challenge. The sheer power of Mega Charizard X, combined with its Z-move capabilities and Ash's strategic genius, overwhelms Leon's Gigantamax Charizard. The battle is fierce, a true back and forth, but the culmination of Ash's journey, the relentless pursuit of strength with his first and most loyal companion, shines through. Mega Charizard X, with a final devastating Dragon Claw combined with a Z-move powered Inferno Overdrive, defeats Leon's Charizard. Ash takes the win, becoming the new monarch of the World Coronation Series. He is the strongest trainer in the world, a title he earned with his unwavering bond and the dedication to his first partner. The ripple effects of this victory are immense. Ash, now the monarch, continues his journey, but with a new purpose. He travels the world, not just challenging gyms, but participating in exhibition matches, inspiring countless trainers. He uses his platform to promote ethical training, environmental protection, and the true spirit of partnership between humans and Pokemon. His Charizard, a living legend, becomes a symbol of what dedication and bond can achieve. The series Pokemon Journeys still plays out, but with a significantly different context. Ash, as Monarch, mentors Go more effectively. Go's journey, while still focused on catching all Pokemon, is elevated by Ash's insights and experience. The introduction of Project Mew still happens, but Ash's involvement is as a guiding figure, not solely a participant. He joins Go in some of the missions, his presence ensuring greater success and safety. The dynamic between Ash and Chloe also shifts. Ash, as a seasoned champion, inspires Chloe to explore her own path with Pokemon, pushing her beyond her initial hesitation. The final battles, particularly those involving Eternatus and the Darkest Day, are handled with greater efficiency. Ash's team, already at an unparalleled level of strength, combined with Leon's assistance, deals with the crisis decisively. His Charizard, a seasoned veteran of world-ending threats, plays a crucial role in containing Eternatus. The overarching theme of this timeline is the unwavering power of a single, profound bond. Ash, by never letting go of Charizard, by committing to making him the strongest in the world, not only achieves his personal dream, but also elevates everyone around him. His journey becomes a testament to loyalty, perseverance, and the belief in one's partners. The ending of the World Coronation Series arc sees Ash, the Monarch, continuing to travel, but now with a clear goal of defending his title and further pushing the boundaries of what is possible with Pokemon. His relationship with Pikachu remains as strong as ever, a foundational bond that complements the power of Charizard. The two aces, one an electric powerhouse, the other a fiery dragon, represent the duality of Ash's strength, the raw power of his first friend, and the carefully cultivated might of his first catch. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had not released Charizard, then he would have won the Indigo League, secured championships in every region he competed in, mastered Mega Evolution, and become the undisputed monarch of the World Coronation Series. He would have personally made his Charizard the strongest in the world, fulfilling the promise he made in those early Kanto days. The fabled Mega Charizard X, combined with the power of Z moves, would be a force unparalleled, an absolute legend. The impact of Ash's Indigo League victory, cemented by Charizard's unwavering presence, reverberates beyond the immediate competitive landscape. His status as Kanto champion, unlike the canon timeline where he remained a regional contender, elevates his standing amongst gym leaders and the Pokemon League itself. Professor Oak, seeing Ash's potential realized so early, takes an even greater interest in his development, offering more direct guidance and resources. The Pokedex, instead of being a mere catalog, becomes a more active tool for Ash, providing deeper insights and tactical advantages. This increased mentorship, coupled with his established champion status, means Ash approaches future regions not as a rookie, but as an experienced, albeit still growing, master. When Ash arrives in the Johto region, the narrative shifts significantly. The initial challenges, which in canon often served to humble Ash, are now navigated with a different kind of confidence. He still encounters Faulkner, Bugsy, Whitney, and the other gym leaders, but his battles are more strategic, less prone to the early journey stumbles. Charizard's presence, now a symbol of his champion status, instills a healthy respect in his opponents. His rival, Gary Oak, while still formidable, faces an Ash who has already achieved a significant milestone. Their rivalry, instead of being one-sided in Gary's favor for much of Johto, becomes a more balanced contest of two rising stars. The Silver Conference, the Johto League tournament, plays out with Ash as a strong favorite, not an underdog hoping for a breakthrough. His team, anchored by a battle-hardened Charizard and strengthened by his Johto captures, Bayleaf, Cyndaquil, Totodile, Noctowl, Donphan, Snorlax, performs with an unstoppable momentum. He faces Harrison in the semifinals, and unlike Cannon, his Charizard, already honed through years of competitive battling, makes short work of Harrison's Blaziken. The final match is a triumphant display of skill and teamwork, and Ash secures his second consecutive league championship. The Johto League trophy adds another layer to his growing legacy. This consistent success reshapes the perception of Ash from a plucky trainer to a verified prodigy, a true force to be reckoned with. The Battle Frontier Saga, a period of intense growth and unique challenges in canon, is approached with a different mindset in this timeline. Ash, already a two-time champion, isn't seeking to prove himself as much as he is looking to refine his skills against specialized opponents. The Frontier Brains, formidable as they are, find themselves up against an Ash who has already faced and overcome the best of two regions. Charizard, now a veteran of countless high-stakes battles, forms the core of his strategy. The bond between them is unbreakable, and their synergy in battle is near perfect. He systematically conquers the battle frontier, culminating in a decisive victory over Brandon and his legendary Reggie-Trio. This time, Charizard faces Regis, and through a combination of raw power and intelligent maneuvering, it secures the win, earning Ash the title of Frontier Brain. This achievement, unlike Canon, isn't a stepping stone to a future league, but a further testament to his established mastery. Upon arriving in Sinnoh, Ash's reputation precedes him. He is no longer just that kid from Pallet Town, but Ash, the two-time champion and Frontier Brain. This pre-existing reputation attracts stronger rivals in more intense battles from the outset. Paul, Ash's primary rival in Sinnoh, views Ash not as a naive trainer to be dismissed, but as a genuine threat. Their rivalry, instead of being characterized by Paul's initial disdain, becomes a clash of philosophies between an established champion and a rigid, results-oriented trainer. Paul is forced to push his training methods even further to keep pace with Ash's evolving strength. Ash's Sinnoh team, featuring Infernape, Torterra, Staraptor, Buizel, Gliscor, and Geibel, benefits from Charizard's mentorship. Charizard, often spectating or offering subtle cues, helps guide the younger Pokémon, fostering their growth and battle intelligence. The Sinnoh League, the Lily of the Valley Conference, is a true test of champions. Ash, now a seasoned competitor, navigates the preliminary rounds with ease. His semi-final match against Tobias, a trainer who canonically swept the league with legendary Pokémon, is the ultimate showdown. Unlike Canon, Ash is prepared. His team, hardened by years of competitive success and Charizard's presence, is not intimidated by Darkrai. Charizard, seeing the legendary Pokémon, taps into an even deeper well of power. It clashes with Darkrai, a titanic struggle of fire and shadow, and through sheer determination, Charizard emerges victorious, pushing Darkrai to its limits. This unexpected win shifts the momentum. Tobias's Latios is then met by Ash's Sceptile, which, having been mentored by Charizard, fights with an unparalleled ferocity, securing a historic win. The final match sees Ash facing a worthy opponent, and he once again takes the championship, adding the Sinnoh League trophy to his ever-growing collection. His consistent victories solidify his status as a multi-region champion, a feat virtually unheard of. Unova, a region known for its unique culture and battle style, presents new opportunities for Ash. He arrives not to restart his journey, but to experience a new competitive landscape. Iris and Salen are still his companions, but their dynamic is different. They learn from Ash, the established champion, benefiting from his experience and insights. Trip, Ash's rival in Unova, is quickly humbled by Ash's prowess. His initial overconfidence is replaced by a healthy respect, and he strives to emulate Ash's dedication. Ash's Unova team, Pikachu, Crocodile, Unfizant, Oshawott, Pignite, Leavanny, Palpitoad, Boldor, Scraggy, is a diverse and powerful roster. Charizard, while not always in the active rotation, remains a strategic asset, coming in for crucial fights and mentoring the team. The Unova League, the Virtuous Conference, is another demonstration of Ash's continued dominance. He easily dispatches his opponents, showcasing the power of his Unova team and his refined battle tactics. He faces Cameron, a trainer who in canon defeated Ash due to a last-minute evolution, but this time, Ash's team is simply too strong. His Crocodile, a powerhouse in its own right, secures the win against Cameron's Lucario. Ash claims the Unova League title, his fourth consecutive championship. This unprecedented streak of victories makes headlines across the Pokemon world, further cementing his legend. Kalos, a region deeply connected to Mega Evolution, is where Ash truly unlocks a new dimension of power. Unlike canon, where Ash's Greninja achieves a unique bond phenomenon, in this timeline, Ash's Charizard, already a powerhouse, is the first to achieve Mega Evolution. His Megastone, a Charizardite X, is discovered earlier, perhaps through a connection with Professor Sycamore or a more advanced understanding of Mega Evolution due to his champion status. The transformation of Charizard into Mega Charizard X is a pivotal moment, a testament to their unbreakable bond and Ash's dedication to making Charizard the strongest. This new power elevates Ash's already formidable team to an entirely new level. His Kalos team, Pikachu, Greninja, Talonflame, Holucha, Gudra, Noivern, is incredibly strong, but Mega Charizard X is the undisputed ace. The bond phenomenon with Greninja still occurs, but it's complemented by the raw power of Mega Charizard X. Ash's rivalry with Alain, a central conflict in canon, takes on a different dynamic. Alain, a trainer obsessed with Mega Evolution, respects Ash as a fellow Mega Evolution user and a champion. Their battles are legendary, a clash of two powerful Mega Charizard X. The Kalos League, the Lumiose Conference, is the most anticipated event of the year. Ash, with his Mega Charizard X and Ash Greninja, is the clear favorite. He faces Alain in the finals, a battle that captivates the world. The clash between Ash's Mega Charizard X and Alain's Mega Charizard X is an epic showdown, showcasing the full potential of their bond. In a breathtaking display of strategy and power, Ash's Mega Charizard X, through a combination of Dragon Claw and Thunder Punch, manages to overcome Alain's, securing Ash his fifth consecutive league championship. The victory is not just for Ash, but a statement to the world about the incredible potential of a trainer and their Pokémon, especially when supported by an unyielding bond. Alola, a region with a unique set of challenges and traditions, still sees Ash embracing the island life and the trials. However, unlike Canon, Ash is not starting from scratch. His reputation as a multi region champion precedes him, and the Kahunas and Island Guardians recognize his immense power. The trials, while still challenging, are navigated with a champion's expertise. Charizard, often relaxing on the beach or flying above the islands, is a symbol of Ash's strength and a mentor to his Alolan team, Rowlet, Lycanroc, Duskform, Incineroar, Naganadel, Melmetal. The Z-Ring and Zag crystals are still central to Alolan battles, and Ash, with his refined understanding of Pokemon bonds, quickly masters their use. Charizard, having already achieved Mega Evolution, also learns to utilize Zem moves, leading to devastating Zemax Charizard attacks. The Alola League, the Manalo Conference, plays out as a celebration of Alolan culture and a showcase of Ash's continued dominance. He faces Gladion in the finals, a formidable opponent. The battle is intense, but Ash's team, with the combined power of Mega Charizard X and Z moves, proves unstoppable. His Incineroar, a powerful fire type, defeats Gladion's Lycanroc, securing Ash his sixth consecutive league title. His Alolan Championship solidifies his status as a true Pokemon master, not just in competitive battling, but in understanding and connecting with Pokemon across diverse regions and battle styles. With 6 consecutive regional championships under his belt, Ash's journey takes him to the World Coronation Series. Unlike Canon, where he starts from the bottom, he enters as a recognized champion, starting at a much higher rank. His goal is no longer just to become a Pokemon master, but to prove himself the strongest trainer in the world. Charizard, now a storied veteran of countless battles and a master of both Mega Evolution and Z moves, is his ultimate weapon. The World Coronation Series becomes a testament to their unparalleled bond. He systematically climbs the ranks, facing and defeating powerful trainers like Bay, Volkner, and Raihan. His team, a revolving door of his strongest Pokemon from across all regions, is meticulously chosen for each battle. Charizard, as his ace, is brought out for the most crucial matchups. The Master 8 tournament is where Ash truly shines, a clash of the strongest trainers in the world. He defeats Steven Stone, Cynthia, and Lance, showcasing his strategic brilliance and the raw power of his team. The final battle against Leon, the reigning monarch, is the culmination of Ash's entire journey. It is a battle for the ages, a clash of two titans. Leon's Charizard, a G-Max powerhouse, meets Ash's Mega Charizard X, a symbol of unwavering bond and years of dedication. The battle is a spectacle of fire and might, a test of wills, and a display of the highest level of Pokemon battling. Ash, through strategic switching, intelligent use of his entire team, and the sheer power of his Mega Charizard X, manages to overcome Leon. The final moment sees Ash's Mega Charizard X, with a devastating Dragon Rush, defeat Leon's Charizard, securing Ash the title of Monarch, the strongest trainer in the world. This victory is not just a personal triumph, but a testament to the belief that with dedication, passion, and an unbreakable bond with your Pokemon, anything is possible. The ending of the World Coronation Series arc sees Ash, the undisputed monarch, continuing to travel, but now with a clear goal of defending his title and further pushing the boundaries of what is possible with Pokemon. His relationship with Pikachu remains as strong as ever, a foundational bond that complements the power of Charizard. The two aces, one an electric powerhouse, the other a fiery dragon, represent the duality of Ash's strength, the raw power of his first friend, and the carefully cultivated might of his first catch. This timeline confirms that a champion's journey isn't just about the destination, but about the profound connections forged along the way. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had not released Charizard, then he would have won the Indigo League, secured championships in every region he competed in, mastered Mega Evolution, and become the undisputed monarch of the World Coronation Series. He would have personally made his Charizard the strongest in the world, fulfilling the promise he made in those early Kanto days. The fabled Mega Charizard X, combined with the power of Z moves, would be a force unparalleled, an absolute legend, a symbol of Ash's unwavering commitment, and the ultimate bond between trainer and Pokémon. The journey, however, does not end with the World Coronation Series. The Scarlet and Violet era, the Paldea region, unfolds, and here, the landscape of Pokémon battling shifts once more with the introduction of terrestrialization. This new phenomenon, which grants Pokémon a jeweled, crystalline appearance and changes their type to their Terra type, adds another layer of strategic depth to battles. For Ash, now the reigning monarch, the challenge is not just to adapt, but to master this new power, incorporating it into his already formidable arsenal. As the monarch, Ash's responsibilities expand. He is no longer just a challenger, but a figurehead, an inspiration, and a defender of his title. He is invited to participate in exhibition matches and high-profile events across Paldea, showcasing the strength of a true champion. His presence brings a spotlight to the region and its unique battling style. Unlike canon, where Ash's journey in Paldea is not explicitly shown in the anime, in this timeline, his role as monarch necessitates his exploration and understanding of the region's battling mechanics. He would be directly involved in the narrative of Paldea, interacting with its gym leaders, the Elite Four, and its champion, Gita. His team, now seasoned by countless battles, would naturally embrace terrestrialization. Pikachu, ever the adaptable partner, would likely gain a Gigantamax form, adding to his versatility, but also a dedicated Terra type. Given Pikachu's electric typing, a pure electric Terra type would amplify his already devastating electric attacks, making his signature Thunderbolt and Electro Ball even more potent. This would allow him to maintain his role as a swift, powerful opener or a decisive finisher, much like we see him in canon, but with an added layer of unpredictability. Charizard, the cornerstone of this timeline's success, would also embrace terrestrialization. With his Mega Evolution already to a dominant force, the strategic choice for his Terra type would be crucial. A Fire Terra type would boost his Flamethrower and Blast Burn to unprecedented levels. However, a Dragon Terra type would also be a viable option, amplifying his Dragon Claw and Dragon Rush, making him an even more formidable mixed attacker and providing additional resistance to his inherent weaknesses. This versatility would make him incredibly difficult for opponents to predict and counter. The combination of Mega Evolution and terrestrialization on the same Pokémon, while seemingly overpowered, represents the pinnacle of Ash's mastery in this timeline. It would not be used simultaneously, of course, but the ability to choose between the raw power of mega evolution and the strategic type manipulation of terrestrialization would be a game changer. This dual mastery is a clear divergence from canon, showcasing the ultimate evolution of Ash's battling prowess. His other Pokemon, those who have traveled with him throughout his journey, would also receive the terrestrialization treatment. Skeptile, a formidable grass type, would benefit immensely from a grass Terra type, turning his Leaf Blade and Frenzy Plant into even more destructive attacks. Infernape, with his fiery spirit, would likely embrace a Fire Terra type, making its Flare Blitz and close combat even more impactful. Lucario, already capable of Mega Evolution, would also gain strategic depth with a Fighting or Steel Terra type, allowing him to adapt to different threats. Gengar, his Ghost Poison type, would find new life with a Ghost Terra type, amplifying its Shadow Ball and Hex. The challenges in Paldea would be different for Ash. He wouldn't be challenging gym leaders in the traditional sense, but rather participating in high-stakes exhibition matches against them. Imagine a battle against Brassius, the grass-type gym leader of Artisan. His Sudowoodo, a powerful rock type, would be a tough opponent. Ash's Sceptile terrestrialized to grass would engage in a fierce clash using its enhanced Leaf Blade to secure the win. Against Iono, the electric-type gym leader, Ash's Groudon, a Pokemon he acquires in this timeline as a result of his elevated status and continued success, would be an invaluable asset, absorbing electric attacks and unleashing devastating earthquakes, allowing Ash to get the win. The Elite Four of Paldea, particularly Poppy and Rika, would present significant challenges. Poppy's Steel-type team, notably her Corviknight, would push Ash to his limits. Here, the strategic choice of Terra types for his team would be paramount. Charizard, with a Fire Terra type, would be crucial in overcoming Poppy's formidable defense. Rika's Ground-type team, featuring her Clodsire and Dugtrio, would require careful planning. Ash's Greninja, now a Water-Dark type, would be an excellent choice. Its Water Shuriken boosted by a Water Terra type, taking out multiple opponents and securing the win. The ultimate challenge in Paldea would be Champion Gita. Her formidable team, including her Glamora and Kingambit, would be a true test of Ash's Monarch status. Gita's Glamora, with its toxic debris ability and a potential rock or poison Terra type, would be a dangerous threat. Ash's Lucario, Mega Evolved, and then terrestrialized to fighting, would use its Aura Sphere and close combat to break through Glamora's defenses. The final confrontation against Gita's Kingambit, a Steel Dark type, would be a strategic masterpiece. Ash's Infernape, terrestrialized to fire, would engage in a blistering battle, its Blaze ability activating to power up a final, decisive Flare Blitz, securing Ash a hard-fought victory against the Paldean champion. This victory reaffirms his status as Monarch, demonstrating his adaptability and continued growth as a trainer. His interactions with the other trainers in Paldea would also be significant. He would likely encounter Nemona, the enthusiastic, battle-loving trainer, and perhaps even offer her advice or engage in friendly battles, showcasing his immense skill. He would inspire her, much like he has inspired countless other trainers throughout his journey. The narrative would shift from Ash seeking to become the best, to Ash demonstrating what it means to be the best, and inspiring others to reach their own potential. The overarching theme of this continued journey in Paldea and indeed of Ash's entire career in this timeline, is the constant evolution of a champion. It's not about reaching a peak and resting on laurels. It's about continuously learning, adapting, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible with Pokemon. His bond with Charizard, a testament to enduring loyalty and shared growth, remains the emotional core. Charizard, now a symbol of Ash's ultimate power and dedication, would represent the culmination of that initial decision in Kanto. This timeline also has implications for the future of the Pokemon world. With Ash as the undisputed monarch, the perception of trainers and the path to becoming a champion would shift. His emphasis on bond, trust, and mutual respect with his Pokemon would become the prevailing philosophy, inspiring a new generation of trainers to forge deeper connections with their partners. The World Coronation series, under his influence, would become an even more celebrated and prestigious event, drawing the best trainers from every region, all vying for the chance to challenge the legendary Ash Ketchum. The emotional sub-arc of Charizard mentoring younger Pokemon continues to play out. In Paldea, he might take a young fire type, perhaps a Fuecoco, under his wing, teaching it the importance of discipline, power, and the unbreakable bond with a trainer. This mentoring role, which began with Bayleaf and then continued with others, exemplifies Charizard's growth from a rebellious, disobedient Pokemon to a wise and powerful leader, a true reflection of Ash's own journey. The cycles of mentorship and inspiration continue, further solidifying the impact of Ash's consistent presence and leadership. The ripple effects of that single decision to keep Charizard are profound. Every subsequent league win, every Mega Evolution, every Z move, every Gigantamax, and now every Terastallization is built upon that foundation. The confidence gained from the Indigo League victory would have fueled his ambition, sharpening his skills and making him an even more formidable opponent. His early success would have attracted stronger Pokemon to his team and allowed him to form deeper bonds, leading to a cascading effect of triumphs. He would have personally made his Charizard the strongest in the world, a promise made in Kanto, fulfilled across multiple regions and battling mechanics. The fabled Mega Charizard X, combined with the power of Z moves, Gigantamax, and the strategic application of Terastallization, would be a force unparalleled, an absolute legend, a symbol of Ash's unwavering commitment, and the ultimate bond between trainer and Pokemon. This Ash is not just a champion, he is a legend, a living testament to the power of a single, crucial decision. The World Coronation series, with Ash as its reigning monarch, would continue to evolve. His presence would elevate the competition, inspiring rivals and friends alike to push their limits further than ever before. Leon, despite his undefeated record in Galar, would find a different challenge in this timeline. Instead of battling a less experienced Ash during the World Coronation Series finals, he would face the seasoned, multi-league champion, a trainer who had already conquered multiple regions and mastered various battle mechanics. The battle between Ash's Mega Charizard X and Leon's Gigantamax Charizard would be a spectacle for the ages, a clash of two titans, each representing the pinnacle of their respective regions' battle styles. This time, however, Ash's experience with multiple battle gimmicks, honed through years of competition, would give him the edge. His Charizard, having faced down countless powerful opponents and adapted to various strategies, would be able to withstand Leon's onslaught and deliver the decisive blow perhaps a perfectly timed blast burn to secure the World Coronation Series title, solidifying Ash as the strongest trainer in the world. The emotional arc woven through this entire journey, Charizard's mentorship, would culminate beautifully. With Ash as the monarch, Charizard would not just be a powerful battle partner, he would be a symbol. The rebellious Charmander, who once defied Ash, would now be a beacon of loyalty and strength, inspiring countless young trainers and Pokémon. His guidance, which started subtly with Bayleaf and Johto, explicitly with Holucha and Kalos, and continued with various fire-type Pokémon like Litten and Fuecoco, would have shaped a generation of powerful, well-bonded Pokémon. This mentorship would manifest in various ways, from teaching younger Pokémon advanced battle techniques to imparting lessons about resilience and the importance of trusting their trainer. Charizard's influence would be seen in the unwavering loyalty of Ash's entire team, each member having learned from the fiery dragon's example. Returning to the specifics of the World Coronation Series, the path to the finals would be different. Ash, with his Indigo League victory giving him an early confidence boost, would approach each subsequent regional league with a renewed sense of purpose. In Johto, the Silver Conference would see him with a much stronger, more experienced team. His Charizard, no longer needing to prove himself, would be a consistent powerhouse. This means the battle against Harrison and his Blaziken, a close call in canon, would likely be a more decisive victory for Ash. The presence of a consistently powerful Charizard would undoubtedly alter the outcomes of several key battles. He could potentially carry Ash to a win in the Silver Conference, but even if not, the experience gained would be invaluable. In Hoenn, the Evergrande Conference would present new challenges. Ash's battle against Tyson and his Meowth, a memorable defeat in canon, would be recontextualized. With a Charizard who has been consistently training and evolving, and a trainer who has already tasted league victory, Ash's strategy and execution would be far more refined. The lessons learned from the Indigo League win would enable Ash to push through opponents that previously stopped him. So this time, Ash and his team, potentially including a fully evolved Sceptile and Swampert, if he had chosen Mudkip as his starter, would conquer the Evergrande Conference, securing his second league victory. The Battle Frontier arc, instead of being a series of challenges to prove himself, would become a display of an already accomplished trainer, further honing his skills. Ash, with 2 league victories under his belt, would likely approach the Frontier Brains with an even greater tactical mind. His defeat against Brandon in canon, primarily due to Regis and Registeel, would still be a tough obstacle. However, the consistent training with Charizard and the experience of winning previous leagues would give him a better understanding of legendaries and how to counter them. While a clean sweep might still be out of reach, Ash would certainly put up a much stronger fight and potentially even defeat Brandon, becoming a frontier brain himself. This would further solidify his reputation as a formidable trainer well before the World Coronation Series even began. Sinnoh's Lily of the Valley Conference, the setting of one of Ash's most painful canon losses, would be profoundly different. Tobias, with his Darkrai and Latios, presented an insurmountable obstacle in the original timeline. However, with Charizard as a consistent presence, Ash's team composition and strategy would be fundamentally altered. His Infernape, a powerhouse in its own right, would be complemented by the unyielding strength of Charizard. The battle against Tobias would still be incredibly difficult, but Ash would now have a Mega Charizard X at his disposal, a force capable of going toe to toe with legendary Pokemon. The sheer offensive power and strategic versatility of Mega Charizard X, combined with Ash's leadership, could potentially overcome Tobias's legendary duo, securing Ash his third Regional League victory. This would be a monumental achievement, placing him in an elite class of trainers. Unova's Virtus Conference, where Ash lost to Cameron's Hydreigon and Lucario, would also see a significant shift. Ash's Unova team, often criticized for its lack of consistent power, would benefit immensely from Charizard's presence. Charizard would mentor Pokemon like Pignite and Snivy, teaching them the discipline and power needed for high-level battles. With a more experienced team and Charizard as the anchor, Ash would navigate the Virtus Conference with greater ease. His battle against Cameron would be a masterclass in strategy, with Charizard providing the necessary firepower to overcome Cameron's formidable Pokemon. This would mark Ash's fourth league championship, establishing an unprecedented winning streak. Kalos, the setting for Ash's deepest bond with Greninja, would be incredibly impactful. The entire rivalry with Alan, centered around their respective Charizards and their pursuit of Mega Evolution, would take on a new dimension. In this timeline, Ash already has a powerful Mega Charizard X, honed through multiple league victories and countless battles. This means the narrative of Ash desperately searching for Mega Evolution and mastering it would be replaced by a story of Ash and Charizard continually refining their existing Mega Evolution. The iconic battle against Alain in the Lumiose Conference Finals, where Ash Greninja ultimately fell to Mega Charizard X, would be a different affair. This time, it would be a clash of two Mega Charizard X, one wielded by Alain, driven by his singular focus on Lysandre, and the other by Ash, fueled by years of shared victories and an unbreakable bond. Ash's Charizard, having already proven itself against legendary Pokemon and numerous league champions, would likely emerge victorious, cementing Ash's fifth regional league win. This victory would also serve as a powerful statement, demonstrating that true power comes not just from raw strength, but from the deep, enduring connection between trainer and Pokemon. Alola's Manalo Conference, where Ash finally won his first Canon League, would be a triumphant procession in this timeline. With 5 league victories already under his belt, Ash would be an absolute legend. His Alola team, including Incineroar, Lycanroc, and Melmetal, would be incredibly strong on their own, but with the guidance of Charizard and the experience of Ash, they would be an unstoppable force. The Manalo Conference would be a testament to Ash's consistent growth and mastery, culminating in a resounding victory, his 6th Regional League title. This victory would be less about proving himself and more about celebrating his journey and the bonds he's forged. Finally, the World Coronation Series arc, which began as a journey to become the strongest, would transform into Ash defending his title as the reigning monarch. The battles against trainers like Raihan, Cynthia, and Leon would be more intense, as they would be challenging an established champion. His Mega Charizard X, now a symbol of his reign, would lead his team through these formidable challenges. Each victory would reinforce his status, not just as a strong trainer, but as the undisputed master of Pokemon battles. The ultimate showdown against Leon, the final hurdle, would be the culmination of a life dedicated to Pokemon. The bond between Ash and Charizard, forged in Kanto and strengthened through every region, every battle, and every victory, would be the key to securing his position as the world monarch. The final blast burn from Mega Charizard X, perfectly executed, would not just win a battle, it would be a declaration of a promise fulfilled. He would have personally made his Charizard the strongest in the world. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had won the Indigo League, then he would have gained confidence earlier, won subsequent leagues, pushed his Pokemon further, and ultimately become the world monarch much sooner. His journey would be defined by a series of triumphs, each building on the last, all stemming from that initial, crucial victory. The consistent presence and mentorship of Charizard would be the emotional backbone of this entire saga, transforming him from a headstrong, disobedient Pokemon into a wise, powerful leader. This timeline paints a picture of a proactive, consistently winning Ash, fully realizing his potential and achieving his dream of becoming a Pokemon master, a dream fueled by an early taste of victory and the unwavering loyalty of his first powerful companion. The fabled Mega Charizard X, combined with the power of Z moves, Gigantamax, and the strategic application of terastallization, would be a force unparalleled, an absolute legend, a symbol of Ash's unwavering commitment and the ultimate bond between trainer and Pokemon. This Ash is not just a champion, he is a legend, a living testament to the power of a single, crucial decision. The legacy of Ash Ketchum, the world monarch, would be one of unbroken bonds, relentless dedication, and the ultimate triumph of a trainer who dared to dream and never gave up on his Pokemon. This continuous, upward trajectory would redefine the expectations of what an Ash Ketchum journey could be, moving beyond the familiar cycle of near wins and character resets. The Kalos League, for instance, would play out dramatically different. Ash, arriving in Kalos already a seasoned and decorated champion, would not be the wide-eyed, often naive trainer we saw in canon. His confidence would be palpable, his strategies honed by years of league victories. The bond with Greninja, still forming in this timeline, would be accelerated by Ash's clear leadership and proven track record. Greninja, seeing the formidable power of Mega Charizard X and the disciplined approach Ash employed, would push itself even harder, striving for that same level of mastery. The Ash Greninja transformation, a powerful but sometimes unwieldy ability in canon, would be refined much faster. Ash, having already managed the immense power of Mega Evolution with Charizard, would be better equipped to handle the unique demands of Ash Greninja. He would understand the synergy required, the mental fortitude needed to synchronize with a Pokemon on such a deep level. The Kalos League itself would be a showcase of tactical brilliance. Ash's team, already formidable with the presence of Charizard, Pikachu, and Greninja, who would likely evolve much earlier due to Ash's heightened success, would be rounded out by Pokemon like Talonflame, Hawlucha, and Noivern, all benefiting from a trainer who consistently wins. The early battles would be sweeps, with Ash demonstrating a level of control and foresight that would leave opponents reeling. The rivalries, particularly with Sawyer and Alan, would intensify. Sawyer, Seeing Ash as an even more impossible benchmark would grow at an accelerated rate, pushing his Skeptile to mega evolve and develop strategies specifically to counter Ash's diverse team. This in turn would force Ash to continually innovate, preventing any stagnation. The semifinals clash against Sawyer would be a masterclass in strategic flexibility. Sawyer's Mega Skeptile, powerful as it is, would face off against a Charizard that has conquered multiple leagues. The sheer force of Mega Charizard X's Dragon Claw and Flare Blitz would be overwhelming. Ash's Greninja, now fully mastered and utilizing its Battle Bond form with precision, would dispatch multiple of Sawyer's Pokémon, showcasing its enhanced speed and power. The victory would still be hard fought, but Ash's superior experience and the sheer power of his championship level team would secure the win, setting the stage for the highly anticipated final. The Kalos League final against Alan would be the true test, the defining moment of this Kalos journey. Alan's Mega Charizard X, a formidable force in canon, would meet its match in Ash's own Mega Charizard X. This would not be a clash of equals in the way it was in canon, where Ash's Greninja was still a developing power. This would be a battle of two Mega Charizard X, expertly trained, but with Ash's Charizard possessing years more battle experience and a bond forged through countless league victories. The emotional core of this battle would be the shared history of two trainers pushing their Charizard to their absolute limits. Ash's Mega Charizard X would unleash a series of Dragon Claws and Thunder Punches, meeting Alan's Flare Blitz and Dragon Claw head-on. The sheer intensity would electrify the stadium. Pikachu, having fought alongside Charizard through multiple leagues, would also play a crucial role, perhaps taking down Metagross with a devastating Thunderbolt. Ash Greninja, seeing the titanic struggle between the two Mega Charizard X, would be inspired to push past its limits, engaging Alan's Weavile and Bisharp with unparalleled speed and precision. The final showdown between the two Mega Charizard X would be brutal, a true test of endurance and power. But Ash's Charizard, refined by years of constant high-level competition, would ultimately land the decisive Blast Burn, overcoming Alan's Mega Charizard X to claim the Kalos League Championship. The roar of the crowd would be deafening as Ash raises the trophy, a testament to his continued dominance. Alan, while defeated, would gain immense respect for Ash, realizing he had faced a true champion, not just a talented upstart. Without the devastating loss in the Kalos League, Ash's emotional journey would be one of continuous growth and reinforcement, rather than constant recovery from setbacks. This means he would arrive in Alola not as a blank slate, but as a multi-league champion. The school setting in Alola would still be valuable for Ash, allowing him to explore new Pokémon, learn about Z moves, and further develop his understanding of regional forms. However, his approach to trials and island challenges would be less about proving himself and more about mastering Alolan battle styles. The island kahunas would recognize his championship status, treating him with the respect due to a powerful trainer rather than a novice. The development of Z moves would be accelerated. Ash, already adept at synchronizing with Pokémon for Mega Evolution and Battle Bond, would quickly grasp the concept of Z power, channeling his energy into his Pokémon with greater precision. His Owlin team, consisting of Pokémon like Rowlet, Lycanroc, Incineroar, and Naganadel, would benefit from his advanced training methods. Rowlet, for example, might develop a more disciplined approach to battle, becoming a more consistent and powerful force instead of its often whimsical canon portrayal. Lycanroc, Dusk form, would still be a central figure, its strong bond with Ash, amplified by Ash's capacity for deep connection. The eventual evolution of Litten into Incineroar would be a powerful addition, its Z move, Malicious Moonsault, becoming another devastating tool in Ash's arsenal. The Alola League, in this timeline, would be yet another affirmation of Ash's championship caliber. The competition, while strong, would lack the experience and consistent high level training that Ash and his team possessed. Guzma, still a formidable opponent, would find his Golisopod facing off against an Ash who knows how to break through defensive strategies, with Charizard perhaps leading the charge, or Pikachu landing a devastating Iron Tail after a quick attack setup. Gladion, Ash's primary rival in Alola, would push him hard. His Silvally and Lycanroc, Midnight form, would represent a significant challenge. The final battle against Gladion would be an intense display of Zamove power. Ash's Lycanroc, Dusk form, would clash with Gladion's, but Ash's superior strategy and the combined power of his multi-league winning team would be too much. Pikachu's 10,000,000 volt Thunderbolt, combined with Mega Charizard X's raw power and Ash Greninja's speed, if he brought it back for the League, which he likely would, seeking a reunion for such a grand stage, would secure the Alola League victory for Ash. This would mark his third or fourth consecutive league win, solidifying his reputation as a prodigy, a consistent champion. The journey through the World Coronation Series would then begin from a position of immense strength. Ash would enter as an already established champion, not as a trainer looking to prove himself. His ranking would be higher from the outset, allowing him to challenge stronger opponents sooner. The World Coronation Series would become a narrative of a reigning king defending his crown rather than a challenger fighting his way up. Charizard, as his steadfast ace, would be at the forefront of this challenge. The battles against trainers like Bee, Volkner, and Rhydon would be intensely competitive. Bee's Machamp and Graplocked would be met with Charizard's aerial assault and Pikachu's speed. Volkner's Electivire and Luxray would face a well-prepared team, with Charizard perhaps using its dragon typing to resist electric attacks, or a powerful ground type like Crocodile if Ash brought it to the WCS, making an appearance. Raihan's Duraludon, with its Sandstorm strategy, would be countered by Charizard's ability to fly above the fray, launching powerful fire attacks. Ash's team would be rotating through a much larger roster of fully evolved, high-level Pokémon, many of whom have tasted victory in previous leagues. This deep bench would allow Ash to adapt his strategy to every opponent, a luxury he rarely had in canon. The fight against Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion, would be a monumental clash. Her Garchomp, Roserade, and Spiritomb are legendary. Ash's Mega Charizard X would face Garchomp in a battle of titans, Dragon Claw versus Dragon Rush, Flare Blitz versus Earthquake. The sheer power and speed would be breathtaking. Pikachu, ever the veteran, would land critical hits, and the strategic use of Ash Greninja, again, likely recalled for this ultimate challenge, and perhaps an Alolan powerhouse like Incineroar would help turn the tide. This would be a grueling, full-team battle, pushing Ash to his absolute limits. But Ash, now a master of 3 distinct battle mechanics, Mega Evolution, Z moves, and Battle Bond would outmaneuver Cynthia, securing a hard fought victory that would send shockwaves through the Pokemon world. This win would elevate him to the Master class. The final showdown against Leon, the reigning monarch, would be the ultimate test, the culmination of this entire journey. This would not be a mere challenge, it would be a clash of champions, a battle for the undisputed title of the strongest. Leon's Charizard, Rillaboom, and Dragapult are incredibly powerful. Ash's team would consist of his absolute aces, Pikachu, Mega Charizard X, and Ash Greninja, complemented by other regional champions like Incineroar, Lycanroc, Duskform, and a formidable Galar Pokemon like Sirfetch'd, which would have benefited immensely from Ash's advanced training. The battle would begin with Pikachu taking on Leon's Cinderace, a high-octane speed battle showcasing both trainers' mastery. Then, the inevitable clash of the Mega Charizard X and Leon's Gigantamax Charizard. This would be a strategic masterpiece. Ash, having extensively trained his Mega Charizard X, would understand its every nuance. Leon, however, would wield the power of Gigantamax, a temporary but immense surge of power. Ash would need to use Mega Charizard X's sustained power and tactical precision to outlast the Gigantamax phase. Flare Blitz against Max Airstream, Dragon Claw against Max Wormwind. The stadium would be on fire. As the battle progresses, Ash Greninja would make its appearance, its speed and precision, a perfect counter to Leon's Rillaboom or Dragapult. The unique blend of Ash's experience with Mega Evolution and Battle Bond would give him an edge. He would understand how to maximize each transformation, how to switch between them effectively to counter Leon's diverse team. The final Pokemon for Ash would likely be Mega Charizard X, facing down Leon's final champion. The tension would be unbearable. A series of powerful attacks, expertly executed, would lead to the decisive moment. Mega Charizard X, drawing on the years of shared victories, the countless challenges overcome, would unleash a final perfectly aimed blast burn, overwhelming Leon's last Pokemon. The referee's hand would rise, signaling Ash Ketchum as the new world monarch. The crowd would erupt. Ash, finally at the pinnacle of the Pokemon world, would embrace his Charizard, the partner who had been with him since the beginning, the one Pokemon whose loyalty and power had been the cornerstone of his entire journey. The North Star promise, made so many years ago, would be fulfilled. He would have personally made his Charizard the strongest in the world. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had won the Indigo League, then he would have gained confidence earlier, won subsequent leagues, pushed his Pokemon further, and ultimately become the world monarch much sooner. His journey would be defined by a series of triumphs, each building on the last, all stemming from that initial, crucial victory. The consistent presence and mentorship of Charizard would be the emotional backbone of this entire saga, transforming him from a headstrong, disobedient Pokemon into a wise, powerful leader. This timeline paints a picture of a proactive, consistently winning Ash, fully realizing his potential and achieving his dream of becoming a Pokemon master. A dream fueled by an early taste of victory and the unwavering loyalty of his first powerful companion. The fabled Mega Charizard X, combined with the power of Z moves, Gigantamax, and the strategic application of terrestrialization, which he would undoubtedly master quickly in Paldea, bringing his already formidable team to even greater heights, would be a force unparalleled, an absolute legend, a symbol of Ash's unwavering commitment and the ultimate bond between trainer and Pokemon. This Ash is not just a champion, he is a legend, a living testament to the power of a single, crucial decision. The legacy of Ash Ketchum, the world monarch, would be one of unbroken bonds, relentless dedication, and the ultimate triumph of a trainer who dared to dream and never gave up on his Pokemon. His name would be etched into history, a beacon for all aspiring trainers, showing that with unwavering dedication and an unbreakable bond, any dream is possible, no matter how grand. And who knows, perhaps this Ash would be the one to finally encounter and befriend a legendary Pokemon, not out of chance, but out of recognition of his unparalleled skill and heart, a fitting reward for a true Pokemon master. This version of Ash, forged in the fires of an early league victory, would approach every subsequent challenge with a different kind of confidence, a quiet self-assurance that his canon counterpart often lacked. His interactions with new rivals and gym leaders would be less about proving himself and more about testing his growing strength, a subtle shift that changes the entire dynamic of each region. The Johto journey, for instance, would be a masterclass in strategic evolution. With Charizard by his side, already a battle-hardened veteran and a proven league winner, Ash's Hoothoot, Chikorita, Cyndaquil, Totodile, Fonpy, and Noctowl would benefit immensely. Charizard's presence would naturally elevate the entire team. Instead of the sporadic training sessions seen in canon, Charizard would lead by example, pushing the younger Pokemon to train harder, to think more tactically. When Ash faces Faulkner, the Violet City gym leader, his Pidgeotto, now a Pidgeot thanks to Charizard's influence and earlier training, easily handles Faulkner's Pidgeot and Hoothoot, securing a swift Zephyr badge. This time, there's no unexpected loss, no need for last-minute strategies. Bugsy, the Azalea Town gym leader, would present a slightly tougher challenge, but Ash, with his expanded roster and Charizard's guidance, would be more than ready. His Cyndaquil, having evolved into a Quilava much earlier under Charizard's intense training regimen, unleashes a powerful flame wheel that sweeps through Bugsy's Scyther, Metapod, and Kakuna. The Hive badge is secured with minimal fuss. The consistent wins, fueled by Charizard's constant presence, would mean Ash's Pokemon are evolving faster, learning new moves, and mastering their existing ones with unparalleled efficiency. The rivalry with Gary Oak would also be significantly altered. Gary, already a formidable trainer in canon, would find Ash's consistent victories and the undeniable strength of his Charizard a constant motivating force. Instead of some of their canon encounters ending in draws or narrow defeats for Ash, this time Ash would often emerge victorious, pushing Gary to even greater heights. Their battle at the Silver Conference would be an absolute spectacle, a clash of titans where Ash's Charizard, now even more refined and powerful, would face Gary's Blastoise. The sheer power and strategic depth of Ash's team, including a fully evolved Bayleaf and Quilava, would overwhelm Gary. Charizard's seismic toss would finally put an end to Blastoise, securing Ash a decisive victory and the right to advance further in the Johto League. The Johto League itself would culminate in Ash facing Harrison. In canon, Harrison's Blaziken was a formidable opponent, ultimately defeating Ash's Charizard. But this time, Ash's Charizard is not just powerful, it is experienced, having already won a league. The battle would be a strategic masterpiece. Charizard, having learned from its past mistakes, would anticipate Blaziken's movements, using its superior aerial mobility to dodge and weave, delivering devastating flamethrowers and dragon claws. This time, a focused, powerful seismic toss would finish Blaziken, propelling Ash to the Johto League championship. This victory would mark Ash's second league win, solidifying his reputation as a prodigy, a young trainer destined for greatness. The emotional sub-arc of Charizard mentoring the younger Pokémon would pay dividends here, as his entire team would perform with a cohesion and confidence not seen in canon. Moving into the Hoenn region, Ash's journey would continue its trajectory of success. Unburdened by the need to constantly prove himself, Ash would be free to explore new strategies and bond with his new Pokémon even more deeply. Trico, Torchic, Mudkip, Tailo, and Corphish would all thrive under the watchful eye of a seasoned champion trainer and the occasional battle alongside the now legendary Charizard. Charizard, though not always on the active team, would be a constant presence, a symbol of what dedication and hard work could achieve. The Hoenn Gym Challenge would be a series of impressive victories. Roxanne's rock-type Pokémon would be no match for a now-evolved Grovel's Leaf Blade and a Combusken's Ember. Watson's electric types would fall to a powerful Marshtomp and a well-placed dig from Torkoal, a Pokemon Ash would likely capture much earlier due to his more confident and proactive approach. Norman, the Petalburg gym leader and May's father, would still be a challenging opponent, but Ash's tactical prowess, honed by 2 league victories, would lead him to a hard-fought win. His Swellow, a product of Charizard's rigorous training, would demonstrate incredible aerial acrobatics and speed, ultimately securing the Balance Badge. The Hoenn League, the Evergrande Conference would be another triumph. Ash, with a fully evolved Sceptile, a powerful Swampert, and a Blaziken, having evolved early, embodying Charizard's fighting spirit, would navigate the rounds with relative ease. The emotional climax of this league would be Ash's semi-final battle against Tyson and his Meowth. In canon, this was a hard-fought loss, but this time, Ash's Sceptile, a true powerhouse, would face off against Meowth, delivering a devastating Leaf Blade that secures the win. This means Ash advances to the finals. The final battle would see Ash against his strongest opponent yet, and he would still emerge victorious, securing his 3rd consecutive league title. This consistent success would further cement his belief in his Pokémon and his training methods. The Battle Frontier, after 3 consecutive league wins, would be an exciting new challenge, rather than a struggle for validation. Ash, with the confidence of a multiple league champion, would approach each frontier brain with a clear strategy and an unshakable belief in his team. Charizard, of course, would return to the active roster for many of these battles, showcasing its continued growth and power. The iconic battle against Brandon and his Regirock, Regis, and Registeel would be a testament to Ash's evolution as a trainer. His Grovel, having evolved into a Sceptile, would put up a valiant fight, but the legendary power of Brandon's Pokémon would still prove overwhelming. This time, however, Ash's Charizard, with its immense power and experience, would step up. Facing Registeel, Charizard would unleash a barrage of flamethrowers and dragon claws, eventually overpowering the Steel-type Titan. Against Regirock, Charizard's aerial ace would be precise and devastating. The final showdown against Regis would be a thrilling display of skill and power, with Charizard's super effective attacks finally bringing down the legendary Pokemon, earning Ash the coveted Brave symbol. This marks a canonical loss transformed into a decisive victory, a true redemption arc for Ash and Charizard. Ash would conquer the entire battle frontier, becoming a frontier brain himself, a feat unheard of for a trainer his age. The Sinnoh region would see Ash as an even more formidable trainer. Dawn and Brock would be traveling with an established champion, learning invaluable lessons from his every move. Ash's new Pokemon, such as Turtwig, Chimchar, Starly, Buizel, Gligar, and Geibel, would have the benefit of training alongside a world champions team, including the now legendary Charizard, who would occasionally join the Sinnoh team to impart wisdom and power. Chimchar, in particular, would evolve much faster, its latent blaze ability fully harnessed and controlled under Ash's expert guidance and Charizard's mentorship. The gym battles would be a mere formality for Ash. Rourke's rock types would be swept aside by a powerful Grottle and an Infernape. Gardenia's grass types would fall to Staraptor's Brave Bird and a now evolved Floatzel's Aqua Jet. Fantina, the Hearthome City gym leader, would be a tougher challenge with her ghost types, but Ash's strategic use of Infernape's Blaze and a newly evolved Glisker's Aerial Ace would secure the Relic Badge. The consistent wins, the ever-present powerful Charizard, and the undeniable skill of Ash would attract the attention of even more powerful trainers. The Sinnoh League, the Lily of the Valley Conference, would present Ash with some of his most challenging opponents. The rivalry with Paul would reach its zenith. Their full 6-on-6 battle would be an epic clash, but this time Ash's team, benefiting from years of consistent winning and Charizard's influence, would be even stronger, even more disciplined. Infernape's Blaze would be perfectly controlled, its flare blitz tearing through Paul's Agron and Drapion. Sceptile, having traveled from Professor Oak's lab, would contribute significantly, proving its continued evolution in power. The final showdown between Infernape and Electivire would be legendary, with Infernape ultimately securing the win, avenging all past defeats. The semifinals would pit Ash against Tobias and his legendary Darkrai and Latios. In canon, this was an insurmountable obstacle, even for Ash's powerful team. But this time, Ash has not just one, but multiple league victories under his belt, a Frontier Brain title, and a Charizard that has grown exponentially. Charizard would be his ace. The battle against Darkrai would be intense. Charizard, using its speed and powerful flamethrower, would keep Darkrai on its toes. A well-placed Dragon Claw would finally bring down the mythical Pokémon, a feat unheard of in canon. However, Latios would still prove to be an incredible challenge. Even with Charizard's immense power, Latios's speed and Psywave would push Ash to his limits. Charizard would put up an incredible fight, pushing Latios further than any Pokémon before it, landing powerful blows. But even with all his strength, the combined power of two legendary Pokémon might still be too much. Ash would likely suffer a narrow defeat here, a respectable loss that still highlights his phenomenal growth, proving that even as a multiple league champion, there are still higher peaks to ascend. This honest loss would make his eventual World Coronation series win even more impactful, demonstrating that even the best face challenges, but they learn and grow from every encounter. The Unova region would be a slight detour, but one that further highlights Ash's maturity as a trainer. Instead of resetting his team and struggling as he did in canon, Ash would approach Unova with a clear objective: to explore and learn new battling styles. He would still catch many of the same Pokemon, but this time they would be integrated into his training philosophy much more effectively. Snivy, Oshawott, Tepig, Scraggy, Sewaddle, Palpitoad, Roggenrola, and Krokorok would all benefit from his advanced training methods. Charizard, of course, would make its grand return to Unova, showcasing its power against Iris's Dragonite and Ceylon's Crustle, further establishing its role as Ash's ultimate ace. The Unova League, the Virtus Conference, would be another display of Ash's prowess. His team, including a fully evolved Superior, Samurott, Emboar, and a powerful Crocodile, would navigate the rounds with confidence. The battle against Cameron and his Lucario, which notoriously defeated Ash in canon, would be a stark contrast. This time, Ash's Crocodile, having grown immensely in power and confidence under Ash's tutelage, would face Lucario. Their clash would be fierce, but Crocodile's Dig and Dragon Claw would overwhelm Lucario, securing Ash another decisive victory. Ash would then go on to win the Unova League, his fourth regional championship. This consistent success would be a testament to the ripple effect of his Indigo League victory. Kalos would be where Ash truly shines, his journey culminating in a power that rivals even that of a champion. The bond phenomenon with Greninja would still manifest, but with a crucial difference. Ash would have the foundational understanding of powerful bonds and strategic battling from his multiple league wins. He wouldn't struggle with controlling Greninja's power. Instead, he would master it with an unprecedented speed and precision, guided by his extensive experience. The Kalos gyms would fall swiftly. Viola's bug types would be no match for a now evolved Fletchinder. Grant's rock types would be defeated by a Holucha and a Froakie that evolves into Frogadier quickly. Corina's Mega Lucario would be a true test, but Ash's Frogadier, already displaying signs of the bond phenomenon, would push Lucario to its limits, with Charizard stepping in to deliver the final blow, showcasing its Mega evolution against another Mega. The Kalos League, the Lumiose Conference, would be the stage for Ash to finally defeat Alain. Their battle, the most anticipated rematch in Pokemon history, would be an absolute spectacle. Ash's team, including a fully mastered Ash Greninja, a Mega Charizard X, Ash would have definitely acquired a Mega Stone and Keystone much earlier, given his proactive nature and consistent pursuit of power. Howlucha and Talonflame, Noivern, and Gudra would be an unstoppable force. The defining moment would be Ash Greninja facing Alan's Mega Charizard X. Unlike Canon, where Greninja's power was still somewhat raw and unrefined, this Ash Greninja's would be a force of nature, its water shuriken honed to perfection. The battle would be an exchange of devastating blows, but Ash Greninja, with the full support of Ash's experience and the strategic guidance he's gained over years of victories, would finally land a decisive water shuriken, overwhelming Mega Charizard X and securing Ash the Kalos League championship. This would be his fifth league win, a truly unprecedented achievement. Alola would be a more relaxed journey for Ash, and his role would shift from competitor to mentor. He would still attend the Pokemon school, but his lessons would often involve him demonstrating advanced battling techniques and strategy to his classmates. He would still capture many of the same Alolan Pokemon, but they would reach their full potential much faster. Rowlet, Litten, Lycanroc, Duskform, Incineroar, Naganadel, and Melmetal would all become formidable partners. The introduction of Z moves would be an exciting new challenge for a trainer like Ash, who constantly seeks to master new forms of power. He would quickly master the Z Ring and Z crystals, incorporating them seamlessly into his existing battling style. The Alola League, the Manalo Conference, would still be a groundbreaking event. Ash's battle against Gladion would still be the final, but with a crucial difference. The stakes for Ash would be less about proving himself and more about celebrating his incredible journey and the unbreakable bonds with his Alolan team. His Incineroar, a dominant force, would clash with Gladion's Zoroark. Ash's Lycanroc, Duskform, would face Gladion's Silvally. The climactic showdown would be between Ash's Melmetal and Gladion's Midnight form Lycanroc. Melmetal, a true powerhouse, would use its double iron bash to overcome Lycanroc, securing Ash's sixth consecutive league championship. This victory would solidify his status as a living legend, a trainer who consistently finds success in every region he visits. Finally, the World Coronation series in Galar would be Ash's ultimate proving ground. The journey to the Masters 8 would still involve tough battles, but Ash, the multi-league champion and frontier brain, would climb the ranks with unmatched determination. His team, a combination of his most powerful aces from across the regions, including Charizard, Pikachu, Sceptile, Infernape, Crocodile, Ash Greninja, Incineroar, and Melmetal, would be a formidable force. The introduction of Gigantamax would be another strategic tool for Ash, which he would master with ease, using it to amplify the power of his Charizard and other Galar native Pokemon. The Masters 8 tournament would be a series of epic clashes. Ash would face off against the likes of Steven Stone, Cynthia, and Lance, emerging victorious in each brutal encounter. His Charizard, now capable of Gigantamaxing, would be an absolute terror on the battlefield, its G-Max wildfire burning through even the toughest opponents. When he finally reaches the finals against Leon, the reigning monarch, the stage would be set for an unforgettable battle. The fight would be a strategic masterpiece, showcasing every form of power Ash has mastered: Mega Evolution with Charizard, Zamoves with Pikachu, and Gigantamax with his Gengar, a Pokemon he would have trained to an even higher degree of power. The final clash between Ash's Mega Charizard X and Leon's Gigantamax Charizard would be the stuff of legends. Ash, using his unparalleled experience and the deep bond he shares with his original partner, would outmaneuver Leon. His Mega Charizard X, honed by years of victories and guided by Ash's strategic genius, would unleash a devastating, perfectly aimed blast burn, overwhelming Leon's last Pokemon. The referee's hand would rise, signaling Ash Ketchum as the new world monarch. The crowd would erupt. Ash, finally at the pinnacle of the Pokemon world, would embrace his Charizard, the partner who had been with him since the beginning, the one Pokemon whose loyalty and power had been the cornerstone of his entire journey. The North Star promise, made so many years ago, would be fulfilled. He would have personally made his Charizard the strongest in the world. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had won the Indigo League, then he would have gained confidence earlier, won subsequent leagues, pushed his Pokemon further, and ultimately become the world monarch much sooner. His journey would be defined by a series of triumphs, each building on the last, all stemming from that initial, crucial victory. The consistent presence and mentorship of Charizard would be the emotional backbone of this entire saga, transforming him from a headstrong, disobedient Pokemon into a wise, powerful leader. This timeline paints a picture of a proactive, consistently winning Ash, fully realizing his potential and achieving his dream of becoming a Pokemon master, a dream fueled by an early taste of victory and the unwavering loyalty of his first powerful companion. The fabled Mega Charizard X, combined with the power of Z moves, Gigantamax, and the strategic application of terastallization, which he would undoubtedly master quickly in Paldea, bringing his already formidable team to even greater heights, would be a force unparalleled, an absolute legend, a symbol of Ash's unwavering commitment and the ultimate bond between trainer and Pokemon. This Ash is not just a champion, he is a legend, a living testament to the power of a single, crucial decision. The legacy of Ash Ketchum, the world monarch, would be one of unbroken bonds, relentless dedication, and the ultimate triumph of a trainer who dared to dream and never gave up on his Pokemon. His name would be etched into his name, would be etched into the annals of Pokemon history, not as a perpetual runner-up, but as the undeniable strongest trainer in the world, a status achieved through consistent victories and the unwavering support of Charizard, who would by this point be considered one of the strongest individual Pokemon ever. The story doesn't end with the World Coronation Series victory, of course. Ash, now the world monarch, would enter a new phase of his journey. The pressure would be immense, but his foundation of victories and his unflappable confidence, forged since his Indigo League win, would allow him to handle it with grace. His role changes from challenger to defender. He would be the one sought out by powerful trainers from across the globe, eager to test their mettle against the world monarch. This would open up opportunities for even more high-stakes battles, further solidifying his and Charizard's legendary status. His team, already a formidable collection of champions, would continue to train and grow. Pikachu, always by his side, would remain his steadfast partner, their bond unbreakable and their power immense. Charizard, now a bona fide legend, would take on a more mentoring role within Ash's team, much like it had done for the likes of Infernape and Crocodile in this timeline. This seasoned Charizard would be an inspiration for every new Pokemon Ash caught, setting a high bar for dedication and power. Consider the ripple effect on his rivals. Gary Oak, seeing Ash's early success and consistent championship wins, would likely be even more driven. Their rivalry, instead of being one where Gary always felt a step ahead until the very end, would be more of a back and forth, pushing both trainers to even greater heights. Gary might have attained his own champion status in a different region earlier, making their final showdowns even more intense, a clash of two established champions vying for the ultimate title. Without the canonical Indigo League loss as a shared trauma, their evolving relationship would be built on mutual respect for each other's proven strength. Paul, in this timeline, would have a much different arc. Seeing Ash consistently win and refine his strategies, even with Pokemon he considered weak, would challenge Paul's philosophy much earlier. The canonical defeat at the Sinnoh League would still be a pivotal moment, but it would come against an Ash who had already won multiple leagues, making Paul's realization about the strength of bonds even more profound and immediate. He wouldn't need to lose to Brandon to truly understand. Ash's sheer consistent success, fueled by his bond based training, would be a constant, undeniable counterpoint to Paul's harsh methods. Paul might even seek out Ash for training advice earlier, leading to an even more accelerated growth for him as a trainer. Even Alain, the Kalos champion Ash canonically faced in the finals, would find himself against a different kind of opponent. Ash, having won multiple leagues and having a Mega Charizard X of his own that had been extensively battled, would be an even more formidable challenger. The emotional intensity of that Kalos League final would be amplified, as it would be Alan challenging an established multi-league champion. The battle would still be epic, but this time, Ash's Mega Charizard X, with its years of experience and its trainer's refined strategy, would secure the win against Alan's Mega Charizard X. The victory would not feel like an upset or a close call. It would be the expected outcome for a trainer of Ash's caliber in this timeline. The supporting cast would also feel the impact. Misty and Brock, traveling with a consistently winning Ash, would witness his growth into a truly formidable trainer firsthand. Their own aspirations might be heightened by his consistent successes. May and Dawn, seeing Ash achieve league victories, would be even more inspired in their contest journeys, potentially reaching coordinator champion status earlier themselves, driven by the example of their friend. Cylon, Iris, Serena, Clement, Bonnie and Lily, Kiawe, Mallow, Lana, Sophocles, and Go. All of them would be part of the journey of the future world monarch, their interactions and lessons learned from Ash amplified by his undeniable track record of success. The emotional sub-arc of Charizard mentoring younger Pokémon would continue to play out, becoming a hallmark of Ash's team. Imagine a young Geibel looking up to Charizard, learning the nuances of dragon-type battling from the best. Or a Rowlet, initially playful, developing a serious competitive edge under Charizard's watchful guidance. This internal dynamic would foster a stronger, more disciplined team overall, with Charizard acting as a secondary leader, a seasoned veteran sharing its immense battle wisdom. This mentorship would be a quiet but powerful force, shaping many of Ash's future champions. The impact on the wider Pokémon world would also be significant. Ash's consistently successful journey would inspire countless young trainers to pursue their dreams with renewed vigor. His unique bond-centric approach to training, which consistently yielded championship results, would become a widely studied and emulated strategy. Pokémon professors and researchers would take a keen interest in the Ash Ketchum method, trying to understand the scientific underpinnings of such powerful trainer-Pokémon bonds. Articles and documentaries would be made about his journey, focusing on his humble beginnings and his meteoric rise to the top. The legendary Pokémon he encountered would also react differently. Having already proven his strength and compassion as a multi-league champion, Ash would likely earn the respect of legendary Pokémon more readily. This isn't to say he would catch them all, but his interactions would carry more weight, more mutual understanding, as he would be recognized as a trainer of immense capability and a true friend to all Pokémon, a reputation solidified by his consistent victories. The World Coronation Series victory, as the ultimate culmination, would be not just a personal triumph, but a testament to a philosophy. It would be the definitive proof that believing in your Pokemon, fostering deep bonds, and never giving up were not just platitudes, but the most potent path to true strength. Ash Ketchum, the boy from Pallet Town who started with a disobedient Pikachu, would become the living embodiment of the Pokemon trainer ideal, a champion not just in name, but in spirit and deed. His journey, marked by consistent growth and triumph, would also subtly alter the perception of the anime itself. Instead of the perennial underdog who often stumbled at the final hurdle, Ash would be seen as a relentless force, a protagonist whose strength and conviction were never in doubt. The emotional stakes would shift from will he finally win to can anyone actually beat him. This change in narrative tension would make his battles even more exhilarating, as every challenger would be seen as an attempt to unseat the undisputed monarch. So when Ash stands atop the podium, the world monarch, Charizard by his side, the roar of the crowd deafening, it's not just the end of a long journey, but the confirmation of a destiny that began with a single, pivotal victory. The Indigo League win, a mere spark in the grand scheme, ignited a wildfire of success, shaping not just Ash's path, but the very fabric of the Pokemon world around him. He would be the trainer who started at the top and stayed there, pushing the boundaries of what was possible, proving that with heart, determination, and the strongest bond imaginable, any dream, no matter how grand, is within reach. The legend of Ash Ketchum, the world monarch, would be one of unbroken bonds, relentless dedication, and the ultimate triumph of a trainer who dared to dream and never gave up on his Pokemon. His name would be etched into the annals of Pokemon history as the undeniable strongest trainer in the world, a status achieved through consistent victories and the unwavering support of Charizard, who would by this point be considered one of the strongest individual Pokemon ever. The ripple effects of Ash's early success would not only redefine his personal journey, but also subtly shift the power dynamics and narrative expectations for those around him. Consider Misty and Brock, his steadfast companions through Kanto and Johto. In canon, they often played the role of supportive friends, occasionally participating in minor competitions or their own gym challenges. But with Ash as a recognized league champion, their own aspirations might be magnified. They would witness firsthand the fruits of consistent effort and undeniable skill. Misty, already a skilled water-type trainer and gym leader in waiting, might feel a more urgent drive to hone her craft. Her encounters with other water specialists, like the Sensational Sisters, would become opportunities for more serious study and growth, rather than just comedic encounters. She would observe Ash's tactical prowess and adapt her own battle style, perhaps integrating more strategic move combinations or even considering the benefits of type diversity within her water-centric team, a concept Ash's varied champion team would naturally exemplify. Her Starmie and Psyduck, already staples, might reach their full potential faster, evolving and mastering advanced techniques earlier in their journey, inspired by the high bar set by Ash's powerful Pokemon. Brock, ever the aspiring Pokemon breeder and doctor, would also find his path influenced. Watching Ash's Pokemon consistently perform at peak condition would reinforce his dedication to their health and well-being. His knowledge of Pokemon physiology and diet would become even more critical as he'd be responsible for maintaining the physical and mental fortitude of a champion's team. This increased responsibility might lead to earlier breakthroughs in his breeding and care studies. Perhaps his Brock's Onyx, later Steelix, and Vulpix would evolve sooner, not just through exposure to items, but through rigorous training methods and Brock's specific care regimens, pushing them to levels of strength rarely seen in supporter Pokemon. His observations of Ash's bond with his Pokemon would deepen his understanding of the emotional aspects of training, making him an even more empathetic and effective caretaker, a skill that would prove invaluable whether he ultimately pursues breeding or medical Pokemon professions. The dynamic between the trio would remain rooted in friendship, but with an underlying current of shared ambition and a heightened standard of excellence, spurred by Ash's unparalleled success. Moving into the Johto region, the narrative would continue to diverge from the familiar. Ash, now a seasoned champion, would approach the Johto League with a different mindset. His initial journey through Johto in canon was often characterized by a struggle to find his footing, to adapt to new Pokemon and new challenges. This time, he would carry the confidence and strategic acumen of an Indigo League winner. While he would still encounter new Pokemon and form new bonds, his approach to training would be more deliberate, more focused on integrating them into a cohesive, high-performing team. His early Johto Pokemon, like Chikorita, Cyndaquil, and Totodilus, would benefit from his refined training methods. They would likely evolve faster, reaching their final forms of Bayleaf, Quilava, and Feraligatr, or at least Meganium, Typhlosion, and Feraligatr, well before the Johto League. The famous rivalry with Gary Oak would be even more intense, as Gary would be driven to surpass his already champion rival. Their match in the Johto League Silver Conference, which Ash canonically lost, would play out very differently. Gary's team, still featuring his powerful Electivire, Arcanine, and Skyzor, would be met not by an Ash still finding his way, but by a trainer who had already tasted victory at the highest level. Ash's Charizard, ever present and now a symbol of his consistent triumphs, would be a formidable force. Imagine the clash, Charizard against Gary's Blastoise, a rivalry echoing their initial encounter in Kanto. This time, with Ash's superior strategy and Charizard's battle-hardened experience, Ash would secure the win against Gary, a cathartic victory that would finally put their long-standing rivalry to rest, with Ash on top. This win would propel him directly into the Johto League finals. Since Harrison, the trainer who canonically defeated Ash and went on to lose to the eventual champion, would likely still be a strong contender, Ash's path to the Johto Championship would culminate in a decisive victory against a trainer of Harrison's caliber, perhaps using his fully evolved Johto starters alongside Charizard. Ash would become a double league champion, solidifying his status as a dominant force in the Pokemon world. This consistent success would prevent the moments of self-doubt that sometimes plagued Ash in canon, fostering an even stronger, more resolute character. The narrative for the Hoenn region would continue this trend of heightened achievement. Ash, arriving in Hoenn as a two-time champion, would be a celebrity. His battles in the Hoenn League would be highly anticipated events. The Sky Battle in Fortree City, where Ash's Swellow and Pikachu shined, would be even more spectacular, showcasing finely tuned aerial combat strategies. His rivalries with trainers like Morrison and Tyson would still occur, but with Ash entering each battle with a championship pedigree. The canonical loss to Tyson in his Meowth in the Hoenn League would be a stark contrast to this timeline. Instead, Ash, with his now fully evolved Sceptile, Swampert, or perhaps a strong water type like Corphish Crawdant as his main water type, allowing Swampert to be someone else's ace, and a powerful flying type like Swellow or Staraptor, from Sinnoh but still a strong flyer, alongside Charizard, would systematically dismantle his opponents. The Hoenn League would be another trophy for Ash, making him a three-time champion. This consistent success would have a profound impact on the Battle Frontier arc. In canon, Ash's journey through the Battle Frontier was a grueling test, pushing him to his limits and culminating in a hard-fought victory against Brandon. In this timeline, Ash would approach the frontier with even greater confidence and tactical depth. The frontier brains, formidable as they are, would face a trainer who had already mastered the art of league-level competition multiple times over. Ash's team, now boasting multiple fully evolved and highly experienced Pokémon across various regions, would be an unstoppable force. Charizard, Sceptile, Pikachu, and other key members of his growing roster would tear through the challenges. The final battle against Brandon, a strategic master known for his legendary Pokémon, would still be a monumental challenge. However, Ash, having honed his skills against champions and having Charizard as his ultimate ace, would secure the win, perhaps with Charizard delivering the final blow against Brandon's Regis, solidifying his mastery over diverse battle environments. This victory would not be a surprise. It would be an expected demonstration of his continued dominance. Sinnoh would mark another significant chapter. Ash's deep bonds with his Pokémon, exemplified by his relationship with Charizard, would resonate particularly strongly with Dawn's emphasis on Pokémon contest appeals and the beauty of their moves. Her own journey would be inspired by Ash's blend of power and precision. The canonical rivalry with Paul would reach new heights. Paul's philosophy of maximizing a Pokemon's raw power and evolution would clash dramatically with Ash's bond-centric approach, especially given Ash's unbroken streak of victories. Paul, a trainer who values results above all else, would be intensely frustrated by Ash's consistent wins, pushing him to even greater lengths in his training. Their full battle in the Sinnoh League, a highlight of the anime, would be even more epic. Ash's Infernape, a symbol of redemption and the power of love over neglect, would still be central, but this time with Charizard by his side, providing an unparalleled strategic advantage and raw power, the outcome would be different. Charizard could be used to counter Paul's powerful Electivire, or even his Aggron, showcasing its versatility. Ash would defeat Paul in a truly decisive manner, proving once and for all that his method was superior. This victory would propel Ash into the Sinnoh League Finals, where he would face Tobias, the trainer with legendaries like Darkrai and Latios. In canon, Ash's team managed to take down Darkrai and even Latios, a truly incredible feat showing his growing strength. But in this timeline, with Charizard, Sceptile, Infernopsim, and his other powerful Sinnoh Pokémon like Staraptor and Torterra, he would not just put up a good fight, he would win. Charizard's firepower, potentially even boosted by a temporary burst of aura, like in the Orange Islands, could contend with Darkrai's Dark Void, and its sheer strength would be enough to overcome even Latios. Ash would become a four-time league champion, a truly unprecedented achievement that would shock the Pokemon world and establish him as a living legend. This consistent success would erase any lingering doubts about his capabilities, and his name would be synonymous with victory. Unova, often considered a reset for Ash in canon, would be anything but in this timeline. Ash would arrive in Unova not as a rookie, but as an undisputed champion. His initial team, including the famously disobedient Snivy and the powerful Crocodile, would still be formed, but their development would be accelerated. Snivy's independence would be tempered by Ash's proven leadership, and she would quickly recognize his strength, evolving into Servine and eventually Superior much earlier. Oshawott and Tepig would also reach their final evolutionary stages as Samurott and Embor, respectively. His team would quickly become a powerhouse, and the Unova League, which he canonically lost in the quarterfinals, would be another triumph. Facing off against rivals like Trip and Cameron, Ash would showcase his strategic brilliance and the raw power of his Unova team, augmented by the occasional use of Charizard in particularly tough battles. His victory in the Unova League would make him a five-time champion, an almost mythical figure in the Pokemon world. The Unova region, often criticized for Ash's perceived regression, would instead become another testament to his unwavering dominance. The Kalos arc, a fan favorite, would escalate Ash's journey to even greater heights. His bond with Greninja, culminating in the Ash-Greninja transformation, would still be a pivotal moment. But this time, it would be a manifestation of an already established championship-level bond, not a breakthrough for a struggling trainer. The rivalry with Elan, centered around Mega Evolution and the pursuit of ultimate strength, would be even more intense. Elan, a trainer obsessed with power, would be driven to prove his Mega Charizard X superior to Ash's already legendary Charizard, who would now be capable of Mega Evolving as well. The Kalos League Final, a battle of epic proportions in canon, would be the stage for a clash between two Mega Charizards. Ash's Mega Charizard Y versus Alan's Mega Charizard X. This would be the ultimate showdown, a battle that would redefine what is possible in Pokemon combat. Ash Greninja would still play a crucial role, perhaps taking down Alan's Metagross or Bisharp with Water Shuriken, but the climax would be the Charizard versus Charizard battle, a struggle of wills and power. Ash, with his superior battle experience and the unbreakable bond with his original starter, would emerge victorious. He would secure the Kalos League Championship, becoming a six-time champion and further cementing his legendary status. This victory would also prevent the widespread fan disappointment from the canonical loss, instead delivering the triumphant conclusion many viewers craved. Alola would offer a different kind of challenge, one focused on island trials and Z-moves. Ash, now a multi-region champion, would approach Alola with respectful curiosity, eager to learn new techniques. His bond with his Alolan team, particularly Lycanroc, Duskform, and Incineroar, would be as strong as ever. The Z-move mastery would come naturally to him, given his prior experiences with powerful techniques like the Aura Sphere. The Alola League, the first official league for the region, would still be his target. His battle against Guzma, The leader of Team Skull would be a display of overwhelming force, showing the futility of Guzma's crude tactics against a master trainer. The final showdown against Gladion, a trainer of immense skill and a powerful Zoroark and Silvally, would be a fitting conclusion. Ash's Lycanroc, utilizing the Continental Crush Z move, would be a key player. But ultimately, with his strategic depth and the guidance of his veteran Pokémon, Ash would secure the Alola League victory, making him a 7-time champion. This consistent winning streak would establish him as the undisputed strongest trainer in Alola, a region where the concept of a champion was relatively new. Finally, the World Coronation Series in Journeys would be the ultimate stage for Ash to prove his dominance. His journey through the ranks, from the normal class to the master class, would be a rapid ascent. Each battle would be a master class in strategy and execution. His encounters with trainers like Bay, Volkner, and Rhydon would be spectacular, showcasing the full power of his diverse and experienced team. Charizard, now a mega-evolving powerhouse, would be a frequent sight, inspiring awe in every opponent. The Master Class 8 would present the greatest challenge. Ash would face off against champions like Lance, Steven, Cynthia, and Leon. His battle against Cynthia would be an epic clash of strategies, with Ash's Lucario and Dragonite proving their worth against her Garchomp and Spiritomb. The final battle against Leon, the reigning monarch, would be the culmination of his entire journey. This time, Ash would not be the underdog. He would be the challenger, yes, but a challenger with 7 league titles and Battle Frontier mastery under his belt. The battle would still be a full 6-on-6, featuring his strongest Pokémon, including Pikachu, Lucario, Dragonite, Jengar, and Dracovish, and of course, Charizard. The final moments of the battle against Leon would be etched in history, with Pikachu having sustained damage, and Lucario and Dragonite having taken down some of Leon's formidable team. It would come down to the final Pokémon. Leon's Gigantamax Cinderace, a force of nature, would be met by Ash's Mega Charizard Y. The iconic rivalry of the series, Charizard, would face off against the reigning champion's Ace. The stadium would be electric. Ash's commands would be precise, his bond with Charizard absolute. Mega Charizard Y would unleash a devastating blast burn or a super effective Dragon Pulse, breaking through Cinderace's defenses. The crowd would erupt as Leon's Cinderace faints, and the announcer declares Ash Ketchum the new world monarch. The ultimate prize, the culmination of a journey defined by consistent victory, would at last be his. The theme that threads through this entire alternate journey is one of sustained excellence and the undeniable power of an unbreakable bond. Ash, from the moment he won the Indigo League, would have demonstrated that true strength comes not from raw power alone, but from the deep, unwavering trust between a trainer and their Pokémon, and the relentless pursuit of self-improvement. The spine of this story, the promise that Ash would make his Charizard the strongest in the world, would be fulfilled with every victory, culminating in the World Coronation Series. If Ash had won the Indigo League, then he would have continued his winning streak, mastered every regional challenge, and ultimately become the world monarch, solidifying his Charizard as one of the most powerful and iconic Pokémon in history, a true legend. And with that, we see how one decision changed everything, leading Ash Ketchum to become the undisputed greatest Pokémon master the world has ever known. His legend would be one of unbroken victories, unmatched skill, and an unbreakable bond that transcended every challenge, proving that with heart, determination, and the strongest bond imaginable, any dream, no matter how grand, is within reach. The fabled Mega Charizard X, or perhaps even a more powerful, unique Charizard form, would be the ultimate symbol of his unparalleled journey.